Oh god, I was almost late, but I'm not, and I never will be, and it wasn't even close. It didn't just turn 5:31. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Oh, welcome back. New hairdo. New spot. I'm just joking, this isn't a new hairdo. But I thought it kind of looked like I'd cut my hair. I did not. Well, no, new setup. Oh god, that background is loud. Okay, I'm turning that down a little bit. Yeah, new background digs. I'm not really sure if it's not good yet. It's bad right now. It's definitely worse than it was. But there are some potentially cool things we can do. And I was debating on whether or not I was going to show right now, and I think I am. So I'm gonna show you guys. It is known within my lore of my channel that I have a green screen. And so fuck, never mind, there are cords in the way. You'll see it next time. But there's like an easy spot right here for my green screen. So I could potentially do some interesting things with the live green screen. We'll have to see. Whereas before there wasn't really like a good like spot to keep it permanently. And I'm also going to, hang up some art, make this background a little bit nicer. But for now, it will just kind of look shitty. Like the stream. Oh, wait, we did. Let's go. Hell yeah, thank you all. I put CR Trolls. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Since I don't know how to put them in announcements. Yeah, so you have to wait until the thread gets made, but also you're fine. You are all good. Why can't I find my own React suggestions chat? Ah, there it is. Okay. Perfect. And I'm opening it up.
Welcome.
Oh, you guys heard it in the background. And I still need to give my general kind of takeaways from last episode, which unfortunately would require me remembering what happened last episode. That's a joke. It was the bottle episode. I thought that it was interesting. So originally my prediction for the entire arc, right, was that they were going to encounter a small quest that seemed unrelated to the Briarwoods. And that it would be unrelated, but then they would discover that it was related. That they had been influencing all of this stuff. I would have really, really, really liked for that druid to be related to the Briarwoods somehow. And to drop it in a way that they could have picked up on. So maybe he is a refugee. And it could have even been even better that Percy wasn't there to introduce this sort of connection. Because that druid could have been one of the old house staff. Who, in meta, like, Percy would have immediately recognized, but none of the other characters would have. So it would have been really easy to leave that reveal for later, that he was originally one of the Derolo house staff, and he took up the druidic ways, the druidic arts, so to say, because of the Briarwood takedown, right? Or the Briarwood takeover. Potentially he has a sordid past. Potentially he's one of the people on the list. That feels a little extreme. I don't think he needs to be one of the people on the list, but he has some sort of connection to the Derolos or the Briarwoods, that we discovered during that arc, or during that conversation that him and Keyleth are having. I think it would have been really small. It doesn't need to have a significant impact. He could be like, yeah, I ran away fucking years ago. I don't know shit about shit, and I'm not going back to town to testify. No fucking shot. Town, like, he was already going on and on about how civilizations are bad, he doesn't fuck with them, so it's real easy for him to say, I'm not going and testifying in court. Courts are stupid. And so you could have introduced this connection, this potential ally for the future, and made the decision even more complicated for them, or complex, and tied back into the overall plot in a way that ultimately doesn't matter, but that shows the overarching impact and reach that the Briarwoods have. I think that's really important with this sort of villain, with a political intrigue villain, and a vampire especially. You need to show how wide-reaching their tentacles are, especially for a villainous arc around like the 9 to 12 era. We're kind of in between regional heroes and world heroes. And so showing this vast network of influence of, even if they aren't directly involved in fucking everything, they are impacting everything. Or maybe they are directly involved in everything, if you want to keep track of all that in your head. So I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity with this, but there's also the aspect of, like, I don't know how much time Matt had to prepare that. So, and that was sort of like the, the trial to take stuff. A lot of times I said, I was criticizing a lot of the trial to take stuff, but I kept saying, I don't know how long Matt had to prepare. The only thing with this is that the kind of change I'm talking about is really small. Like, it's not something that requires a lot of prep. So I think it's more of just a missed opportunity in general. But overall, it was a fun episode. I really liked the flying sequence. I think that sort of sequence of, like, them being up in the air, flying after this rock, like chasing it through the air where there's this big ever-present environmental danger. The rock is behaving not as like a mindless kill bot, like it has goals, it has drives that aren't just murder the party. And the party is trying to work around those goals, which in this case, the goal was get home. But I thought that was really cool. So I really, really liked that sequence, especially. I also include some pre-show topics you might want to cover, though not telling you how to run your stream. No. I appreciate the suggestions. This will be my first watch. Let's go, John. I'm excited. He is their fourth cousin 3 times removed. I mean, not that crazy. Yeah, he could be something like that. And that could be interesting for Percy to get told about later. That, like, he might even, Matt could talk to Percy outside of the game and be like, hey, you remember this guy. Like, you guys weren't close, but he was like a cousin that you saw at holidays and, like, high holy days, whatever. Like you know this dude. That could be interesting. That could have been cool. I have to wait for the Apollo. Yeah. Yup. What John said. Sweet. So with all of that being said, I think we're gonna pull up Critical Trolls. We're gonna pull up the watch, and we're going to get a little down and dirty with it. Let's make it happen. Oh, also, to put it out there, because I had to do it today or yesterday. Sort of like the banning thing where, like, I told you, if you ever, like, get banned, if you get timed out, especially the first couple of times that I do it, I will directly say, like, I will say it full out loud, why you're getting banned, why you're getting timed out. Haven't had to do it yet. Good on you guys. But I will be very clear about it. Same thing, I had to delete a comment yesterday. And it wasn't anything wrong with the comment. If there's something wrong with your comment, I will reach out to you. If you're in the Discord, if you're not, sucks to suck. But this one in particular, was like, oh, you could do this thing, this like X, Y, and Z like kind of content, and it is something that I am actively planning on and is like taking up a lot of work, and I want it to be a really cool drop and cool surprise. And so I was like, oh fuck, like they're too close to the truth with this. They don't know, they don't understand. And so I deleted it. I reached out to the person, but in general, if your comment was like super benign, but especially if it's talking about like, oh, you could do X, Y, or Z, and it gets deleted, it's probably because you were too close to the truth. Just putting it out there in case I do have to delete something and then I forget to reach out. I will really try to reach out personally if that happens, but just wanted to put it out there. Comment draw. No, the comment was so nice. That was the really hard part, is the comment was so nice and so sweet, but I was like, they they didn't quite lay it out like X, Y, and Z, but they like almost laid out like the exact plan. And I was like, oh no, I can't let it be out there. But anyhow, yeah, everyone has generally been cool. I've not had any sort of real issues. But let's see, flip horizontal. Does that look right? I can't tell if I think that looks right. Yeah. I think so. Flying too close to the sun, exactly. Icarus. You will not need. Oh yeah, duh. I won't need bingo. I totally forgot. Okay, so we will go back.
Welcome everyone.
Woo, whoops. Okay, and I will get the timestamps pulled up. Oh shoot, I lost it. I have another screen that is not on, and I lost this one. Gotta deactivate it. Oh my gosh, riveting content. How's your guys' day going? Yeah, you guys having a good time? I don't normally do that sort of all right, we're back. That sort of asking you guys about yourself, but hopefully you're having a good day. I saw that Mustang was playing had a D&D session in which his monk absolutely demolished, which is sick as hell. I love a good monk encounter. I think that monk is generally a bad class, but it's only a bad class in so far as that I think it's poorly designed because it requires the DM to like do a lot to make it good. Like, I think it's much harder to highlight the monk's strengths. Like, you have to be a bit better at encounter design than it is to highlight like a barbarian's strength. I think it's much, much easier to highlight a barbarian, a wizard, a sorcerer, a warlock, whatever, than it is a monk. So I was happy to hear that there was a good monk encounter that made Mustang feel really nice. That was sick. I had a fun session today. Hell yeah, Mustang. All right. Type of one shot is comedy. Let's see. Good pre-show topics. What goes into planning a one shot? Ooh. Okay. I mean, that is a good pre-show topic. I won't honestly go too far into it, only because I did an entire interview with Ryan Immel about it. Like, specifically what goes into like planning and designing a one shot. I have a very recent interview with Ryan. Oh, that's not what we wanted. I wanted my channel. There we go. Really, really recently, right? Behind the screens, right here, Ryan Immel. It is 5.5 hours, and I will say, if you're patient, I'll do a quick drop. We are dropping the edited down version of that interview in a day? Tomorrow? Either tomorrow or Friday. It's ready. I just have a schedule thing. But yeah, so we're gonna drop that video. So if you want to watch the full 5.5 hours, I highly recommend it. I think it was a dope conversation with a dope guy. But if you want to wait for the edited version to come out, I think it's like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And it keeps the parts of the conversation that were much more on focus to like actual one-shot planning. So pre-show topic, what goes into planning a one-shot? Go watch that interview. But I will say, to give a very concise answer outside of that, most of planning a one-shot, I think, is trying to plan the pacing. Like, you want to do the same thing as a normal session, where you want to have interesting stuff. Normally, you want to have a combat, you want to have some social, you want to have some puzzles, some exploration, whatever. But like, that should be like a good mix in most sessions. The core constraint of a one-shot or a limited series is that you have to get all of that in a specified amount of time. Like, you can have in a campaign, you can have a fucking shopping session where where you guys do not even fucking roll dice, right? Like, it doesn't matter nearly as much. But for a one-shot, you can't just have a shopping one-shot. So I think most of one-shot planning is trying to plan out the pacing. Got a bad headache that's slowly going away. Oh, that fucking sucks. That I don't get headaches very often, but I woke up with one today, and I think it's because I didn't drink enough water yesterday. Speaking of, went to Jewel today to get pies. Hell yeah, Thanksgiving planning. I did not know. I was not aware of Jewel Osco before I came to Chicago, so I would have been absolutely lost if I had not just moved here. Looking forward to Turkey Day tomorrow and seeing session 2 of my campaign Saturday. Fuck yeah, that's dope. That's very exciting. I'm not doing anything for Turkey Day. As you all know from me canceling Monday, my in-laws were just in town, so we did all of like kind of the Thanksgiving stuff like this weekend. So next 3 days I'm just gonna be chilling with some friends. I think I'm gonna do a big Baldur's Gate 3 day with my wife and one of my friends. Just play it for like 9 hours. It's gonna be great. I watched the first couple hours, enjoyed it. Need to go back and finish it up. Hell yeah, I'm glad, Ed. I'm very glad. Ryan is awesome. Especially, I mean, he's awesome for a lot of reasons. I think he has really good insight, like me. But especially if you're into the physical crafting stuff, I think he's really a great resource. Why did my top screen cut out? That was weird. I think he's a really great resource for both like beginners in crafting and advanced folks. He's got some really like a great variety of content that will give you something no matter what skill level you're at in crafting. Sorry, I'm fixing my lighting. So yeah. Differences in pacing. Speaking of, okay, yeah. I think I mostly, yeah. The differences in pacing is mostly that you want to get all types of D&D within a single session. I think that's like one of the core things. With most campaigns, you mostly care about level of investment when it comes to pacing. So like, pacing should serve the story and it should serve keeping your characters in the world in the session, right? Like, that is like kind of the goal of good pacing in a campaign. So if that good, someone just rang the doorbell, that was weird. So if that good pacing results in you having a 5-hour-long combat and like your players are super into that, then like that's what it results in. Like, that's really good. If I'm gonna switch back to this for the pre-show, like that's really, really great. If your players are enjoying that and that's keeping them in, that's awesome. I don't think that works as well for a one-shot. Like, it can with combat, especially if you maybe have some interludes, but a lot of times you want a more mixed bag when it comes to a one-shot. So I think that's kind of the core difference, and it's one of the things I'm really bad at, frankly, is making sure to get all of that in, a 5-hour session. How much railroading is too much? Oh yeah, just go and watch the interview. We talk about that directly in that interview. Differences in planning a one-shot. There's more serious drama-based versus comedy. That's not something we touched on. Yeah, I mean, tone is definitely a big thing. I would say that in general, for one shot, for limited series, for campaigns, if you have a sillier tone, it's really hard. Like there's kind of a positive and a negative to it, where if you have a sillier tone, it's actually sort of like a little cheat button for the DM. Like they can introduce plot points, they can introduce characters, they can introduce locations in very silly, over the top ways. They can be very surprising. And so it becomes a lot easier, I would say, to progress the plot in a more comedic style session or campaign. But on the flip side, it can be harder for players to invest in that plot when it's comedy. That's not to say that there can't be comedies with incredible plots that are very, very like story driven. And you get a lot of investment in the story. I would say Marvelous Miss Maisel is just the one that comes off the top of my head. It's obviously not D&D. But like that show, I guess you could say it's a dramedy, like it's a drama comedy, but I would say it's mostly a comedy. But it is incredibly story driven and has really, really great pacing, great jokes. But I think that is somewhat, it's harder to pull off. It is because if you lean on that easy button too much, like sometimes that easy button of just like, hey, I can introduce something in a really silly way and I don't have to think about it too hard. Like I don't have to do all of this fucking setup. I don't have to foreshadow all this shit. Like because, maybe it's something that is really hard to work in earlier in the session. Maybe it is something that just doesn't make sense to foreshadow earlier. And having that more comedic tone can be really helpful for that. But it can also be incredibly, like, if you do it too much, if you lean on it too much, if it becomes too much of a crutch, there's nothing that can de-invest a group faster than feeling like they can't care about anything or they can't follow anything because anything could happen at any time. So that's one of the main differences. If you're on a more drama side, you do have to do more work, I think. You can't just bring stuff out of nowhere, at least as easily. But because you have to do that work, it's almost like forcing you to not do a better job, but like it's almost forcing you to like do good work on your story. And so I think it leads to like a more consistently investable story. What up, Alibi? Or no, is it Albi? Albie, right? Albie Draper. Hello. Welcome. Let's see. The rigidity of pre-planned content versus improv balance when it comes to one-shots for making sure you hit the story beats. This is something that I will also say we talked a lot about during that interview. What's happening? Oh, yeah. So if you didn't catch my kind of like me, talking about the schedule last time, this is going to be Critical Trolls. So it's kind of an interlude session before we go to episode 27, I think, on Monday. So it is more of like a comedy one-shot that they ran for a charity event. And we're going to be talking about it. But SSH had some kind of pre-show topics that I thought were really good and really interesting, and I just realized that none of you can see them. So they're in here. If you want to read along, you can go to React Suggestions in the Discord. But yeah. Oh, whoops. But yeah, the rigidity of pre-planned content. I think something that I talked to Ryan about that I have found so successful during my stuff, my campaigns, and the few one-shots that I've had, the moments that were very successful was when I basically built shortcuts in. So I had, and this is something I need to get better at, is building out more plot points and like direct shortcuts. I talked about it in my map design. If I'm mapping out like a big dungeon, a lot of the times I will build in shortcuts within the dungeon that may or may not exist depending on the tone, depending on how much people like the dungeon, depending on how exactly they're interacting with it, and if I think the shortcut would be better than the rest of the dungeon that I had planned. And I think that using that sort of shortcut, but for plot points, is really good and important. There's I'm just thinking more about that Ryan Immelt interview. He just posted a short that was talking about environmental storytelling, which is something I have a whole video on, and I agree. I think he put it very well in 60 seconds. He was talking about how you can give clues in the environment, allow your players to explore, to really think about things, but if they're stuck, if they're not getting it, and if they are getting frustrated and bored, he had an example where they were searching a room that was inhabited by an assassin, but the assassin wasn't there anymore and hadn't, come out in like 5 days, hadn't paid their bill, so the tavern keeper wanted them to go up and investigate. And if the players are sitting there and they can't figure out the mystery, if they can't figure out the intrigue in the room, have the person that hired the assassin barge in. Like, just have them, walk in the door, and now they're in this social kind of confrontation of this person that hired this assassin. You're not having the assassin themselves walk in. You're not giving them the answer, but you're forcing the plot to progress. You're giving kind of this, shortcut, almost. Maybe some of the clues were pointing towards who the employer was, and you just kind of shortcut that plot if they're not getting it. But you do it in a way to where maybe they have less control. So in this case of the employer just barging in instead of you discovering their identity through the intrigue and through the mystery and through the clues, that is a lot less controllable for the PCs. That is them being put in a much worse spot than if they had found out the identity and could aggress that person, in their home, in their place of work, at, within the party's more control. So I really like that, building in more basically skip buttons of saying okay, they're not getting it. We're in a one-shot. We gotta progress the plot right now. Here you go. We're progressing it now. I've been thinking a lot about that and putting that into more of my one-shots of okay, there's 3 acts, maybe there's 5 acts, who knows. But if they're not getting through this act fast enough, I will have a shortcut. I will have something that I can introduce in the plot independent of the party's actions in order to push the plot forward and push us into the next arc. And you can also use that if they just seem bored. Maybe they're not taking too long. Maybe they're just bored as shit and they don't care about this arc that you set up, and you can just, get on past that. All right. So with that, I will go back to Critical Trolls, and we will start. This is a little bit of a shorter video, but also we all know me. I can always find shit to talk about, so I'm still going to put it on a fairly high speed. And we will get in there.
To kind of Critical Role.
So this is all the welcome. We don't really need to probably partake in that. Probably the 109, the new intro variant.
Rejects.
That's kind of funny. All right, we're going to 219 for the character introductions and the donation aspect. Very important.
Okay, welcome. So for those who weren't here for the initial completely improvised introduction of Vox Machina,
Vox Machina.
These wonderful characters. We have Dan Casey here, who plays Salty Pete. If you want to give a brief little description of your character and what you're
about. For those who don't know, I'm a pirate. Well, formerly a pirate. My name's Salty Pete. Some call me Sam. Money Sam if you're this guy over here. And I'm trying to get me ship back. I lost it in a bet. I play for Pink Slips, and I'm missing a few fingers, which you may remember from our previous adventure. They were unceremoniously cut off. Classic, I know. Classic times. That's me in a nutshell. This is me.
Fantastic.
In a mimed nutshell.
Oh,
God. I'll be here all night.
All right, and following that up, we have in the center over here the illustrious Snuggle Lord. You want to go ahead and give us a rundown of what you're all about?
Well, you can call me Snuggle Lord.
He just dead.
Damn it! That was my intro. I'm a warlock tiefling who used to be the prince of a land, and I impregnated all the impregnable, and I got bored. And given the strong word of my wonderful and empowering leader, the Shathroom, my god, per se, I decided to leave and go on a great journey to find these riches that the Shathroom had promised me. And that's when I picked up these dum-dums and paid them to be my personal bodyguards, because I don't like to mess with the riffraff and things like that.
Fantastic. That is our illustrious Snuggle Lord. And to his left, we have...
I'll say already, I see what we mean by it being more of a comedy. Which is totally fine. Like, you know, have the tone that you want at your table, whatever gets you going. I've definitely never played at a quite so comedy driven table, but yeah, it is not like, you know, off the table as far as subject matter and tone. The only thing I will say is a big compliment. I think a lot of times people, when they think of backstories, when they think of character relationships, all of that fun jazz, they can mistakenly, I think that pre-existing relationships within the party have to be purely friend or family. They can be other things. They can be employer-employee, as long as you have an established like way that you will handle that, like why you aren't paying them anymore, or maybe you are paying them and that's kind of fun. Like as long as you have an established way you're going to handle that, previous rivals that are being forced to work on the same team for some reason, I think that's a very underrepresented kind of pre-existing relationship. One of my most recent D&D campaign that I DM'd, called Thieves Can't. The main, I guess not main character, but the PC who finished their backstory first, was a bard, but they were kind of almost a rogue mastermind. They were trying to get a crew together, basically build a thieving crew, in order to steal some shit. And they hired a thug, which was like a fighter, named Mountain, who I've told the story about Clavicus I'd like to bargain before. And a like rogue assassin. And the person was a bard. And so they explicitly hired these people. And in the fiction, they basically said that, you know, they paid them like a lump sum for a certain like contract length. And then like when the contract elapsed, I kept track of it. And when the contract elapsed, they had an in-character discussion about were they going to like end the employment. And obviously, meta-wise, we know that they're not. We know that they're not going to leave the contract, leave the group, whatever. But it was a really fun interaction of like them talking through like why they are staying together after all of these adventures. You know, this was like 7 sessions in. So already I think this is a good example of like hiring bodyguards can be a great pre-existing relationship for a party to have. It can also help with some of the pre-existing dynamic struggles around who makes decisions, who's the leader. If you have that sort of relationship of like employer-employee, the employees are going to defer to the employer. And maybe that's not the relationship and aspect that ends up bearing out long-term, but it can be really helpful to have that sort of relationship at least at the beginning. So, all in all, I like that.
Turning the wondrous, talented, and very forceful personality.
Wolfguard, Fireforge, baby. Money talks, bullshit walks. Ex-pit fighter, now I'm a sellsword. Bring the money to the table and I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna do whatever you need me to do. Whatever, no questions asked, just put the money on the table and we'll discuss the details after that. But keep it coming, yeah!
That's Wolfguard. Alrighty.
That's Wolfguard.
On the
All
other
right.
table, we have 3 Well, I'll say characters in a bit. We'll get the introductions when they become part of the story. But for now, we have 3 of our talented members of Vox Machina and the regular Critical Role crew. We'll be jumping into some new characters tonight that will be unveiled later. Go ahead and introduce your guys real fast.
Our characters or
Well, no,
ourselves?
just yourselves.
Oh, hello, I'm Marisha Ray, and you can catch us on Critical Role on Thursday nights, and I'm a voice actor and host and all that stuff, and today I'm playing D&D.
Rocket.
Hi, I'm Liam O'Brien.
Hi. Liam O'Brien is an amazing voice actor who's done a lot of amazing things in a lot of amazing projects.
Oh.
I'm DBM, and your mind will be blown. I'm Orion Akaba, who's far less impressive, but also awesome. I'm a voice actor, also on Critical Role. I was on Final Fantasy, okay?
Thank you. Awesome.
Those were some damn good introductions.
Great introductions. All right.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about the donation aspect of tonight's game, or is that already been established?
The chat room is informing itself. Yes.
All right.
They are aware if they look in the chat room for the moderators of the spoken word of thy lord. I don't even know how to spin this. If you donate $500, a message may appear that could affect the outcome of the game.
Hey, yo, I just got that play on words. That's real good play on words. Now that I figured it out in my head, I'm on board. You know?
Classic moderators.
Nah,
Clerics. This fucking guy.
Wait, did I fucking miss something? What? Okay, I understand what's happening. You donate $500, you can affect the outcome of the game. I don't understand the play on words. I must have missed it. Okay.
And on that note, let's go ahead and jump in and begin tonight's game. So,
Very interesting, though. I think that this is something I've considered, because I've told you guys repeatedly, I have very little interest in doing like an actual like all-out actual play. But I have thought a lot about one-shots, like running one-shots on stream, doing videos about one-shots that I run, whatever. And I have thought about, like, how would I do chat interaction with that? Because I love talking to you guys. Chat interaction for me is, like, one of the main parts of streaming. Like, it's why I don't just make videos. It's why I stream, is to interact with the chat. So with that, I've thought through a lot of different iterations of how I could do chat interaction within a one-shot live-streamed context. So I'm very interested to see. I mean, this is very simple. $500, it'll affect it in some way. Like, that's giving a lot of flexibility to Matt, which is good, I think. But it is also, as a bad thing, giving a lot of flexibility to Matt, because it means that expectations could be easily broken. And when you're talking about $500, if Matt doesn't make it affect the game enough, that could lead to some iffy feelings, some like cash grab feelings. Although it's all for charity, so how cash grabby can it even feel, really? Wow, Orion was kind of charming there with the intro. Impressive. Yeah, I mean, he was nice. He's nice. He's nice sometimes. It sucks. It sucks that sometimes he can be all right. Chat room is chat room. That makes sense. I would never call the chat a chat room. So that would have never connected in my brain, but I do think you're right. I think you're dead on. Which is what he named his character's God. Right. Oh, just wait and see, my man. Just wait and see. Oh boy. Wait, is the Snuggle Lord a cleric? Yeah, he is a warlock. He is a warlock, which is not. I mean, the difference between a cleric and a warlock is mostly flavoring. It's mostly flavoring but it can have narrative impact and weight. Like the way that I run the difference between a cleric and a warlock is that traditionally I run it to where like a cleric is there very like voluntarily. They believe in their god's mission. They want to help him out. Like it is a very kind of more selfless type of motivation, whereas warlock is much more transactionary. It is I do their bidding in return for the power that they give me, and cleric is more like my person gives me power because I do things for them and because I worship them. It's very much like the trappings are important, like the flavor trappings are important, but it is mostly flavor. So like if someone told me I want to play a warlock, but like flavor wise I want to act more like a cleric, like I'm really into the god that I'm pacted to, I'd be fine with that. I'd allow it. Like I would still treat it at least somewhat differently than I would treat a cleric worshiping the same god, but I would allow them to get more towards that cleric-like flavor if they wanted it. Maybe I should have said patron. Yeah, I think patron god. I think he referred to it in more of like a cleric god type of deal. It's just lets you know that good people can also be a problem player. Yeah, 100%. Like, I think problem player has a pretty, I don't know, not fucked up, but like it has a tough connotation because I think that problem player is mostly used for people that are bad people, or I don't think anyone's a bad person necessarily, but like, I think it is most often used for people that aren't just playing a game wrong. Like they are being active and inherent dicks even outside of the game, which I don't think Orion is. It appears at least. Like I don't think he's playing the game well. I don't think he's like a good player, but it doesn't seem like he's a total dickhead outside of it. So yeah, it's sort of a weird situation. The two outside players have decent experience. The other guys only played the one time prior. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's get into it.
Oh, Salty Pete.
Salty
Actually,
Pete.
the Snuggle Lord, I believe, has a custom miniature. Is that in the studio at the moment?
Oh, the miniature?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot it. You know, I was here a little late last night and didn't bring it like an idiot.
Oh,
Great, I'm never gonna hear the end of it now.
Okay, we'll use this for you in the meantime. But
Okay, thank you.
Wow. If we get to 70,000
Tisk,
people,
tisk, tisk.
I will leave this
he will
game, I will
come
go
home,
and I will
get it, come back.
all right, so
And we'll all sit here and wait.
okay, you'll only hear about it on Twitter. So to begin, Salty Pete, Snuggle Lord, and Ulfgar, having done some dubious yet strangely publicly lauded deeds in the recent months, enjoyed a small period of fleeting coin surplus where they drank and gambled away most of their hard-earned bounties. Pardon me. This period of hard luck, almost seemingly brought on by the mildly antagonistic scoundrel Shendo McCree.
If you John, I'd be interested in looking at that. If you have like a concise I don't know, like clip or even like an episode number where they like kind of explain it. But if it's like a whole, like, you know, you have to watch it and you have to get a lot of context, then maybe not. But if there's like a short explanation, I'd be interested.
Has you nearing doing far dirtier work than you were used to, which would have to be quite dirty based on your
Yeah,
guys'
dude,
history.
I seem to have forgotten what some of those things were. Could you elaborate a little bit? How dirty are we talking here?
Well, things you've done in the past involved, from what public knows, saving a small village from a poisonous arcane sand golem with some artifact beneath. On the outside, and not done so well, you burned half the village down. You nearly threatened to kill those few survivors that were there, and took a little bit of gold that remained in the pockets of those completely distraught villagers.
Collateral
But we
damage, baby.
did save that woman from the house.
Semantics.
You did. You're right. I take it back. However, currently, ailing from the immediate lack of funds, you sit about the raucous alcohol-misted tavern known as Varian's Beer Den, drinking what
Also, raucous instead of raucous.
remains from the inside of your coin purses, and currently discussing amongst yourselves how the hell to pull yourself out of this looming debt.
Ugh, how are we going to pull ourselves out of this looming debt? It's just looming.
Well, if you've done what I've asked you to do,
I think there's that a debt arc could be really interesting. I've never seen it done. I've never done it myself, and I very much understand why it is not a like instant go-to for a lot of DMs. Like, is telling the players like, hey, you have this giant gold sink that you have to pay down, could kind of feel pretty bad. But I do think that it could be an interesting plotline. Sort of similar to like a prison plotline or like a prison break plotline, which I know other people have done. Doing a debt plot could be interesting, especially if there are some consequences to not doing it. Maybe they try to weasel out of it. And I think something that like my brain is going towards is it's like, I think a debt plotline could almost be more interesting the more ludicrous the amount is, right? Like, if it's like a reasonable amount that they could actually just like grind and pay, they might do that, and that might be lame. But if you give them like an insane debt, like 2 million gold or something, like if you give them something insane and then use it to push them towards something, maybe an artifact that they could sell. Like maybe the person who holds their debt offers them a choice of like, okay, it's 2 million gold or this artifact. Maybe they fucking try to kill the debt holder. Maybe they try to weasel their way out of it with some legalese. Like, I think that there are a lot of interesting things that you could do if you just make the debt unpayable. Like, just make it to where there's no... It wouldn't even be a consideration in their mind to try and pay it off. So they have to come up with a clever way to get out of it. And depending on what they're interested in, whoever holds their debt could be like a villain of the arc. So like maybe that is like the setup to the villainous arc, is that he is introduced as their debt holder. And so they frame him for something. Maybe they discover all of these like other shady shit that he's doing. And so then their debt gets forgiven by some higher noble. Like, there's all sorts of ways around that, but I think that's a kind of an interesting plot line to play with. It's a consequence, and you could make it a timed consequence so that, you know, everything that they're doing in the interim is approaching this kind of cliff where they have to pay off their debt that they obviously can't pay off. Like, what are they gonna do? That could be kind of interesting. That could be something fun to play with. BTW, these characters are like level 4-ish. Got it. Okay, cool. So we're level 4, level 5. We're talking about, you know, somewhere between local and regional heroes. So they should be taking on, you know, like maybe like a warlord, maybe something that's maybe threatening a city, maybe something that's threatening a county. A hag comes to mind. Some interesting things. Warlock has a magic patron and a financial patron. Sounds about right. Yeah. You make a great point. If you have a warlock in the party, if you're like a higher level party, like one of the higher level arcs could literally be that like the warlock's patron is fucking them over and is going to take away the warlock's powers, essentially reset them to 0 if they don't pay off this debt. And it's like, and again, it's a ludicrous debt. It's something that you like work into the warlock's backstory of like, you know, they agreed to this like absolutely insane, ludicrous debt if they ever like broke one of the terms of their pact. You know, like maybe there's a contract, and if they break the terms of the pact, they have to pay off this insane debt like per infraction. And maybe it's only like 100 gold per infraction, but there's some like trading card game level like infinite loop where like where they basically owe an infinite amount of gold because of like a legal like looping mechanism that keeps adding debt for like one infraction. That could be like a super interesting story for a higher level party to approach of like, do we take out this guy's like pact patron? What happens if we do? Like, does he lose his powers? Can we transfer his pact somehow? Like, that could be a super interesting plotline.
Just to communicate with these peasants and possibly find us some good bounty work, or at least something.
No one wants to talk to a man with 7 fingers. No one!
Valid point. How about...
What?
Well, you tape on another finger, maybe, perchance.
Oh, yeah, that's not suspicious at all.
I mean, if you want this finger I'm still wearing around my neck, I mean, you can have it back.
No,
but...
it looks good. It completes the outfit.
Thank you.
All right, if I could have you guys all roll a perception check real fast. Go roll a d20, add your perception skill to the d20 roll.
9.
Alrighty.
I would use passive, but go on.
21.
Damn.
Very perceptive.
Yeah.
Snuggle Lord.
I'm looking at everything.
Perception is right here.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's 3.
Yeah, 19.
19, okay. While Salty Pete is currently staring at the lowly stumps of what used to be his digits on one hand, the two of you notice on the far side of the bar, a young girl, maybe 16 or so, rushes into the tavern from the back with a hooded cloak covering most of her features. She runs over to the tavern owner behind the bar, a rather robust-looking gentleman in his kind of mid-30s, big square chin, kind of Gaston in appearance, and a bit of swagger to how he runs this establishment, this being the Varian character. She runs up to him and hands him a piece of parchment, kind of talking to him for a bit. You can't make out the actual speech, and they're too far to make out what the lips are saying, but she hands him the parchment, they speak for a bit. Varian then reaches down and hands her a little bit of gold. You actually, Ulfgar, recognize the amount of gold passed over as you are very tuned in to the presence of gold. Five gold pieces have been passed on to this young girl, of which she immediately nods, pulls her hood up even closer, and then darts back out the door she entered from.
She was just getting a dime bag. It's fine.
Just a little bump.
Checking out an underage woman, was something else going on in that situation?
No, silly. I was checking out that gold over there, man. I don't care about women. Just
What
gold.
are you on about?
What gold are you speaking of?
There's some gold in that patch that she gave to him. Now I'm about to go over there and I'm gonna seduce him.
If anyone can do it,
Carry on.
So
Go for it.
hey there, I feel like two beefy dudes like me and you can really share some gold and some good times together. What do you think?
So as you approach Varian at the bar and say this to him, Varian looks at you with a quizzical expression and goes, well, I don't mean to tell you one way or the other, but I'm, first off, very confused, but mildly blushing at this offer you've given me. But, strangely enough, you walk with those two at the table you were just at, I assume, yes?
Yeah.
Well, Snuggleface as well. Come this way. It appears I have a notice for the three, and I would like to share this information.
Wait, hold up. On us?
Yes, it's requested right here.
Is it notice or wanted papers?
Well, that is information that comes at a price in this place. Understood, information is expensive, and I paid quite a sum to be the messenger. It's the way the work is done, my friend.
Yeah, I see. But you also look so stressed. Maybe I can massage you up. You know, these fighter hands are mighty strong, and I can really, get those kinks out.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Give that man advantage.
13.
-1?
Yeah.
Varian goes, a tempting offer based on the nuts that have been acquired over many years of hard labor behind this bar. But I think, as you would respect, money talks.
Bullshit walks. I like this guy. I like this
Yeah.
guy. This guy's like
knows
me.
us.
He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Listen, it's your catchphrase.
Listen, how about you just tell me what's on the fucking sheet you have right there?
Oh,
Right now.
straight shooter.
Or what? I fail to see, despite your somewhat demonic appearance, the soft, cuddly exterior of the clothing you wear. I have not this. You stare at me with such darkness. I am confused by this.
These two here, these two assholes that I employ, are at my bidding. They may be stupid, but they punch hard.
Actually, at the current time, he has way more money than you, and I'm liable to fight for his sake and his body.
Listen, for the sake of hypothetical.
Next time we're going to step away from the man I'm trying to intimidate, and we
If-
discuss this as a group.
Well, maybe you can lube us in next time instead of just being like, oh, they're so
rolling with the
stupid.
moment.
They don't get it. They've got feelings.
No,
to do.
seriously. I'm over here having a good flirt session. You guys coming up here.
That was going nowhere.
It's super
That was
effective.
going
That
nowhere.
was close.
Snugglord, make an intimidation check with disadvantage. Yes, roll twice and take the lower.
I do. Okay, I really like that aspect from Matt of like when you're in these more like funny comedic settings when everyone's super into it, at least like at the table, it can you have to be careful about letting them go on too long, like basically letting the joke get run into the ground. I have noticed the few like comedic, segments or, like hyper comedic, I would say, segments at my table, they can run long. Like the characters can lose a lot of steam, they can lose a lot of momentum, and they just like run the bit into the ground, like really beat a dead horse with it. I don't know why it's more common in D&D than in, normal discussion. But I find that it really is. And so as a DM, you need to be prepared to push forward like Matt did of just like interrupting them and saying like, all right, roll the intimidation check. And I honestly think that can make the joke even funnier. Like allowing their bickering to be interrupted, especially if it's this type of joke, like that type of like overlapping bickering is almost always interrupted, because if it just peters out, it becomes lame, but it's really funny while it's happening. And so you have to interrupt it. Like you have to allow it to be really funny, and then you have to interrupt it, because if it just peters out, it becomes less and less and less funny the longer it goes on. So yeah, nice little move from Matt there.
You might as well just say it.
He's gonna go just like earlier.
So Varian at this point crosses his arms, clutching the parchment in his hand, and goes, "That was adorable." But no, seriously, 15 gold.
God, that's a lot of money, man.
No, it's the promises this parchment provides. It looks very informative.
I hate asking.
Can I try to use sleight of hand to replace it with a piece of paper in my back?
So you're just gonna do that right here, right
Close up magic.
Go for it with disadvantage. It's gonna be a hard one, but
Do it.
Come on,
Double
Dave.
20s.
Come on, Casey.
Come on, man.
That is a 20. That's a
No,
net.
hold on. Let me see if that is a 20.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a 20.
okay. So roll again.
So roll again and hope it's another 20.
No!
20.
Hold on. 13.
As your hand slides across the front of the bar, your finger touches the edge of the parchment. You kind of wink and point with your most fingers. In the direction. He glances briefly, and as you give a slight tug, you feel his meaty hand slap on your wrist and slowly pull back your hand. His glance comes back towards yours, meeting your gaze, and goes, "It is now 20 gold, my friend."
Oh,
I take this.
you got me there.
Okay, this is so funny. This is exactly what I was talking about with the druid during the bottle episode. Because social encounters don't have any actual mechanical visual implication to anything that you do or visual mechanical consequence to anything that you do. You as the DM have to give progress within the situation, whether that is positive or negative. Lol, 5 gold consequence. Yeah, but at least it's something. It is letting them know that if they keep fucking around, they're going to keep driving up this price. And so they can choose to keep fucking around and you just keep giving them more and more consequences. I think that's exactly and it's harder when it's a more dramatic situation like with the druid. It is harder to show that progression, but you need to do it through their speech, through them explicitly saying that maybe some options are locked off. Maybe there was a chance that he went back to the city with them in the druid's case. But then you explicitly say he's not going back to the city with you, or he says to them, "I'm never going back to the city." You start locking off certain avenues, but very out loud, very verbally. Because if it's implied or it's not directly said, then persuasion contests and checks can start to feel really sluggish. So I like that instant consequence of he tried a thing, he failed, consequence. That's beautiful.
I'll go ahead and take this opportunity to rest my hand on his hand and say, "We can work this out, my friend. We got something here for both of us."
Small street urchin boy runs by and steals paper.
What? Oh.
Suddenly, the paper is snatched out from Varian's hand. The influence of the dark deity somehow pushing fate along. This child that shouldn't even have been in this tavern in the get-go is just small enough to stay out of sight. Just runs off clutching the paper in his hand, out the back door.
Oh.
Let's chase him.
Air
This guy
chance.
he has to hold to the business. We can go after him.
Yeah, you guys chase him. I'll hold it down over here.
We're not sleeping with this
I'll
man.
hold it down over here.
When we get
I'll hold
back-
it down over
when
here.
we get back,
There's
we'll do it.
another opportunity later. Let's get the child. Go.
It takes 3 of us to catch 1 orphan.
Okay.
Well, yes, obviously in this situation.
all right.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, you guys charge out into the night air, looking across both sides. Everyone make a perception check real fast to see if you can ascertain which direction the child went.
18 for me.
8.
All right, Wolfgar, your keen eyes glance back and forth. To the left, you can see the small child ducking into a nearby alleyway just before disappearing into the shadows. You guys continue following and curving in that alleyway, and you realize that child, while trying to do their best to escape, has somehow found themselves cornered in the back of a dead end. The child turns real fast, breathing heavily.
Look, I mean no harm. I need money from my mum to eat, and I'll give this to you for 5 gold. It's cheaper than what the man was offering. Aye.
How about I give you some of my rations? You said you want food to eat. You ain't gonna buy new Air Jordans.
We are 3.
Whatever those are.
We are 3. Well,
Are you suggesting
one,
we give
one
his mother
competent
one
warrior
less
and
mouth
2
to feed?
bodyguards. We could easily bully this small child into giving us what we want. You
we-
give up some of our food. Take the damn paper.
This kid, I'm feeling bad for him. I feel like
He's an
like a little
entrepreneur.
me. Yeah, he's like a little me right there. Trying to get that gold. That's real cute, kid. You're on a good path. This is the path you want to be on right now, though.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding. We'll hope that maybe we can come to a deal on this. 5 gold, please.
All right. Do we have 5 gold left?
I have 1. 1 gold.
We can't afford a piece of paper.
All right. How about this? You want to feed your mama, right? You want to feed your mama? I want to feed your mama too.
Whoa!
That's a small child.
I am not going to bully a child. That's not the life I live.
But you'll fuck her mother?
Maybe. Look.
He said, to be fair, he said feed. Yeah. It's open to interpretation.
I knew what he meant, and he did not deny.
The child's like slowly backing away further into the
Hey, slow down. How about we each give you a day's worth of rations?
Make a persuasion roll. I'll say with advantage, because you've been the one person being nice to this kid since you arrived. So roll twice and take the higher.
Let's see. 13.
13. The kid.
Oh, I'll happily take your rations and the 1 gold you've got, if that's okay. If you got 1 gold, I mean, that's an easy enough transition, right?
What's the
That's
grandma's
a
gold?
kid. Hey, do you want to
She
be my
gave
son?
that to me on her
You want to
deathbed.
be my son? I think I'll make this kid my son. He's coming with us. He's coming on this adventure with us, guys.
Fine.
Can I come with you? Are you going on an adventure?
Whoa, this changes it.
Hold on.
He wants to come with us.
Okay, the overlapping is a bit much. But hey, if they're having fun, who fucking cares? And it looks like they are. Is it maybe the best television? Debatable. But totally chill if they're all having fun at the table. All good. Also, I'm debating how to feel about the rations thing, because part of my brain is like, dude, you're not tracking rations, just give them the rations. But the other part of my brain, like, that's like a metagaming part of my brain that I don't want to be in. And it's food in the narrative of the thing. So it, some of them being more hesitant about it is totally reasonable. So this is one of the first times, especially in watching CR, that I find my metagaming brain kind of taking over in this random situation. I think it's also because it is it's a limited session, and it's a limited series. It's a one shot, and they're just arguing about nothing, right? Like they're arguing about this random, like, not giving them fucking 1 ration each. Like, it is a bit of metagaming maybe, but, like, I don't know, keep the pace up. One shots are tough because it does, like, you want to stay in as much as possible, but also you want to keep the pace up even as a player. Like, that is also partially your responsibility. And I like Matt's thing here. I wouldn't have even had them roll persuasion. I would have just said, like, yup, he's down for the rations and the 1 gold. Like, I think that's a lovely response to this of, like, don't make it free. Still make them pay a little bit. That's it's interesting, at least. So there is still a little bit of conflict afterwards, but definitely push them towards this solution that they can achieve so that they keep going. Like, this 3 rations and the 1 gold is something that they are able to do. And so presenting that as a DM is a good way to keep the pace up of, like, hey, maybe you can't do 5 gold. Here's an option you can do. They're down with it. Let's keep going. Warlock got the super god and the side patron. The super god and the side piece, yeah.
You know I'm not son.
Yes.
This child dying very quickly or very high. We won't have to feed them now for too much longer.
Okay, you're taking away
So
some.
you're saying that we take him along with us like a meaty, expendable intern.
But I will take him as my son.
What's expendable mean?
Dinnerkin, what was you talking about, Junior? You're driving a hard bargain. Hold on, the adults are talking.
Let's take him.
Salty.
Salty. You know how much I wanted a little boy.
Ever since you were a little boy.
Yeah. So let me get this little boy.
You idiots have known each other for that long?
We're pen pals. He's a mountain dwarf. I'm a hill person. We communicate.
Yeah,
It's classic. Classic.
Yeah, you can go with us, kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You are to only speak
Also, welcome, Muddy Gravy. I don't believe I've seen you here before. Welcome to the live. Good to have you.
to this one.
All right.
Or this one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Oh, you gonna help me raise him? You gonna help me raise him,
Oh,
son?
you read me mind.
Oh.
Okay, so I won't talk to the fuzzy one. I'll just talk to you two. Okay, here's your parchment.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I've always wanted to be an adventurer.
He reaches aside and pulls out this like wooden sword that's kind of moldy and haphazardly constructed. He kind of swings it around.
Oh, look at, he's making me cry because it's so cute. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's your name, little wee orphan?
Stephen.
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 All right, that'll do.
My brother's name's Stephen. My mum was very original, but at least this way we can tell each other apart.
It's all right. A PH is more sophisticated.
Ah, thank you.
Unless it's an F, in which case, a little continental.
It's a PH then.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, let's go.
I don't know how to
You
read.
look over the parchment that you receive. The actual note.
I take it from him because he can't read.
This is the worst idea.
We just explained how we were pen pals.
I know that those were small drawings.
No, pitch posh.
Pish
Note says,
posh.
seeking the ones called Vox Machina.
It's asking for us.
Oh, is that what we're called now?
It's stuck.
I, myself, am known as the alchemist Kioli. I have an issue that seems to befit your skill set.
It seems if I keep reading, there might be some sort of mention of money, so I'm going to continue.
Please, don't stop to tell us that. Just fucking read it.
Come to my home, the grey brick building at the corner of the town square. There, I shall be able to present to you, perchance, a way to make a bit of coin for yourself.
You were right.
You heard that?
Yeah.
I was reading in my head.
What? Oh, man. Our cycles
We have to go
must be lined
some
up.
things later, but basically we need to go to this building and there's a possible job for us.
I like that. Job means money. Stephen, rule number 1, always do something if it's for money. No matter what.
Always.
All right. Okay, for the money then. Okay.
As you guys continue towards the center of the town square, you eventually take a look about and you find the grey brick building on the corner indeed. The windows themselves is a dim light from the inside. The front door is closed. It looks to be a small, relatively unadorned or simple building, more for a function than visual presentation. As you walk up to the edge of the door appears to be closed and locked.
It's locked.
I will say this is something that Matt has done on both of these one-shots that he didn't do in the Slayer's... Or no, he still did it in the Slayer's Take. In the Slayer's Take, in the Diesel, in this one, Matt has spent a considerable amount of time introducing the story and the plot of the one-shot within, like, the plot and pacing of the one-shot itself, which I think is a mistake. And I think it's a mistake because I've done it. The last one-shot that I ran, I had what I thought was going to be a really fun intro sequence. And to be fair, frankly, you know, humility is a virtue, and it's something I'm sometimes lacking, but I think confidence is also a virtue. I think I did better than Matt did, where I made introing the quest sort of a social challenge, or sort of basically an exploration challenge / puzzle, where they would get a different version of events depending on who they talk to. I set them in a room with 15 people, all in like distinct groups, and basically each person could go and talk to one group before they were all going to leave. And there were more groups than there even were players. So they were guaranteed going to get a different lensing of the quest depending on who they talked to. Now, I thought that was really cool. However, it wasted a bunch of fucking time. It took so long. And we weren't even into the fucking shit yet. Like, we hadn't even started the plot. It took like an hour or like a half an hour for me to even introduce the plot, even though it was fun and cool. Get rid of that shit. Leave that for a campaign. Just introduce what they are doing right at the top. It's a monologue. It is a piece that you have already sent out ahead of time. Like, they should be in the dungeon. They should be like, hey, they were talking about a way to pay down their debt, yada, yada, yada. They got this note saying to meet this person here, and you can maybe start there. Maybe don't even start there. Be like, they talked to the person here who gave them this quest. You can say all of that in a minute and then actually get to the meat of the plot and the quest, etc. So even though I like that little sequence that I did in my last one-shot, it took so much time. And that one-shot was massively too long. Insanely too long. I needed to cut fat. And that was a giant piece that I could have cut. All of this is fat that you could cut. The Diesel had, in a, what was it, like 30-minute session? He had like 3 to 5 minutes of just introducing the plot. Insane. Now, to his credit there. He did not know. He was probably trying to trim out a lot of the fat and didn't have it prepared to talk about ahead of time. So I don't necessarily blame him there. But in both this and the Slayer's Take, he had the people at the Slayer's Take give them the contracts and talk to them about the contracts both times. No. Just beforehand, just say, hey, this is the contract they gave you. This is what it says. This is what it does. You are in the town square. What do you do? And like I'm thinking about the Rakshasa one especially. They had so much delayed time of like talking about the Rakshasa, talking to the people, whatever. Like, and it is a little bit different with guest players. You still have to introduce the guest players, but specifically in terms of introducing the quest, cut the fat. Vox Machina is nicer to children followers than Vox Machina is to Keenan. That is true, but to be fair, Vox Machina honestly seems like generally on the whole nicer. These two guys seem nicer than most of Vox Machina, and he seems about as bad as most of Vox Machina. I think they're just a nicer group of fellas in general.
That's where I come in.
Yeah.
I've got what's left of my masterwork thieves' tools. I'd like to unlock the door.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. We can always burn it down.
Oh, come on.
So roll add your dexterity bonus and your proficiency modifier.
Come on, 3 fingers.
Great. All right. Dexterity is +3, 18 plus my modifier. What is this again? Just a +2 should be a proficiency modifier.
There we go. So 20.
20.
Yeah.
With but a swift move of your wrist, the door slowly creaks open. You can see the low kind of reddish-orange light from the interior of the room becomes visible. Immediately, as you kind of push the door open and glance inside, it is cluttered, wall to wall, just small wooden crates and some broken glass jars that contain sort of dried weeds and other types of plant matter. As you peek around the corner, you can see there are a number of shelves and tables set up before you that have strange long glass contraptions with like small brass wires that wind up along long tubes. Liquids bubble and churn of all different sort of colors and textures.
Yeah, so this is very clearly important shit, right? This is very clearly plot relevant. So like if I was redoing this, which no one asked me to do obviously, cut the previous 20 minutes. Just say you got this note, it had this address, you're standing outside of the address. And like you can let them banter, you can let them do what the fuck ever, and then basically the first thing that actually would happen was him picking the lock. Like that should be where this started 20 minutes ago.
The smell that hits you is this very aggressively iron-like...
Especially because, and it didn't happen here, but, like, what if they just choose not to take the paper? Like, straight up, what if they're just like, no? Or what if they do something like, I don't know, this is obviously a super contrived example, but say that, for some reason they didn't know the radius of a fireball, and the paper definitely should get burned up in a fiery inferno. Now what do you do? Like, that was your plot device. That was how you were going to get them in. And so, like, I think especially for the intro, for, like, a very important plot point, set them outside of it. Don't rely on them getting there. Be like, you have accepted this. This is the quest for the one-shot. Hooray. This is where you're starting. Like, and if they want to fuck off from there, like, that's where you start building in your shortcuts and your whatever. But you've at least given them the minimum that they need for the session. Like, for the session to make sense, you need, like, a minimum amount of information given to the players. And that should all come before the session, in my opinion. I think you should like put it out in an article, in a short video, in a monologue at the top that, you know, you can deliver much faster than they could act out. Like, all of that should be delivered in some faster way. But you need the D&G trope of meeting in a tavern. No, you don't. I love me a tavern. I love me a good tavern. But nah.
scent that causes your sinuses to immediately expand with this burning sensation. Across the room, you see hunched over what looks like a small iron table with big, thick leather gloves on, a humanoid figure that is currently crouched in the middle of a very, very intense, some sort of a situation, such as working or tinkering.
It looks like a hoarder.
This could be a dicey situation. I think this might be a good opportunity to maybe get your new son some experience, possibly go and greet this fine.
I'm not gonna send my new son.
Nothing bad ever happened from sending a child.
I'm not sending my new
Surprise,
son. I'm not sending my new son down the hall. He's not going down there.
Fucking assholes.
Now, Stefan, stay with Uncle Pete. I'm gonna go down there.
Fair enough, that's fine.
I'll stay with Uncle Pete. Hi, Uncle Pete.
Hello, Stefan.
Oh god.
So, I'll go investigate down the hole.
Okay, so as you open the door and step into the room, you get a better view of the interior. I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Oh, I'm the one who's good at stealth.
I mean, assuming he's trying to stealth.
Whoops.
Clang,
So,
clang,
as
clang,
you,
clang.
as you step in and look around the rest of the door, you see there's actually 3 other individuals inside this room on the other side of the wall, all patiently sitting arm to arm. As you step in, you get about 2 or 3 steps before your elbow bumps one of the nearby tables. As it hits it, boom, a glass jar that's been on the edge topples and falls, shattering on the ground. Instinctively, the gentleman who's hunched over the other table goes, "Who's that?" and just throws something in the air. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
This is not going well.
7.
So
You take
dexterous.
4 points of acid damage.
Christ!
Suddenly, this vial spinning in the air shatters in the ground before you, filling your space with this horribly caustic liquid. It fills your lungs and kind of pocks the outside of your skin, and you're coughing. It burns the inside. And he's, "Oh, I'm sorry, you spooked me. Wait, what are you doing here?
Hey, will you just throw acid juice at anybody walking your house? Come on, man.
That door was locked for a reason.
Intruder!
Intruder!
This isn't our hotel room? Oh, my goodness.
Backup guys could
What?
come in here and grab that juice out the air.
What's going on with you? Get out of our room.
See, Stephanie, this is why you send the dumb ones in first.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't stop talking crazy.
He's not supposed to talk to you. You're sending him mixed signals.
Sorry, Father.
Yeah, don't listen to this crazy dude.
All right. At which point, wait, are you a Vox Machina? I recognize you, the Snuggle one. Yes, I called you here. I'm sorry about the violent thing.
We got your notes.
You spooked me. Good. Step inside. Interesting. Usually when I call in the aid of various mercenary groups, it takes them a long time to inquire. I appear to have 2 that have arrived at the same time.
Oh.
Conundrum. And at which point he looks over to the group of the other 3 who are currently waiting on the side of the room if you guys would like to describe yourselves.
Hello.
Describe yourselves.
Hello there, friend. How you doing? My name's Caleb.
Okay, so this is almost, I mean, they are essentially guest players in this, right? Vox Machina has been our POV characters so far, so these 3 are essentially guest characters, guest PCs. And just like the Rakshasa episode, oh my god, we are 20 minutes in before they're even getting to play. The session's only like 2 hours long. You didn't let them play for like 1/6 of the session. It's not actually 2 hours long. It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes. 1/10 of the session. Whatever. This is why we need to trim all that fat at the beginning. Just start it with them walking in, and fuck it. If you want it to be a really wacky and crazy opening, have it start with them like opening the doors, just chatting away and throwing the acid vial. Like first, like you deliver your whole monologue, and that's where your monologue ends. Throwing the acid vial. Everyone make dexterity saves. Now they are reacting to something. They're not having to push the action, as it were, because even what I said before of like, okay, have them, be outside the house, and then the first action that they take, whatever, that does allow them a lot of agency, but it is kind of a boring and a start that doesn't give them a lot of momentum. If you just start them outside of the house, you are starting them from like 0 momentum. And to Matt's credit, while he does have them just chit-chatting for like a second, which I don't think is a great way to start it, he eventually, in the tavern, had this fucking thing, and he had them all roll perception checks to like kind of start the momentum. I would cut everything before that. Cut everything. Have it be a monologue, a video, an article, whatever, up until like the first roll, whether it's a save, a check, what have you. Cut everything, abstract it all into a nice tight package, and then have him throw the acid vial, and they're all making dex saves. Like, I think that's where you start the session so that they have something to react to. There's already some momentum, and they know what they're interacting with, and they have like somewhere for their characters to go. They don't have to like come up with it themselves. when they're going from, stone cold. They just went from working their day job. And now it's like, okay, you're in a tavern, write a story, fucker. Like, yeah. So this is just being goofy with people you know and work with. D&D is just what is in front of them. Yeah, I agree. I think that what I'm talking about is sort of separate from the actual tone of the session. It's just like, if you want to have a I don't think that my advice on this particular aspect of like abstracting the front end of it, I don't think that changes regardless of if it's like super comedic, super dramatic, what the tone is, whatever. I think you should start your players off in the action no matter what. Give them more material to fuck around with. Like, I think that their fucking around with the kid was much funnier and much more engaging, and they all seemed more engaged than when they were just chatting about their fingers and their debt in the beginning of the tavern. Like, to me, it seemed like they were having more fun. They were also having more fun when they were talking to the guy about the paper. Like, when Matt gives them something to talk about, it gives them things to riff on. It gives them ways to express their personality. So, even if it is just being goofy, starting them off with, hey, here's the thing to goof and gaff on. Not putting them in a blank room and saying, go find the thing to goof, But the goofy nature of it is definitely, it's a very different tone, and I do think, I already think Matt is pretty hands-off with his players when it comes to roleplay, and this is a tough marrying of the two, of like being hands-off, allowing them to just goof and gaff around, but also not letting the pacing get out of control. I think if you're doing a more comedic style like this, you probably want to do a pretty bare fucking bones story. Like, not as bare bones as D and Diesel, obviously, but if you know that they're going to be doing a lot of comedy, a lot of fucking around, a lot of goofing and gaffing, you probably want the story to be pretty stripped down, or at least just to have, like, very few plot points. Things that are easy to, like, progress between, where there's not this whole, like, chain of plot points that have to get hit. We'll see.
Quellen. Pleased to meet you. Wood elf, druid, do things.
Quaalude Methaqualen.
Yes,
Wood
that's
elf druid.
Yes,
you do things.
I do.
Great.
Lovely. Nice to meet you. Hi, this is my associate.
My name is Kurt. I come from the Northern Hills. A barbarian folk. I don't wear much. I don't have much patience. So don't test it.
Yeah, I see it. I'm liking what I'm seeing
You're
right there.
fitting
Liking
great.
that outfit, baby. Yeah.
Really working.
I can go that way.
Open mind, free open mind, all of us.
What's your name again, Liam?
Court.
Court, all right.
Hello, I'm Edna, and I'm 79 years young. Can you believe it? I know that one gets them every time.
Josephine, leader of the Guild of Moderators, steps out of the shadows and stares unblinking at the party. She holds out an enchanted red stapler and says, "It is dangerous to go alone. Take this."
The fuck are you?
He won't stand in the corner
I
like
drop
that.
it.
Dude, hey, come on. In that corner. That's quick.
I somehow feel like all of these things are being driven by some unseen force. This is the proof I was telling you about. The shadow exists.
I remain thoroughly agnostic. All I see is a
Under all the
stapler.
things that have happened.
I'd love to take this creation, this...
So you're not going to throw acid at her? She just came out of nowhere. You didn't throw acid at her? So I'm the only one.
Presumably she was old.
Yeah. I've captured that SSH. It is interesting. If that is going to be in, you need even less plot points. You need even fucking less, like, of a like, things that you need to hit. Like, this needs to be as structureless as possible. Like, you need to have a big skeleton, but when you know that the chat is going to be able to actively fuck with you in your story, you need to have very few plot points, which is tough. Or at least you need to have a ton of your plot points be optional. I think that's a very big thing here, is you need to have like 4 plot points that actually matter. And you need to have a ton of other ones that are totally optional. They can just be skipped or abstracted or coalesced into one other thing. This would be fucking hard. Not because of anything. Like, the little boy, I think that Matt handled well. This doesn't really do much besides, like, you know, goof and gaff, fuck around. Like, doesn't really impact the plot. But the possibility of how this could interact with the plot, like, they are lucky. Matt is really lucky. Just to harsh on his intro one more time. He's really lucky that the first chat message said an orphan stole it rather than, a drunk mage suddenly lights the paper on fire, burning it to a crisp. Because they totally could have done that. So fuck me, man. You need very few plot points, and you need them to be ironclad. You need them to be non-fuckable with. They cannot be hot in any way. Yeah, wow. That is insane. When I have thought about chat interaction for like a one-shot or whatever, I have thought about like, oh, the chat can like pick the target priority of the monsters. Or maybe there's like a hanging chandelier hanging by a thread and the chat gets to kind of choose like when it'll drop or something like that. Like really minor things. But being able to like, yeah, to be able to whose line is it anyways this entire session requires some really heavy improv skills. But even with whose line is it anyways, the problem with D&D is that you can't just drop it. Like, it happened, it's in the fiction now, you can't get rid of it. Like, eventually on whose line is it anyway, or like an improv show, they leave the bit at some point. Like, they move on. Can't do that in D&D, especially can't do that in a one-shot, where you have super limited time like this. I don't know. It is risky. I'll say that. But also, it's a $500 donation, so and people love fucking with that sort of shit, so I'm sure it'll raise a lot of money. That is tough. That is tough. Now, you get to see Matt dance as a DM. This is why I said you needed to react to it. That's fair. He will have to fucking... Yeah, he'll have to dance. That is interesting.
Let's calm down and let's.
At this point, the puff of cloud smoke slowly disappears as the guild leader has extended the stapler, looks over towards the alchemist inviting, and he goes, "Oh, that's Josephine. I've known her for quite some time. Don't worry, that's how she gets in and out of the room. It's a bit spooky. A stapler, that's curious. Have you tinkered this item yourself?" And she kind of extends it and goes,
I like working it into the other NPC in the room.
"No, I just know that whatever
it.
you were requiring of these groups was a bit dangerous, and I figure they should take this."
I will take that. Thank you.
Fair enough.
That's what I like you. You know, that's it.
That's not language.
He's speaking in italics.
I think it's about. I love what you're wearing. Is what I'm saying. Huh? Nobody can understand what you're saying.
Is your party member high?
No, he's just Johnny Depp as a pirate.
Baron.
She bamps out, puff of black smoke.
If you really want me to go that far.
This is gonna be interesting with him being on fucking Quaalude painkillers, whatever. Because we are bordering on him possibly being drunk Orion-esque and being cringe. But also, in this type of hyper-comedic tone, that might work a little bit better than drunk Orion did during last episode. So, maybe.
All right, well, I guess it's time to introduce myself.
What does that stapler do? You know, I might be able to detect magic on it. You know, I've been doing a little bit of studying. Who says an old dog can't learn new tricks? Am I right? Let me see.
A cat.
What? What? I can't. I'm sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing.
She's a cat.
You're a cat.
Yes.
No, it's
You're a kitty cat.
lovely
Oh.
to meet you.
I'd like to meet you. Lovely to meet you.
Oh, what was your name? Good
Salty
Sonny?
Pete.
Salty?
Salty Pete,
Oh, no,
a.k.a.
that's-
Sam, a.k.a. Money Sam.
Money Sam, baby, how you doing, baby?
When did this new alias come about?
Approximately 15 to 20 minutes into last adventure.
All right, so
last week.
The last time we had a big adventure.
I'm
You remember.
Fireforge, Cell Sword, X Pit Fighter, Money Talks, Bullshit Walks. This is my son, Stephen Fireforge, X Street Urchin, Dope Warrior Baby. Kid, that's my warrior baby. He does warrior baby stuff.
Hi, I'm his warrior baby.
You're a lively bunch.
You know, he's a bit
lively.
young. Don't you
And
think
I
he's a
am
very young
Snugglelord,
boy?
the leader of this terrifying group
Extra
of
fluffy.
mercenaries. And
Yeah, Hans, like, having it directly affect story and plot is, whew, that is a tall glass of fucking water. I can't imagine. Yeah, it's a bit too much chaos for me. But also, if this is what gets you out of bed in the morning, if this is what gets you torqued up, like, if your table really enjoys this sort of thing, you know, obviously your table's not going to have chatters donating money. But if you guys want to do like a fucking bowl in the middle that just inserts crazy things, I say go for it. And actually, this is actually somewhat based on a optional rule from the DM's guide called plot points. Plot points is an optional rule presented in the DM's guide that I've never heard of anyone using. Where every player at the table gets one plot point. And they can use that one plot point at some point during the session to essentially become the DM for a moment and say, like, this happens within the fiction. Or, like, this is the reality. And they can do that once a session. There's a sub-rule that they are not... And so that's, like, sort of what this reminds me of, is that plot point system. There's a sub rule of plot points that I've always wanted to use called the gods must be crazy, where instead of, you know, getting your one little thing that you can do with your plot point, you can use your plot point once per session to become the DM. So the current DM just like drops into being a player and you get elevated out of being a player and become the DM. I think that would be so much fun. I think it would be so silly. Speaking of like a one shot I'd like to do someday. But like that whole like buying items Hunger Games style, I think that would also be really easy to work into the fiction. You could say something to the effect of like they have an infinite bag of holding, but the bag of holdings are cursed. Where, you know, items might sometimes appear, items might sometimes disappear. Ooh. So now we have some antagonism in the chat where like they can pay to buy items from a list, but they can also pay to delete items that are in their inventory, like their main weapon or or shit like that. Like I think that could really go. And it would be majorly disruptive. Like, don't get me wrong, but even that would be, so, yeah, like you guys are saying, so much less disruptive than this. This is crazy. I will say this. They didn't think this was the way donation messages were going to go. The first message set the tone of all the messages going forward. They never did this donation aspect ever again. What did they think was going to happen? Like, that's, I'm not even, like, saying that, like pedantically or ironically. Like, I honestly don't know how else they could have imagined this going. Like, straight up. Like, do they expect it to be, like, they succeed on that check instead of failing it? Like, I legitimately don't know how else this could have gone. But it is a good lesson in, you know, first plan, or your plans never survive first contact with the enemy, or all that. Like, you have to, and this is something that I do talk about with you guys sometimes. Of like, obviously not in terms of streaming an actual play, but when I'm talking about magic item design, map design, like the way that you DM, the way that you play, you do have to think about your players in the shittiest possible terms. You have to think, what if I tell the party that this tower is south and they just go north? Right? Like, what happens then? Because maybe you have a, you know, we'll call him a problem player. Maybe you have someone that is trying to be actively antagonistic. Maybe you described 3 sessions back and you've totally forgotten as a DM that you described something interesting up north. But the tower down south is something that you would have normally introduced on the way to the other thing, but you forgot that you already placed the other thing in the opposite direction. So now you have shackled yourself as a DM, And it's not the player's fault in that case if they do go north and you can't introduce the thing that's south now. So, like, whenever you are DMing, whenever you are making these sorts of choices, whenever you are developing a donation system for a live stream, you have to think about the shittiest chatter, the shittiest, like, I'm sure that they're moderating all, because, like, they probably thought through some of that, right? They probably thought through, like, okay, you know, we're going to filter them for, like, fucking hate speech, right? But, I mean, if they didn't, that's terrible. But... You know, they probably thought through that sort of stuff, but they have to think about, like, okay, what is the most disruptive message that they could send? Would the moderators allow through, hey, like, one of you is fucking food poisoned from earlier in the day. You double over and, like, barf and now you're poisoned. Like, are they going to allow chatters to introduce status effects? Because right now that's on the table, as far as I can tell. But, like, that would be, I mean, we're talking about a different level of disruptive at that point. So, yeah, these things have to be thought through from when you're, you know, setting up this sort of donation system or when you're DMing. Like, what is the worst possible way? I know a lot of DMs complain when players kill important NPCs. Motherfucker, you should have thought of that. Straight up. Like, when I introduce an NPC, if they are plot relevant, if they are plot critical, I do think about, what if my PCs just fucking kill him? Straight up. What if they kill him? Is there an environmental clue on his body that can still progress the plot? Or did they have to know the information inside of his brain? Like, you have to go through that. Because you might not, it might not even be the players being shitty. It might just be something that you didn't predict or you didn't think through, that they are, and they're just like in a different headspace. To use a comparison, I know I'm way over my timer. To use a comparison, if you've ever played the game Codenames and you're giving the clues and you give the clue and someone makes a connection and gets it wrong, and you could have never predicted that they would connect your clue to something on the board in that way. Like, you could have never seen that coming. You have to try to like go through that exercise as a DM of like, okay, the players might not be trying to be shitty. They might just accidentally hit it. Like, they might just accidentally fuck up the whole thing. Do I have some alternate ways to like get around it if they do? And I generally try to employ DMing practices that shackle me the least so that I am free and flexible to move around any unintended things that my players do. You didn't even refer to BitD for that. You're right. I'm not trying to get down my BitD quota, but I know not everyone has played BitD, so I try not to reference it if I can help it. I am playing this Sunday. I'm really excited about it. They intended the messages to be helpful guidance instead of whose line is it anyways prompts that needed to be added. What? Like, they expected people to be like commenting on the plot? That's not at all how I read their announcement of it. I definitely thought it was like, oh, they introduced things. You're saying like they expected them to introduce plot aspects that helped the players. So be like, instead of the orphan stealing it or whatever, the line would have said like, the guy decides to give it to them for free or something. They were expecting that. Dude, expecting Twitch chat to be helpful. Oh, what sweet summer children they were. That's crazy.
I believe that you can possibly tell if there's magic on this from here. I think I will hold on to it.
I mean, I'm a bit hard of seeing, but
Jesus, you fuckers talk a lot.
Oh.
Well, anyway, I called you here for a reason, but...
Who are you with the chat room?
What the hell's that?
You know of the chat room? Stop! You know of the chat room?
Well, I'm sorry, I once again hard of hearing.
No, you said the chateau. You said
Oh, the chateau.
Awfully convenient.
The chateau. Yes, I've been to the chateau.
You said chateau.
He's asking you where the shitter is.
No,
The
the
chateau. The chateau is right around the corner.
No, the chateau speaks to me. Does it speak to you too?
Oh, you know that voice? Are you referring to that voice?
Yes, the voice.
I heard that too. Did you hear that? Is that what we're talking about now?
I can hear
Well, I
lots of
certainly
things.
afraid no one's here in no chat room. That's a dark god we don't speak of. Dark days in the past. It rendered whole communities forfeit of their lives. I really hope that you're not saying that that's what you're looking for.
No! Definitely not.
Definitely, I would definitely not follow every word and command of the chateau. No.
It is funny lampshading for, because I know that he's like the kind of producer, kind of not forerunner, what do you call it? The production runner on Critical Role. So it's a funny bit for him to worship the chat room. Yeah, it's all right. Okay. It's 7:10. We're going to do a quick bio break. Hooray! We love bio breaks. We're making okay time. I think generally as episodes go on, I have less and less to say. So I think we're making okay time so far. So with that, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Goodbye. Also, Undead King, were you not subscribed before? You're like the first chatter. What? Did you accidentally unsubscribe and resubscribe? I just saw that on the Be Right Back and I thought that was so funny. Anyways, neither here nor there. Go do a bio break. I'll see you in a sec. All right, I am back. What's up, everybody? Hope you had a good bathroom break. As always, hope you got more water. Hydrate or dihydrate. I've been doing a bad job at hydrating lately, so I got to keep myself accountable to that. I wasn't getting notifications for your videos, so I unsubbed and then resubbed to try and fix it. Oh! Well, I will say, I turned off notifications for my shorts. So if you weren't getting notifications for longs, or longs or streams, you should be getting those. But I'm not sending out notifications for my shorts because most of them right now are clips, and they get posted to the Discord. So if I send out a bunch of notifications for like streams or videos that, you know, most of the people that are subbed to me have probably already watched or seen, they're probably not going to click on it. And that would be bad algorithm stuff. If I'm sending out a bunch of notifs that my subscribers aren't clicking on, that could be bad for the algorithm. And ever since that, I've noticed my impressions and click through go up and like the performance on it. So yeah. That was the reason. Sorry about that. I should have said something. I didn't think about it. But yeah, that's why. Oh.
Well, down to business then.
Okay. Oh wait, can I detect magic on that stick?
Do you have identify or detect magic?
I do have detect magic.
Okay. You take a moment, and it is indeed emanating in a magical force.
Forcing Matt to come up with that.
You gather it has some semblance of an abjuration-based spell enchantment. You have to actually take some time with it to ascertain its nature.
You know, I'd have to take a little bit more time with it, but I feel like it might have some sort of protective qualities.
Anyway, you've all stumbled loudly into my home.
Oh. Yeah, but I also got acid thrown in my face. Don't forget that.
Snuck up on me!
Let you forget that.
We've been here quietly.
I know, and that's fine. So I have two mercenary parties that are now vying for the same job.
Shotgun. Blitz. No blitz.
What is that?
We don't even know what this is. What? We don't agree to a job before knowing what the job could cost.
Fine, please
I
disregard.
agree to money, and it smells like there's some money in here. And it smells like there's some acid in
He's
my
like
face
a truffle
because you
cake
poured
for
acid in my face.
Perhaps it'll be worth it when you hear what the business is about, all right? Okay. Now, it appears I've lost my assistant. I would like to find him. Checking in on his well-being is what I ask of you. Discover where he is, and bring him back safely if possible. It's been, we've been working on some sort of planar shifting through alchemy and forgotten lore for a while now, and we found a nearby arcane nexus in the east, toward the center of the Zola swamp.
Dude, honestly, SSH, I mean, even more to my point of get all of like the really important stuff settled beforehand, so that your players can't, you know, accidentally fuck with it. But when you have a bunch of basically mini DMs that just need enough money to become one, you really gotta get the fucking plot out there. Like, you gotta let them know what they're in for. Because, again, we're 36 minutes into the session and we still don't know what the plot of the session is. Way too long.
Nasty horde of goblins that live out there, but we managed to barely sneak past them at the time.
Which is partially Matt's fault, partially not.
At a place underground. Now, our first attempt already proved successful, and we managed to open a doorway to some unknown location. I'm not stupid. I'm not going in there, so I sent my assistant in with a rope tied around his side. Off he went. He stepped through, and
I like. That's a good tactic.
I think so too. Protects my well-being, and what good's of an assistant?
Exactly.
Right?
I completely understand.
Right. So I sent him in. He stepped through. Didn't return for about 30 minutes, nearly bringing all 300 feet of rope in with him.
That's a lot of rope.
I went taut. I pulled him back in, and eventually he came back safe and sound. A little chilled and a little confused, but fine. He came back, sneaking past the goblins, a little bit of a run as they discovered our passage, but we made it back fine. That evening, he recalled a landscape of shifting shapes on earth, purples and darkness, and forms without form, and creatures that drifted between the realms, all kinds of interesting things. One swam through the air and through him, leaving him tickled and unscathed. But that's all he recalls. He says he only recalls about 5 minutes in this portal in darkness for a bit, but he was in there for a good 30 minutes. I think he lost some time in there. Anyway, pulled him back. He was fine. But he grew a little more distant over the next few nights. Not really answering to my calls as quickly. He seemed to be lost in thought a lot. And eventually, in the morning, he went missing. I used my divinations, limited as they are, to discover that he had run off into the swamp by himself, beelining for that doorway that we originally found and open. So, I count myself lucky on a blue moon. I wish not to endanger myself by going after him myself. Thus, I'm willing to pay 2,500 gold pieces to the group who finds Cyril and brings them back.
Like I said,
Oh.
shotgun.
Oh, I need to take a seat real quick. That's a lot of money. Oh yeah. Tell me how much.
We've had some issues with lore dumps in the past. Is this the exception of the rule of being careful for an NPC who dumps lore exposition missions? Yeah, I think that's a good thing to point out. I do think that this is I wouldn't even say it's necessarily an exception, but it's something very good to like recognize and take into your brain of if you're going to lore dump, there should be a reason that the person is lore dumping. And you need to contain the things that they dump to that reason. One of the first lore dump NPCs that they had was a barkeep who had barely any reason to keep talking to them. One of the next ones, I think it was like 2 or 3 lore dump NPCs down the road, was this guard in a tower that Matt narrated from almost the first time that they saw him. And certainly from the first time that they spoke to him, that he was super lonely, that he like had just been stuck up there, no one to talk to. He wanted them to like sit down and play cards with them. He wanted to talk to them. He wanted to make a friend. He was bored out of his mind and lonely. That's a perfect excuse for a lore dump NPC. That's a perfect excuse for someone that the party can just talk and talk and talk and talk to. And that will like exposit about the world around them. This is a great example of like, he is hiring them to do a job. So it is perfectly reasonable that he would tell them all of the relevant details of the job. And something really great that you can do here is you can play with those expectations. You can play with how much of this lore is trustworthy. Like, even in this conversation, you can start to cast some doubt on it. Now, this is easier in a campaign where you can have the lore dumper explicitly lie about something that the party already knows. So, like, you know, they mention like a name that's incorrect, or they mention like a timeline that the party knows happened differently. So you can immediately cast doubt on some of their lore and drive intrigue that way. Not as possible in a one-shot unless this is in like a pre-existing world that your players have played in. But all of that is to say, I think that this is a great, like, if someone is hiring them to do a job, they need to dump all of the relevant details when they're hiring them. And like, that's something that, you know, anyone would do. Like, if you're going to mow someone's yard, they're going to tell you about the intricacies of their yard, of saying like, okay, like, I need you to bag the leaves. I, you know, want you to weed this way. I want you to edge this way, you know, whatever. Like, that is essentially the same thing. That's essentially a lore dump. So yeah, I think, I don't know if but I will say, when we talk about exceptions, I do think I will be generally less harsh on lore dumping during one-shots, just because sometimes you might have to. Like, sometimes there might not be a good non-lore dumpy way to introduce information. You should still try as hard as you can to make that lore dump have a reason, but my level of, like, the level of reasoning that I need is lower during a one-shot, where, like, I know that we just need to, like, get through certain aspects of the plot.
Once again?
2,500 pieces.
Yeah.
I apologize. He's
Say
He's
that one more time.
an enthusiastic,
Say that one more time for me, please. It's just getting me there.
I'm gonna not, actually.
All right.
This should be
Probably
present.
not.
I'll wait
He
till-
loves currency.
Are you asking us?
Your son is right.
Are you asking us to work together or to compete against one another?
Yeah.
To be honest, I would prefer you work together, because I get the feeling this isn't gonna go very far if you don't.
I am completely okay with this as long as you all understand that I am, of course, in lead of this party.
As he says that, I'm gonna take a special like leaf pod that I have, and I'm gonna pop a couple seeds.
Was that an edamame?
Yo,
Yeah, I
what?
have. Go on.
No,
Did you do it?
no. Please.
Just curious.
It's fine. Let's go.
Is that Metamucil? Is that what that is?
Oh, it keeps him regular.
I forgot to take mine today.
I can myself while you make it real good and make it poop.
What?
All right,
We're
well,
gonna get this shit done for you. Where are we going?
Go race to the solar swamp.
past the goblin hordes, you'll find some sort of a mound with a tunnel in it. Beneath there is where we found where the planes are weakest and where our alchemy allowed us to open that doorway. He's probably somewhere within there, scattered. He does not have the means of opening the portal himself, this I know, so he's probably somewhere lost in that den. Don't know why, but try and bring him back safe if you could.
Okay.
All right.
Do we want to rest before this? Maybe stop by the Valerian bar for a little bit.
Now-
check in.
Edna suddenly develops the card to rats and can't stop saying Belial and Asmodin at random intervals.
Did they say Edna?
They surely did.
Edna says what randomly
She
now?
has Tourette's and
I have
says
Tourette's, and I say what?
Balian Dalswellman.
Balium and Desmond?
Balium and Desmond?
What was the
If I
phrase?
could get a confirmation on what my Tourette's entails. Bale and Asmodium?
Bale and...
Asmodan?
There.
Oh,
There we go.
oh.
Belial and
Asmodan.
Asmodan?
Those sound like some demons that don't exist.
Classic
Classic
mythology.
voice to speech, not knowing what the shit they're saying.
This-
Belial?
It's your Tourette's.
Edna, did you hear that voice per se just now?
You mean Asmodium? Asmodium?
Did you hear? Did you hear the voice?
Is that what it is?
Asmodan.
Asmodan.
Write it down.
Asmodan. Asmodan.
Asmodium is what keeps you regular.
Asmodan.
That's what he took.
Perfect. That's perfect.
Asmodan.
The Ponzi Pops.
Asmodium.
The voice. Did you hear the voice too?
Asmodan.
If you're talking voices, I want this out of my home.
All
Get
right.
out. What? Do this job. Come back with the money.
We'll leave. Before we go, can we at least get something in writing? Just something to say that we've been screwed before, and I know you look like a fine individual.
all right.
As another businessman to businessman,
Pulls
please.
out a parchment and takes an extended 45 minutes to handwrite with a quill an extremely detailed contract. Just making you all wait, and then like halfway through goes, no, I just wrote it. Comes out,
The
grabs another
contract
piece
is
of
in.
paper.
It's
Man, this is so interesting. Like I'm sitting here thinking through how I would handle that. Because that's not even really something that Matt has control over, right? Like now this is like this is basically Flux. You know, I don't know if any of you have played the card game Flux, but it feels very similar. But again, just like Whose Line Is It Anyways, Flux ends. Like you finish the round and then it's done. You don't have 2 hours of trying to also play D&D on top of it. Which I do think you could work in. I think that they're somewhat trying, like with this deity or whatever that Snuffleupagus, or what's his name, Snufflelord, worships. But I think they needed to work it more explicitly into the fiction, and I think it would be really almost interesting if like overcoming the chat room was like the plot, right? So like, there's this magical effect that has been there's this like wild magic field bubble even that has encompassed the town, and random shit is happening. It seems directed, it seems malicious. People think maybe it's the Feywild. Fuck it, maybe it is. Maybe it's pixies and fairies and whatever, and the party has been hired to investigate. Once they get there, they blah, 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 blah. You know, like, then you start the magic, or then you start the session. This is like wild magic on steroids. Yeah. And I think that if you're going to make that an exterior mechanic, you need to try at least to work it into the fiction somehow. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. Like, her just randomly developing like a verbal tick. Like, he's doing his best to try and work it into the fiction, but they weren't really prepared, and the story isn't really about that. I mean, it's more of a cautionary tale. I don't necessarily blame them for like not expecting this. I do a little bit, but I don't think, you know, it's reasonable to have expected them to think it would be this bad. But yeah, I think, like, for example, I play in a kind of off and on campaign where, you know, all the players don't need to be there. And for world lore reasons, all of the players need to carry around a special lantern, because there are shadow storms that frequently cross the land, and if you don't have your lantern and you get caught out in the shadow storm, you fucking die. So to describe why, like, an in-fiction explanation as to this meta thing of like, okay, like all the players don't need to be there for us to run that session. Whenever a player isn't there, their character gets sucked into their lamp. And now that is a piece of equipment that we have to take very good care of because it literally has their like body and soul in it. And for our DM, we kind of went back and forth on like, do we have access to the items that they had on them? And he was basically like, for quest relevant items, yeah, but like you don't have access to like their rations and their water, which, it can actually come up. So this in-fiction explanation of this meta concept has actually become like an in-game quest. Like we're investigating why we're getting pulled into these lanterns because we're the only ones in the world, ostensibly, that are getting pulled in. So it's like one of the driving motivations of our party right now. And we're taking on other quests because, as players, we know the explanation, right? But as characters, we have no idea. And this is like kind of a scary thing. So it's, number one, giving us a reason to trust each other, which is really cool. Like we have to literally entrust our lives to each other because we know that we could get sucked into the lamp and our party mates would have to carry us around and protect us. But it also means that like, if we have nothing else to do, we go and investigate the lamps, which is what just happened a session and a half ago. Like we finished the quest we were doing and we didn't really have anything else to do. And we're like, oh, I guess we should like go to the nearby town and like ask around about this lamp shit, right? It's a great, it is a really, really good fictionalization of a meta mechanic of like, hey, we're going to run this campaign whether or not everyone's here. And working that into the fabric of the world and the narrative, I think is really important. And I think Matt's done pretty good at that on occasion, like with Pike leaving and having her still be in the world and like maybe able to come and visit. Like I think Matt's done a decent job with that. But I think that this donation mechanic needed to be worked into the fabric of the world more significantly than it was. Yeah, how much worse can this actually become?
What she said, as many times, 45 fucking times.
Oh, I messed up this draft too. Crumbles out. Trying eventually, and that should be square.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Oh,
Legally
not
binding.
my voice at all. Thank you very much. That's great.
No worries. Get out.
Court stands up and says, fuck it, I've had enough. I report to Edna, no one else. Let's fucking do this. He kicks the door open and
Anything
leaves.
but 2 words for the last hour and a half.
Well, that escalated quickly.
That door! It's easy to damn. Just like an
Go fuck yourself.
What's going on?
Somehow I've ended up with a larger group of idiots than when I started.
Right. Classic escalation.
Oh, yeah.
You two are now my commanders in this group because for some reason you are more intelligent than the idiots
We
we
got
have
that
now.
promotion.
Obsessed with following Snuggle Lord around. You are welcome.
What was that?
Was that Steph?
Thank you.
Crazy black powder merchant becomes obsessed with following Snuggle around.
Oh, sounds like you've been pimped into doing something.
My lord, please, my lord, messages you could give me that help me along my way would be very much appreciated, my lord. Anything that could help me get rid of these idiots and continue on my journey.
With a sparkle of dark.
I see. That is where we get the what they thought would happen. Wow. Okay. Man, this is what I was talking about at the beginning with like breaking expectations. It's $500. You can't not do it. You can't undo it. Oh, poor Matt. It is Victor time.
You look up and see a star in the sky twinkle, and a voice behind you goes, "Hey, you look like you're dressed proper. Where are you off to? Oh, you're nice and soft." Oh, just rubbing your back. This crazed old man with bits of dirt and soot all over his face and arms. Like, I need a friend. I can be your friend.
No touching, no touching, no touching.
Hey, why would you wear this? It's so nice to touch.
Oh my God!
That's practically a skin.
Congratulations, Snuggles.
Oh, you've got your own stuff on.
Yeah, you
Oh, he's your boy,
Oh,
your wee
yeah.
baby.
Oh, now you got a
so
son,
cute.
too. Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Victor.
Victor. Victor, welcome to the journey.
And also, it's a tiny bit cringe because, like, he did not look happy there. He looked out of game, unhappy about how this is going. And he's the showrunner. He probably came up with this idea. and he's seeing it like be so misused in front of his eyes.
My name is
No, we do
Quinn
not just accept
McCraydon.
anyone that comes up to us and touches us.
We'll bring our child to a
Apparently he's a
swamp.
friend.
Ryle!
What she said? Belial.
Oh no, my name is Victor.
No, she has a
Oh,
friend.
Asmodan! No, yes,
Very
Asmodan.
true.
Asman.
This whole thing would be kind of weird if it wasn't for Charity. Like, not necessarily like super duper like weird, but like at the end of the day, no matter how chaotic or fucking bad or subpar the episode is, no matter how much they get fucked with, it is all donating to charity. Like, and that is something that like Matt can kind of have in the back of his brain of like, if he does like allow the party to ditch Victor, you know, because Victor will be incredibly disruptive. If he does allow them to ditch Victor, that is sort of breaking the expectation of that person that donated the $500, but also they donated it to charity. It's not like Matt's pocketing it, right? That would feel really shit. If they donated, they had this expectation, and it's going into Matt's pocket, and then he undoes it, or he ignores it, or he allows the players to get out of it, whatever. That would feel shit. But because it's going to charity, it's like, okay, like maybe you didn't get exactly what you expected, but also it's charity money. Come on.
Why have you cursed me
Give me one of
so?
those sequels.
Why have you cursed
Give
me
a
like
sequel.
this?
Here, take that. There, that's
What?
better. She'll be fine. She'll
Stephanie,
be fine.
don't do drugs.
Oh.
Stop talking to my son, okay? This is my son.
Oh, it's been
Don't
quite
don't
some
ever talk to my son.
yeah.
Keep your words in your zone. And you got your own son. I got a son.
I
You
do
got
not have
your
a
own
son.
That's your son.
I do not
This is
have-
my son.
He's
This is-
got an adult son. Perhaps
I think you just call it a friend. He just calls them friends.
a ward of the state.
As you guys, through the moonlight, start making your way outside of the actual town, towards the outskirts of Zola Swamp.
I say, I know this swamp. One of you have a shield up, and then when everything pops up, I just reflect it back.
Well, that's great. I have no idea what this idiot is saying. Can
You
anyone
know
translate?
it's a swamp.
Yes.
Well-
It's the same thing every time.
Something pops up, and we reflect it back.
That's just what I gotta do.
I do get the critical troll's name now. That's a good point.
Like,
sure it's
like a funhouse mirror.
Oh, something.
All right. The little boy is following you. He goes,
Okay, don't worry, I'll protect you.
and he pulls out a small wooden sword, and it's like, ha, ha.
Good lad.
Oh,
Fucking man.
Sorry, I forgot to show you guys. We got Bug a little sweater, and we expected her to hate it. But when we got, because like she's never liked having like little fucking outfits or whatever. Like she's never been into that. But she loves this sweater. We got it out and she was like barking and biting for it when we got it out this morning. And she's a quiet dog. She does not bark normally unless like there's like someone at the door and she's like scared that they're breaking in. But she was like, so she's been wearing her sweater all day. She loves it.
That's a good lad. That's a good
Oh,
lad.
good. Oh my God, I'm crying again because he's so cute. Oh my God.
Stefan!
I love my son.
He's so cute. Would you like a chocolate chip cookie?
Go there and get a cookie from your grandma.
Yes,
Get a
please
cookie
have
from your
us.
grandma. That's your grandma now.
Cookie, oh, no one now.
Can we all just shut up?
You had pastry
We
the
have-
entire time?
Oh my God!
I've raised
ugly.
2 children in my day. I always keep a good pastry on me.
Don't worry.
Stefan just starts crying
There's
as the
no
large scary devil
crying
man
in
is
swamps.
Don't yell at my son. You don't tell me how to raise my kids. I won't tell you how to raise your kid over there. Okay?
It's not my child.
So Stephen, go there and go to your grandma and get a cookie. She your grandma now.
wipes the tears from his face. Goes, oh, okay.
Come here, little Miles, Stefan. Come here. Come here, Asmodan. Come
The
here.
closer he
Oh,
gets,
God.
the slower his walk is, and the more look of trepidation in his face. You can see him struggling with the idea of like, I really want this cookie, but she is really freaking me out right now.
What? No, look, I know I look old and scary, but
She
trust
is
me,
old.
I was quite the hot little shimmy back in the day, Asmodan.
Yeah,
Thanks. Grabs the cookie and like darts back 10
Yes.
feet, starts trying to grab it. It's like, at which point, in the distance you see catching up to you now with heavy breath.
You all move so very fast. But you're not too fast for Victor.
Oh, you haven't died of a heart attack yet.
A son can always find his father.
Yeah.
Into this one.
And he just goes running off in front of you.
Into this one.
4 great Goliath warriors with 2 large tigers attack Vox Machina.
God. What?
Are those 2 Goliath warriors with large tigers?
Wait, who? What? No.
Why are they in a swamp?
Bro, you can literally hear the silence around the table because they're all like, you know, some of them are the actors, but also this is such a small production that they're all probably relatively intimately involved with this. Motherfucker, 2 Goliaths with tigers just come out and attack them? Oh my god. Poor fucking Matt, dude. Now it's time to improv combat. I know. I'm normally not like a, contrive your shit, like railroad the party, whatever. But like for this, it's like this unexpected random combat that does not build into the plot at all. Obviously, like I don't even know what to do. Make them like sickly, like make them children. They didn't say it was Goliath adults. I don't know. I would do something. Like, I have confidence in my DMing improv abilities that I would figure out a way to work this in, but wow, this is a fucking challenge for Matt. Oh good, I got here before it goes completely off the rails. What up, Daniel Odia? I don't recognize you. Welcome to chat. Welcome to the live. The utter look of shock and horror on your face right now. Dude, I can't imagine. Like, I have confidence in my abilities that I would come up with something, but oh my god, this would be a nightmare to run. This would be horrific.
Last second encounters. Oh wait, no, we need to reflect them back. Like you said.
That's right. Reflect them.
Okay. So as you guys are having this conversation, and we'll say going forward, preferably don't suggest encounters.
No Tarrasques, please.
Yeah, that's going to screw me up. However, as you guys are having this conversation, you see Victor go charging off in the swamp, turn around and go, never mind, bad idea! And from behind you see these two armored, like dark armored knights on top of these strange, slightly shifting tiger forms come charging out of the darkness of the swamp after you.
How far away are they?
I think my eyesight must be going because
About 25 feet.
I could swear I see two men riding giant tigers in the distance.
Cool.
I really need to
Like
get
magicians. As I see this, I'm like, bastards, and I entangle them.
Okay.
The tigers.
Okay. As you cast entanglement, all these vines go forming out of the swamp and writhing in the air. As they reach out towards the forms, they seem to just pass through their physicality.
I disbelieve. Oh man, they're tricky, sticky ones.
I'm telling you. Need to get
Everyone
my
go ahead and
eyes.
make a history check if you could.
And all of us?
All of you guys.
Nice.
12.
It's a fucking curse. It's a hex on the swamp that, is there to scare out intruders. Snapping, Matt. That's nice. That's very good. Have him roll. I don't even have him roll a history check. Have him roll like a charisma save, a wisdom save, int save. Or maybe be like frightened of. Well, you can't have him be frightened of the swamp. They need to go into the swamp. Fuck. Oh man. But great dodge on that to not have it be an encounter. Great dodge.
21.
18.
1. I'm sorry, 0. Excuse me, 0.
You live in the present.
21.
19.
YOLO.
Okay. You understand that this swamp, the Zola swamp, for as long as it's existed, especially during nights of heavy moonlight, part of the kind of dark enchantment is it tends to conjure up a series of dangerous illusions, things that have temporary form at moments. It almost has this weird magic where imagination can cause forms to exist for short periods of time. They're illusions and can be destroyed or dispelled in certain ways, but until then they can prove to be as deadly or dangerous as what you see before you. This knowledge hits you as they approach, and both of them ride by swinging these giant swords. Whoosh! One swinging past you, Salty
Christ.
Pete. The second one is going to go for... it's going to aim for Victor.
Wait, I'm sorry. They can hit them, but they can't be entangled, and we're not rolling initiative? When they didn't get entangled, it just passed through, and like we proved that they were illusions. I was like, fuck yeah, they're just illusions. They dissipate, whatever. We're not gonna do combat. I was like, great combat dodge, Matt. But no, oh man, that's so sad. I'm not gonna disparage Matt here because not only is he DMing, and having all of this shit thrown at his face, but he's also live streaming. Like he's also, creating this stuff. I really thought he set up a dodge there. Man, you have to respect the $500 donation. You do, but ugh. I mean, he says it out loud. He was like, it's combat. Maybe don't suggest encounters or whatever. I don't know. I can't put myself in that headspace because I didn't just make $500 for charity. So like my brain is all going to workarounds to make a better session. But you do kind of have to respect the 500. $500 can get you many things. Dude, someone... One of the fucking chatters just drops the deck of many things in front of them as level 4s. That'd be... I know that's not what you were saying, but that'd be so fucking funny, dude.
Oh no!
So,
look!
Yeah, let's speed up.
The one swing towards you, Salty Pete. Giant sword, that is a 16 to hit. What's your armor class?
That 100% hits a 14. Just casually decapitated.
Take 5 points of slashing damage as the sword just whoosh. It hits you, and you can see as it approaches you in that instant, its form is shimmering and doesn't seem to have physicality to it, yet the impact still feels like a heavy steel blade winds you in the front of the chest. You still have
psychic
bruised and deformed
damage?
beneath your armor.
It's sternum.
As the tiger growls, runs past you into the grasses behind you. The other one swings towards Victor's running away.
Please, please, Lord, do me this one favor, and
No,
please.
don't worry,
Is it close
Gigi.
enough to throw Snugglelord to protect his son?
We'll throw towards Victor, which is the old guy. You want
I want to throw Snugglelord towards Victor to protect his son.
Okay.
So sweet.
I'm gonna help you protect his son, baby.
Go ahead.
What are you doing?
Both you guys
projectile.
roll athletics checks contested.
19. There's no way.
This is happening. Ulfgar just grabs Snugglelord, lifts him up, and throws him forward.
Idiot, what are you doing? Protect your son! Protect my son!
At which point you skid to a halt, your heels grinding into the wet earth that begins to initiate the formation of the swamp that you guys are traveling towards. As you finally come to a stop, you see Victor go, hey!
You know, I wasn't sure about the guy on the right at the beginning. I wasn't quite sure, but I like him. I like his very silly motivations. He's sticking to them in like every aspect. Like he is a joke character, but also he's like sticking to the idea of his joke character. Like he's staying inside of it within his actions, and I really like that. I like him a lot.
And run past you as the giant semi-illusory warrior whoosh swings at you. That's a 23.
Oh,
Did that hit? Did that hit you?
I believe that hits a 13.
You take a 6 points of slashing damage as the blade smacks you across the abdomen. You can see part of your fuzzy exterior slash open.
He loves money and his son. Yeah, I think that's so sick. I think you know, when you're having like a really, you know, a funny beer and chips type game, like having those motivations and cranking them up to 11, when you're having this super comedic game is like, I love my son. I'll do fucking anything for my son. Protect your son. Like it's I think those are some of the things that can make really, really funny characters is sort of ridiculous motivations that you stick to no matter what. I think that can be a very fun way to play a comedic character.
And red can slowly pull and darken the material.
Oh, motherfucker. I look over at Stefan. I hope to protect you like that one day. I care about you a lot, son.
That's a father's love.
Stephanie, don't listen to your father. This was a very dumb thing to do.
All right, everyone roll initiative.
Oh, Jesus.
All goes. 20.
20.
14.
11.
15.
All right.
What's initiative? Initiative is just your dex, right?
Correct.
All right.
What are we doing? What are we fighting?
Well,
Are we fighting these assholes?
Here we are now.
Swamp.
Oh, can anyone spell at all?
Swamp itself.
I have a 3.
All right. Well, first and foremost, Salty Pete. As they turn around, you like riding.
Also, speaking of, I mean, this isn't a fucking comedy review, but I am very into comedy and comedic theory. And what I was just talking about with guy on the right is he has these very ridiculous motivations, but all of his actions are in pursuit of one of those motivations. Like they kind of all loop back, which I think number one is just a solid way to design a pretty casual character, but especially when you have so many other players, having like 2 things that you care about and only piping up when it's one of those 2 things is a solid way to not spotlight hog and to like allow other players breathing room. And you know, again, not comedy review, it's a D&D review channel, but the joke of just calling Stefan Stephanie is weird, mostly because it's so random. Like I don't understand where the motivation comes from that he would be consistently just calling him the wrong name. Is it that he doesn't pay attention? But like he's not calling Stefan Stefano, right? He's not calling him Steven, which would like kind of go towards like an old tottering comedy of like, oh, this old fuck, like Edna. It'd make more sense for Edna Keyleth to call Stefan Stephanie because she's old, she can't fucking see, she can't fucking remember bullshit. it's weird for this ostensibly, like, very involved, relatively young warlock to just, like, I don't know if he's doing it to, like, be mean. It doesn't, like, actually seem mean. Like, I'm struggling to find the core of the joke. Which, when we talk about, like, joking characters versus characters that joke, funny characters versus characters that are funny, like, it having motivation behind a joke can make the character feel more real. Because all of us have motivations behind our jokes. We don't just make jokes in a full vacuum, right? The things that we find funny, the things that we say as real life people are rooted in our beliefs and opinions and views. And so when you're playing a character that is making a joke, or a character that does a comedic action, it's why I get on Scanlan Sam, is because I don't understand why Scanlan is pooping on beds. He's not fucking geriatric. It's not like he can't hold it in, right? Like, I don't understand the core of the motivation. So even if something's funny, even if it is maybe an interesting joke, because it is pinned to a fictional character and not just like a person, I need to understand, like, that is supposed to be speaking to something within that character that I can't discern right now. Likes comedy, yet hasn't seen Airplane. I haven't seen fucking... Well, let's talk about comedy specials. I've seen a lot of comedy specials. A lot of stand-up. Surely you can't be serious. I have heard that joke. He cares so little for Stefan that he can't be bothered to get the name correct. I think that would work if it was another little boy's name. Like, if he was calling him Steven, I think that totally works. Him calling him Stephanie is weird, not because he's, like, misgendering him. I'm not being like, fucking, he shouldn't do that. But it's weird because it implies that he can't tell that it's not a girl. Like, it implies that he can't tell that Steven is a little boy, right? Like, the fact that he is calling him a boy's name, because it doesn't mean that he can't be bothered. If he couldn't be bothered, he would call him something that fit with his physical appearance. It is that not only can't he be bothered, he is somehow bothered and is actively calling him a name that doesn't make sense. That's why it's a weird joke. Again, if Edna was doing it, you could say, okay, Edna's close to senile. Edna can't see shit. She literally cannot tell if this is a boy or a girl. So she's calling him Stephanie, right? Like, that joke fits within the fiction of Edna. It doesn't really fit within the fiction of Snuffleupagus. So I don't know. It's fucking weird. I've told Megan to watch Airplane and give us a review. I will watch Airplane. It's on my list. I just don't watch movies very often. Sam doesn't really get funny, in my opinion, outside of a few moments until C2. I think that's a fair assessment. I think he has done things that in a vacuum are funny. Like, the idea of, in the middle of a dungeon crawl, pooping on the bed of a barracks soldier is, in isolation, I don't think is, like, out of this world, like, not funny. Like, I don't think that anyone could not find it funny. But I think that it's weird within the overall context of his character of, like, I will say, I think that the cube, I find the cube funnier than the pooping, not just because it's pooping. I'm not one of those guys that's like, okay, poop jokes can't be funny, whatever. I like myself a good poop joke. But for some reason, the cube dick tracks with more of what I know of Scanlan. He's Scanlan Shorthalt. He's like, they make constant reference to his height. So the fact that his dick is this, like, weird proportion, to me, makes more sense as a joke than the pooping. So I'm more inclined to like find it funny. Mr. Burt Reynolds, Esquire, attorney at small. I also love Burt Reynolds. The idea that Scanlan is this person that makes up ludicrous personas is not actively not disingenuous. What do you call it? Is not actively it doesn't actively conflict with anything else that I know about Scanlan, right? Like him making up Burt Reynolds is funny, and it doesn't conflict with any of his established character. Scanlan is shown to be a pretty, like, upright citizen, honestly, most of the time. Like, he's a charlatan, but he's not, like, an active menace. It's not like he's, like, getting drunk and going and starting fights with people. It's not like he's insulting people to their face when they don't deserve it. Like, that's the type of... It's not like he's an active maniac or senile that would lead towards this pooping in random places. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, this whole, like, calling Stefan Stephanie is weird because I don't understand why it's a girl's name. That's honestly, like, the core of it, is it's like, it's not that he's not bothered. If he wasn't bothered, I think that there's a perfect joke there. If he's so unbothered by Stefan that he can't learn his name, call him Steven. He literally set up, my brother's name is Steven, but you can still tell us apart. If he was so unbothered as to not be able to, discern this boy, calling him his brother's name is like, the joke is there. Matt basically already made it. And like maybe he's doing a subversion of that, but the subversion isn't obvious and therefore it doesn't work as a subversion. Take that to the bank. If you can't tell that if it is not obvious that you are being subversed, the subversion doesn't work. Straight up. Okay. I'm going to stop talking about comedy now.
Back for a second ride by. You have your first turn.
I'm going to try and unfurl an arrow from my short bow at the Goliath.
Okay. Wow. You pull it. Go ahead and release the arrow towards the first illusory entity. Roll for attack.
All right. Where's my to hit? 18.
18 does indeed hit. Go ahead and roll damage from that arrow.
All right. So that is 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Your arrow arcs across. You can see it strike true in the front of the armored Goliath knight. As it hits it, you can see its form kind of disperse for a second, attempt to reform, and a beam of moonlight comes streaking out of the sky, hits it, and it immediately just disintegrates. You can see both it and the tiger's form just roll into ash and then vanish.
Holy crap! That was awesome!
That's some good stuff.
You see what I just did?
That's some good stuff.
I'll give you that one. That was very impressive.
I exploded him!
You had a 20. Who was at the 16? Was the highest next, I believe?
I had a 14.
14.
The stapler starts to glow. Use it to kill the Goliaths.
The stapler?
The stapler. Who's the stapler as you're holding it begins to shake and glow with this weird goldish red energy.
Guys!
Kill the Goliaths!
Guys!
At that moment, as you're preparing, you find though yourself are feeling scared and cowardly. Thus, this pulls you to immediate initiative.
Oh shit! I rolled a 3 on initiative!
I know, it pulls you to the front of the initiative order. This magical enchantment. I need you to go ahead and roll and add your charisma to this.
What charisma? Nailed that.
8.
I'm rolling poorly!
Did you add your charisma to it?
Yes!
Okay. The stapler, for a second, begins to form this large, glowing orange orb in the front that all of a sudden releases the blast off your feet. You land prone on the ground as you guys see this giant, burning red metallic staple flying across the darkened sky towards the entity. However, the illusion passes underneath it and it goes disappearing into the distance.
I think I should try that again, possibly, because that was awesome. I just need to use it. It shakes a lot. It's hard to aim, but I'm pretty sure I can hit him.
What's the recoil?
You finish your turn getting back to your feet. Next up, I believe it was you.
Oh,
Edna.
Yes. So there's a Goliath riding a tiger?
Woof, the chaos is strong. The more I think about this, the more I'm like, okay, this could work. Like, the more I see out of this, I'm like, this could work. This could be fun and funny. But it doesn't work if you're actually trying to tell a story. Like, the story has to be so generic, so general, so, like, moldable that you can, like, work all of these things in easily and, like, really reward the chatters and the donators by having their stuff be the drivers of the plot. Whereas right now, they're actively trying to work around them. Because there is a story. You basically need to just not have a fucking story before you start. Very whose line is it anyways? Oh man, that's hard. Woof. Oh my gosh, this is a train wreck. Yeah, John. Lil Mega is so into the muck of the idea now. He now thinks it's a good idea. Yeah, I've wrapped around. I was like, this is bad. Oh my god, terrible, horrible, ew, gross, ich. And now we've wrapped around, and I'm like, is it actually good though? Like, is there a way to make this work? Not quite as bad as the LLK Afterlife with Matt as a player. Whoa, I haven't seen that.
Coming this way. All right. Oh boy, magic missile!
All right, go ahead. Magic missile. Go ahead and roll damage on that one.
I'm gonna do all 3 at him. So 1d4 plus 4 times 3. So that's 2. This is not the rolls 4. 6 rolls. The roll 1s every time.
Six total damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Lyle!
As Edna releases screaming Belial into the night air, the missiles streak off, these 3 silver darts of arcane energy, smashing into the sides of the...
Wait, I just noticed that both Stream Elements and Nightbot are both sending messages about making sure you aren't behind. I thought I disabled Stream Elements.
This semi-translucent armored Goliath, you can see its form sparking and shimmering like it's having a hard time keeping physicality in this world, but it is still maintaining its position. Riding forward, now towards you, since you're the source of its initial anger.
You've angered the Goliath.
Asmodan!
Next up, who's the highest?
I believe it was me. I forgot to mention before.
I
you are?
Yeah,
go for it then.
I have 15.
Yeah.
Go for it, Prelude.
There's so as he's coming toward us, hello, I'm going to just do a spell, like, hold on, darling. Do a thunder wave and get a 5 area.
Okay, so you move over to get between Edna and this entity. You release Thunderwave. Is it just a saving throw on their part, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Spell's ready.
Super effective.
Wave.
There's.
It's super effective. It's a great spell.
Here we go.
As you
Write
were.
that first. Okay, so yeah, they have a Constitution saving throw. What's the DC of your spell?
What's your
Oh, you didn't
what's
prepare
your DC?
it. What's
What's
That
your
doesn't matter, it's a 4. Alright, so it's 2d8 damage, it says?
Yes.
Actually, you roll it. You roll it. Go for it. Right on.
Nice. Was that 8?
Okay, so as you rush in front of her, you put your hand out front and slam your fist into the ground as it does poof, this giant light wave of thunderous energy blasts out, flattening all the damp grasslands around you and sending the shockwave forward that as it hits and impacts the front of the illusion, casts it into dust as the wave passes over as it rushes just about to strike you. With that, the thunder wave passes and the entity is destroyed no more.
Holy crap.
So as you all stand there, clutching your glowing, shaking staple that slowly fades to its mundane-looking self,
Okay, so
the
you
danger
use-
seems to have passed.
Does that stapler still appear to be magical?
So Matt essentially did what one of my initial ideas of, I said, make them sickly, make them a child, whatever. He still had them attack, but he made them illusions so that they could reasonably have significantly less health than a Goliath should. Which is a very reasonable way to handle it if you want to reward the $500 spend, essentially, but don't, and like want to have the combat, want to reward that, but also I can't fucking have this combat. And I also think he did a good job of working it into the story as much as he could, which, I mean, it's a hard thing to work in, but he at least made it like approaching the themes and the theming of this swamp, that it creates these illusions, it has these portals between the planes. Like, we're getting a better picture of what this swamp is. We're not going to go into this swamp and find mutated monstrosities, right? This isn't going to be like the Underdark with all these Kavarn creatures stitched together, right? This is a different type of, like, almost like dark horror. Right, we're going to be encountering a different kind of thing within this, which I think that he worked it in as well as anyone could have.
You go over and take it. It's
Well, maybe not as well. Maybe there was a better way, but I think you worked it in well.
slow.
You're right in.
What? I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. Can I see it?
Yeah.
Can I detect him and does it look pretty neat?
Yeah,
No, it's definitely radiates magical presence. Essentially, once per short rest, you can use your action to initiate it, and it fires an arcane, heated, giant staple. That does, if upon impact, if you manage to hit, does pretty hefty damage.
I walk over to the boy and I kneel down and say, listen. And I take the wooden sword out of his hand and toss it. You want to fucking let some blood today? You use one of these. And all I'm wearing is a leather thong. And I have 5 small iron hammers on my belt. And I'll take one out and I say, fucking use this. And you'll take the blood out of anyone's skull. Use this, boy.
Oh,
That'll
yeah.
work.
Oh, yeah.
It's hammer time.
Of course I will, sir. Oh, I'm gonna smash some skulls in for my dad.
That's good. Good job, son. That's your uncle now. That's your other uncle.
Step 7. How old are you?
This ready?
Oh, that's good. That's old enough.
Oh, that's all the
how
things
my
I
boys
have,
were when they had their first souls. Yes, that's a good age.
Still,
Good
I
age.
think a bit too young.
Your voice coming from the distance.
Is it gone? Thank you for saving me.
Oh, yes,
great,
no,
great
it's nothing
plot
at all.
point.
I'm only bleeding internally now. Thank you so
And
much.
externally.
Both, yes.
We're gonna continue onward.
And he goes running into the swamp. As the
Why
swamp
is he still alive?
Let's just
You
go
saved
and
him.
find out.
You selflessly sacrificed your body and saved his life.
That's right.
I would do no such thing. I was thrown.
Oh,
No, you
that's
saved
up
him,
to date.
son.
He
You
put it into
a real
action.
good dad, man. You a real good dad. I love you. Oh,
we get the ladder.
Is 7 too young to be an adventurer? Every age is too young to be an adventurer. Being an adventurer is like being a free soloer. It's like being Alex Honnold. Like, I was just talking to Paige about this earlier today. I saw an interview where Alex was being asked about a free soloer who had died recently, free soloing. If you don't know who this is or what free soloing is, Alex Honnold is a very accomplished rock climber. Free soloing is where you climb mountains without ropes. you just get on that shit and free solo it. And just climb it without the ropes. And so they made a movie about him. They made movies about other free soloers. And a very famous free soloer died, and they were asking Honnold about it, and he was like, "Well, I mean, yeah, you make a mistake and you die. Like, I'm sad he's gone, but like, I'm not living to 50, dude. Like, I'm gonna die on the wall. It might be tomorrow, it might be 20 years from now, but like, I'm gonna slip, and then I fall, and then I die." And it was just so like matter of fact about it. And I was like, oh my God, what a crazy mindset. But like, if that's like, I think I saw him elaborate on it more. And he's like, I wouldn't want to live to 80 if it meant I couldn't free solo anymore. Like, that's just my life. And I think adventurers are kind of like that. Is like, you're gonna die adventuring. Adventurers don't retire. They die. And so I think, fucking 7, 10, 18, become an adventurer whenever you want. You're gonna die at some point doing it. Doesn't matter when you start. That's also why I always say that characters need a strong motivation to become adventurers, because adventuring is an incredibly dangerous hobby, or what do you call it? Profession. Perkins DMs, I assume as a mod, if I link, you'll see it. Daniel, the linking is weird. The linking is very, very weird in the chat. If you want to join the Discord and post it in there, that always works. But you can also wait until the comments. The comments have been fine with links. I've tried to allow link posting within the live chat. I can't figure it out, dude. Like, something's broken. I have a setting that's like allow link posting in chat, and I allowed it, and it's just still not allowed. Like, I don't know what the deal is. And it's cool. I'll hit John up elsewhere. Sick. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I wouldn't have hit on Sword. It's a frustration for me. I wish people had more ability to do that thing in chat, but
Pushing into the swamp proper, as you guys continue inward, you find about 20 to 25 minutes of walking through. The actual swamp sludge is so thick that your boots are getting caught and stuck with each individual step.
This is really bad for my orthopedics.
Everyone go ahead. Everyone make an athletics check.
Not my strong suit. That's not
Oh,
good roll
athletics?
either.
Sorry, derp.
10, 11,
15.
3.
15.
I'm a very feeble old woman.
So,
No.
you
Oh, God.
guys get about 10 minutes in before you realize that Edna isn't with you.
Oh,
No, Asphodel! No!
Maybe the distance, you're like
Hold on,
physically
hold
stuck
on.
in the muck of the
I
swamp.
head back and I pick it up over my shoulder and I just put her on and I just start carrying her through.
Oh, that's good.
Watch my back.
this is a great example. I should also turn down the speed. This is a great example of something that I talked about during my How to Make a Map video. That I would call a challenging path, right? There's nothing that they can't defeat the muck. They can't defeat the swamp, right? It would be difficult for them to completely solve this challenge. So they have to get through it, or they have to spend resources to go around it, or to mitigate it somehow. Or they have to think up solutions to just push through it. And I think that these sorts of paths are things that are really underrepresented within a lot of campaigns, at a lot of tables, and a lot of dungeon design that I think are... I just knocked something off the table. That I think do a lot towards spicing up dungeon crawls, explorations, things like that. Because direct obstacles can start to feel a bit video gamey, a bit arcadey, kind of a slog to get through occasionally. So adding in a challenging path is a way to potentially still drain resources, potentially present increased risk, increased time spend if you have good clocks that, matter. Challenging paths can work towards all of that without being a direct obstacle. So I love this from Matt.
What? Oh.
Ah, it's good for you. You like it.
Not at all. I'm not as nimble as I used to be.
Use it or lose it, lady.
Who's helming the tracking of this group, trying to find this Cyril, this assistant?
Not Ed.
I'll be up the forefront.
He was the one that told us about the swap. I believe you.
And I'll use that roll for a 24.
24, okay. As you guys are moving forward, you begin to pick up what looks like
What's this?
recently set human
A 24 what? Did I miss Matt asking for a roll, or is Matt just so used to this bullshit at this point? What was the 24 for?
tracks that are deeply
He must have, because he ostensibly added modifiers, so I think I missed it. I don't think that's an annoyance.
sunken and leaving these little pools behind in the swamp.
Hey, that's my bad.
So you kind of start taking charge of monkeys to follow. The child, Stevan, is like kind of following in step next to you, excited to kind of see that now there's another leader of the group. You, however, are now being very, very closely followed behind with slightly under his breath, cackling and muttering, soot-covered old man. He's like,
I don't get out often. It's nice to see the moon. Can I touch you again?
Would you please? I can feel you breathing on my neck. Just back.
Good, I'm still breathing. Very good. Keep that up. I need to remind you every now and then. Smell this.
and he kind of gives this like weird clump of blackish powder that's in his hand. He reaches out and puts it in front of your face.
Oh man, your son is weird.
Get that out of my face.
Smell it.
If you would just please be quiet. You can walk beside me.
I bet you that's Dookie. I bet you that's Dookie.
I will walk beside you, but this may save your life one day.
And he stuffs it into a pouch on his side.
Hey, Snuggles, son, is that Dookie? Is that Dookie? You
That
just
is
made
not
it called Dookie.
No
That was
spoilers.
a trick I used to play when I was little. Hey, smell this powder, but it was Dookie.
How'd you get it powdered?
You just was punching a lot.
In frustration for this conversation, Snuggle Lord, in anger, you all of a sudden just flex, and for a moment, poof, your little imp familiar appears on your shoulder, and just kind of pats you on the side of your head.
What the fuck is that?
I do in fact have a son, per se.
I have a
did not-
brother.
Yeah.
I did
Got two
not.
sons.
Oh, is that the nature of your relationship?
Well, yes, I did not want anyone to meet him under these circumstances, but everyone
Oh
meet.
no, Liam and Orion accidentally hit heads and developed foreign accent syndrome. They now each speak in different foreign accents. Also, Snugglelord realizes his costume's rear flap has been open the
Entire time. So, pick different accents, you guys. As you're walking through the middle of the swamp, as you're having this conversation, he turns around and you both whack, hit heads together.
Oh, that looked like
Be
it.
careful. I do that all the time. You gotta be careful. I actually have one of these buttons, and I can call for help if I ever trip and fall down.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. That's cleric alert, right?
A life
Call
ladder.
cleric. Yeah,
It's a life alarm, yes.
Yeah, it'll call the cleric to come and help you out.
Absolutely.
No problem. I change different tactics. I sound different now, I guess.
Oh,
I like
Oh,
that
I don't care.
the strange imp on my
Jumpy,
shoulder now has
jumpy,
become
jumpy.
it's very much the least awkward thing that is going on at this moment.
Of which the impetus reaches forward with its smiling, young, boyish, handsome face, and whispers into your ear,
Snuggle Lord, I'm afraid to let you know your flap is open.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Look, I knew it was open all the time. I just like looking at his booty. Yeah.
Grow up. That's where my tail comes out. Get over it. It is
I saw a booty.
tiefling anatomy. It's totally fine. Move on.
Totally
Wait a
fine.
minute. Wait a minute. The fuck happened to my fucking Celtic accent? This is fucking bullshit! God damn it, I'm from the fucking Highlands! The fuck? What are you looking at? God damn it,
Don't look
I
at
would
me,
like
don't
to
look at me.
fucking rage and I take out hammers and I just start beating the shit out of trees around me. Fucking angry!
Oh,
God
man.
damn it!
This guy hates nature.
I used to have a fucking charming accent, now I sound like a fucking mook!
Look, swing around all the hammers like that. I guess you could say he's too legit to quit, right?
I don't understand the reference. I'm so sorry,
Oh,
friend.
man.
this, your imp kind of leans in and says,
My apologies for bothering you, Master, but is this a bad time?
Yes. Everyone meet my imp, Lucas.
waves and nods and kind of smiles quietly at everybody.
Hello.
Lucas is, by the way, Lucas is wearing absolutely nothing except a
what
absolute.
was his name? Lucas? What?
Lucas.
Lucas, that's such a strange
Lucas.
name for an imp.
Describe again.
Lucas is wearing nothing but a Pabst Blue Ribbon
That's the joke.
T-shirt and an American flag baseball cap. I don't know what that is or what it means, but
It's a strange.
no pants, but isn't it?
Mystic
no
runes.
That's cool, man.
It's like a strange ulterior dimension Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Right.
Blue collar Donald Duck.
I feel like we should do something about court.
Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to...
Dude, yeah, the more I see this, the more I'm like, this actually could work if there is literally nothing. Like, there is no plot beyond like fuck around and like find the source of the magic, of the wild magic. But even like, I'm even thinking like going more general. I'm thinking, right, put it in the middle of like a coliseum. Sort of like Honor Among Thieves, that Coliseum where it has like, you know, the fucking maze and it's like switches shit up, but make it like an interdimensional brawl. Pew, or like a fight in the Feywild or some shit like that, right? Where all of the players have signed up for this tournament on a team together, and this tournament has events. So you don't even have like a plot necessarily. You have like, okay, it's the combat event, the maze event, the like, I don't know, fucking history quiz show event. And then the plot doesn't matter. You just have these little mini things of like, okay, you know, we're in these and it doesn't even really fucking matter how many we get done, honestly. We're just kind of fucking around and having a good time. And then we can just dive into, you know, this sort of thing where they're just talking to each other, having a goof, having a gaff. And we can really lean into all of the chat donations and like the crazy and wacky shit that they're introducing into the Coliseum fight, into the maze, into the trivia show. I think that could kind of work. I think that could kind of work. You just don't even have a plot. Just don't even try to like play normal D&D. Just do this, and it is just this through D&D. You know what I'm saying?
God, you sound so strange, my
This
friend.
angry yelling, by the way, is
Too many
echoing
of my
through the
seeds.
forest,
What are
and
they?
for a split second, you, Court, you hear this as, what's your armor class?
My armor class is 16.
16.
I am talking
you hear the
myself
sound
into this.
instinctively push out of the way. Your hand slaps what looks like some sort of small wooden shaft that
Get outta
fires
here.
past you. The rest of you in the middle of this moment look around you and you see start crawling out from behind the nearby trees a bunch of small, angry, growling humanoid figures going,
Oh yeah, there's them goblins they talking about.
Oh, right. Goblins.
Yo,
Swamp
Gobs.
goblins.
Yo, what up?
roll initiative.
Oh, new maps, new maps, new
Son
maps.
of a bitch.
Look, it's a new thing.
Yeah.
So we have over here.
New maps,
Snuggle
new
Lord.
maps, new maps.
Guess we things go now.
It's a familiar.
Oh,
God,
Jesus.
hello.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't you get
My imp just tripped on some cords. I'm sorry.
No.
All right, let's take a second to set up here, guys. Make sure your initiative number's ready.
Oh, we're rolling initiative, right?
All right, roll initiative.
I got a 20.
Hold on to that number for a second.
Alrighty.
I totally agree with you, John. Yeah, good improv can be good theater, and I think that like I truly believe that really great improv can be miles more impressive than the same lines or the same plot scripted. Like I think that there can be an incredibly impressive aspect to improv, especially if it's live and you know you're watching it, or you know if it's filmed, but you know it's being done live. I think it can be incredibly impressive, and it can stick in your brain so much more. Like the same line, the same joke can be so much more effective if there is the meta knowledge that it was right there, that it just that you came up with it on the spot, especially because improv allows for audience participation. So whereas like a scripted like stand-up set, you know, some of them are starting to work in crowd work, which is essentially improv. You know, they're working in improv. A scripted show can be amazing. It can be incredible. One of my favorite art pieces of all time is Inside by Bo Burnham. I think that it is incredibly effective and amazing comedy. I think Make Happy is on my top list as well by the same artist. But watching Whose Line Is It Anyways? And them getting, or just any sort of improv where they are taking your ideas, they are taking the audience's ideas and working them into the joke can hit so much harder, especially if you're that audience. If you're that audience member and they're taking your idea and making it funny, that can be impressive and effective on a whole different level. But to the other end, bad improv can be the worst art form of all time. I 100% agree. It can be boring. It can be a slog. You have tied yourself to the audience interaction. So if you have a bad prompt, or you commit to the wrong prompt, or one of your actors just isn't fucking feeling it that day, it can go down in a hurry. Yeah. I kind of love how badly Zach's gamify ideas on fire. Yeah, it's tough. You know, you have to try things. Like, when you're creating, you have to try things. Sometimes things will be bad. Sometimes they'll go poorly. Like, sometimes your shit just won't work. You gotta make big swings in order to make things that do work eventually. But yeah, it's crashing and burning pretty fucking hard. Oh man, combat increased playback. Yeah, for sure. Going to get a cozy and finish stream. Hell yeah, just Mustang. So I can't chat. I really enjoy the commentary. Thank you, Mustang. I appreciate it. I will see you on your TV.
Oh, sorry, I add one, right? Yeah, 7. Yeah.
Say that this is next to Snuggle Lord. That's Victor. And we'll say that this little kobold with the spear is Stefan. All right, so
When I find the critter who took my fucking Irish accent, we're gonna have words. We're gonna have words.
Certainly not Irish words.
He sounds so much more aggressive than before. We should
Actually, think a small woodland critter.
I didn't know he was supposed to
all right, so
From you.
this is
Smart.
25 to 20.
I'm 20.
20, alrighty.
I'm up there. Haha, yeah.
20 to 15.
15.
15.
Wait, there we go.
All right, 15 to 10.
Nope.
10 to 5.
Nope.
Oh, 6.
7.
Okay.
I raised
All right.
it.
Double 4s. All right. I love it. All right.
Love it.
All right. As you see, all these goblin figures start shuffling out from the sides of the trees nearby, and some seem to be laying low in the swamp and stealth upon you, penetrating themselves.
I also think something that I really quickly want to mention again about improv is that improv has this very distinct quality that you can't get in normal, or it is harder to get in normal scripted stuff, where you're essentially recreating a writer's room. So, like, if you're doing normal scripted comedy, if you're doing it on, television, you have a writer's room where everyone is bouncing ideas, everyone is talking through them, and improv actually recreates a facsimile of that. If you don't have that, if you, are a independent stand-up artist that doesn't have a writer's room, there are ideas that you will just probably never access, no matter how funny you are, because some ideas kind of just won't come up unless you have people just throwing ideas at the wall and combining their own creative sensibilities together to create something new. That collaborative aspect of improv, of the audience ideas being synthesized into one comedic piece, is incredibly unique. Like, that facsimile of a writer's room is something that you can't get without that or a writer's room. And so this is it could be very interesting, of like, they're essentially creating, I mentioned it earlier, they're creating a ton of mini DMs. So, like, it's not just Matt's story. It's not just Matt and the player's story anymore. It is now everyone's story, and you will get incredibly unique things out of that you couldn't get otherwise. But you really need to nail the format. They have not. Like, picking a good improv game is essential to creating a good improv show. Like, if your game is bad, your improv will be bad. And I think it is very clear that they did not have the format nailed here. But it's definitely something interesting to think about. It's something that the only reason that I have that thought so kind of solidly in my brain is because I've been thinking a lot about how to get chatters involved. And I've seen the Critical Role attempts of the random combats are terrible. This is terrible. And it's because they're trying to slap these on to traditional D&D. It doesn't fucking work. You need a unique format, even if D&D is still involved, or even if D&D is still the core of that format. Something else needs to fundamentally change if you're going to have big audience participation as like a core feature.
Looks like I'm preparing for another round of either ranged and nasty arrows, or some of them are pulling out these jagged little bladed elements. Ulfgar, you have the initiative on this round. Ready for anything as you are. Both swords out.
All right, I'm coming right at the first guy who seems to be loading up the next bolt.
Okay. The closest to you would be probably the one behind you.
All right,
of course.
yeah.
So go ahead and move up to it. Both swords out.
It's like, and I swing down at him with both my swords.
All right, go ahead and swing for the first attack.
All right. 14.
14. Okay, as you swing with the first one, it swings down towards it. It manages to catch purchase on the goblin's body armor, but the armor seems to streak off the side, and your sword plunges into the swamp floor.
Oh. And then with the next one,
Swamp floor.
1.
I know what you mean.
This time when you swing down, and this time the goblin actually reaches up and somehow catches the blade in its hand. You're like, how could a goblin catch a blade and not cut its own hand off? And you realize you were swinging it with the flat end.
Oh, no.
For some reason. The goblin goes, and is standing there clutching your blade, putting you in a very bad position. That will end your turn.
Well, that's not
alongside you, though, your new son bravely runs up to your side.
Really quick comment. I've made this comment before that something I've taken away from Blades in the Dark is to try and make the players not feel incompetent. Like, try to make things not their fault. Like, not that they were bad, just that their enemies were good. Right? So, I like the idea of the goblin maybe making, like, a crazy move and, like, going up and, like, grabbing the hilt and, like, kind of, like, pushing the sword away. Or something like that. Like, some, like, weird, bold move that caused the miss. Because that is not, you accidentally swung with the flat end. Like, how insane for a level 4 fighter. That makes you feel like a fucking idiot. Not actually. Like, I don't think that player actually feels bad, right? I don't think that Matt's actually making him feel bad. But he is describing that his character's a fucking idiot. No level 4 fighter in, like, a reasonable, like, fiction is swinging their sword with the flat end. Like, that's insane. I will say that sort of description, you know, I've criticized it within the idea of a more maybe dramatic tone or theme. For a comedic tone, it actually works more. Like, making your players feel incompetent can work better. But I think it's a little cheap. I think it's a little bit of an easy button. I think it's a cheap laugh. It's like a Three Stooges type of laugh of like, haha, he swung with the flat end. I think that there are better jokes that you can do where enemies are either like ludicrously powerful, but in like specific ways that like they're just using in like funny ways. Like this goblin can like catch the sword with his hands or something. Like you can make like jokes that still aren't at the expense of the players. I will say that catching the sword with his hands would imply that the goblin is far too strong and would actually potentially fuck with the fiction more. But this is sort of what I'm saying is like those sorts of jokes are harder. Like making people funnily good at things is not always easy. So making them funnily bad at things is much, much easier. It's a much, in my opinion, cheaper laugh. So even if you're at a comedic table, I think it's better to strive for those more, I would say, worthwhile laughs, worthwhile interactions, even if it's in a funny tone. A quick fix is that Matt or a host prompts suggestions for the chat room. You get hit with a dungeon trap beam. The next $500 donation gets to pick the condition effect. That is something that I've thought about. I kind of mentioned it earlier of like the chat like chooses when the chandelier drops. The chat like when you get the choice between like reinforcements arriving versus the existing ones getting some sort of buff or getting like a magic item that they pull out of a pouch. Like I've thought about giving the chat control over some branching paths, which is sort of, similar to what you're saying. There's only so many conditions in the book, right? So you're essentially giving them a branching path. It's just a lot of them. But yeah, I think that would, and especially because when it's a stream, you can communicate to the chat separate from Matt. I think that's something that they are not doing at all that I think could really go to improve this sort of thing of having moderators putting things on screen, like being like you said, like on screen. Next $500 donation does X, Y, or Z, so that the players still have the element of surprise. Like Matt doesn't have to, take away from DMing time to do it. I think that there's a lot that could be done with this idea. They just did not. They just did not do a good format.
Clutching the hammer that you had, just
Leave my dad alone!
Runs up the goblin and swings. Natural 20.
His son.
Holy shit!
Look at my son.
Double the 4, that's 8 points of damage. While you're captured, you're
Pride is not the word I'm looking for.
you hold someone with the hammer.
So
Whack! Splat! The side of the goblin's skull explodes to the side. Its grip is released.
Attaboy!
That's my son! That's my son! He just killed somebody!
Snuggle Lord equips his shield tightly for the rest of the journey.
What was that one?
You're gonna love it.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I don't think we will.
What was that?
Something for the
Excited?
man.
Okay, bring it to us when you find it. Alright, no worries.
Salty Pete aka Sam aka Money Sam has a full 22 card deck of many things appear in his pocket and immediately plays 3 cards. Also Snuggle Lord turns into a body pillow.
Oh, 60K!
Sure. Whatever. Yeah. GNS wanted the audience to determine session outcomes. CNR wasn't going to have it. I suspect this one shot was about proving their positions. Potentially. Yeah, of Matt, like, sticking to the format and being like, this won't fucking work. Look at how bad this is gonna go. It's super possible. You know, we'll never be in those boardroom meetings, but I could see that being a very feasible thing that happened. Mega guessed it before it happened. Dude, it's 'cause it's so ridiculous. It's so ludicrous that I just felt it. The only other thing they could do is, like, give them, like, a wand of wishes, right? Like, and maybe I'm fucking guessing that. Like, how does he fucking do it, right? I don't know. This is woof. 3 draws. That's the other thing, and this is something that I would probably limit if I was doing this sort of thing. That the chat cannot dictate what the players do. I think that is actually something very important here, is that the chat began with the orphan steals the thing, an effect on the world. The person appears and hands you a stapler, effect on the world. The, like, the Goliath's attack, okay, still an effect, but, like, a little bit more direct on the party this time. And now with the knocking their heads and switching accents, and also the Edna, like, she has to do this, like, fun flux rule, is, like, it seemed harmless at the time. Like, making them switch their accents. Haha, funny. You have now solidified that the chat can affect the, like, core actions and being of these characters, which is a line you should not cross. Because then you get fucking Zach turning into a body pillow. And you have him being forced to play from the deck of many things. If they just said one appeared in his pocket, one appeared on the road, that's still ludicrous. That's still horrifically ridiculous. But forcing him to play it should just be off the table. Just straight up off the table. TPK donations, woo. Yeah, that's literally like, hey, fucking, I kill Edna. Like, she has a heart attack and dies. Reroll. Mega looked ahead confirmed. Pre-watcher confirmed. Pre-watcher. Ah. People who have never seen this one shot, what are your predictions on these 3 draws? I honestly don't know the deck of many things draws well enough to even, like, have a prediction. I know, like, the general vibe of the deck of many things, but I've never had it in one of my games. So, like, I've looked at it in the manual, but I mean, you guys have heard me talk on the stream before. I'm limiting the number of rolls that people, like, make. I don't roll monster health. I don't roll monster damage. You think I have a deck of many things in my game? That's just not my shtick, not my vibe. I think at one point I did introduce, not even a deck of many things. I think there was a single card from the deck of many things that I gave to a player once that, you know, did the one thing. So yeah, it's just, I don't even know it well enough to make predictions. So fill the chat if you haven't, or fill the comments. But Oy, oy, oy. Never flirted with your players, never killed your players, never given them the deck of many things. You need to be more open to these. Dude, I am open to them, honestly. I'll straight up say I'm open to and I have flirted with them. It's just not been a big part of it. But especially, I'll give you the straight up. This is a bit of a lore drop, and is, I don't want to say controversial, but it is context. I grew up very Catholic, super duper into it. Altar boy, fucking music minister, all that shit. Very, very into it. D&D was already sort of controversial. None of my parents, none of my friends' parents were like against it. But there are some people in that faith that are. Straight up, like, flirting with each other, even in character, would have probably been too gay for us. So, I am not really that religious anymore. Super down with it. Don't got any hate in my heart for how I grew up. Very, very fine way to grow up. But yeah, so that is more of the basis of why I never flirted with my party members. So that's that. In terms of killing my players, I've gotten close. I have a hope. I aspire to kill my players one day. We'll see if it ever happens. Yeah, I've never seen this one shot either. I'm going blindly. Guess flames, skull, and fool. Fuck yeah, I'm down. To the religious, D&D has seen Satan's work via the satanic panic. This is coming from someone who was raised religious. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Is like, we were already, my parents and my friends' parents were actually very supportive, because if we were in the basement playing D&D, we weren't out doing worse shit. So they were actually really supportive of it, but they probably would have been weird about it if we had ever like in character flirted or whatever. Like, if my parents ever like heard us doing it through the floor or the door, they probably would have been weird about it. So, I don't want to make excuses, but that's sort of the explanation for why that's never been a part. And now I think I'm just so used to, like, that's just like not in my brain of like how I play D&D. Even though I'm totally fine with it now. So yeah, I am open to it. We will see, in the future if it ever comes up. I'll let you know. I'll come in all giddy to stream. I'll be like, I flirted with my players for the first time. Maybe I'll flirt with them on Sunday. Who knows?
And someone just threw a deck of many things on your ass.
Man's gotta look up the deck.
Why are you guys laughing at me? Deck of many things is a bad thing.
Yeah,
It's true.
fucking terrible.
We're gonna die.
Yeah,
We're
that's
gonna
the end of
die.
the story right
Get
here.
that on your turn. That's what you do on your turn.
Yes.
So suddenly you feel this like strange, this weight appear in the back pocket of your suit.
Feel magic. The gathering in my pocket.
Death for no reason.
All right, so we'll get to you next time. So anyway,
Oh, shit.
with that gets it to Quaalude. You're up.
Dance, Mercer, dance.
Where am I in the field? I mean, sorry, where am I in the field?
Also, someone brought up Hunger Games earlier, and I think Hunger Games would be a great format to ape for this. Like, you can have exploration in the, like, I'm thinking specifically of Hunger Games Catching Fire with like the big clock arena. Like, you can have intrigue, you can have mystery, you can have combat, you can have social encounters, you can have puzzle solving, like, and yeah, you could just like directly rip the idea of like donating to contestants within the Hunger Games. Instead of making it a free-for-all, just make it team-based. Like, straight up, that's all you got to do. And then you could even have donation tiers. You could be like $20 donations. You can donate a common magic item or like this type of plot effect. $50. You can donate an uncommon or this this level of plot effect, right? Like, you could even fucking tier up the donations. You could have positive donations, and you could have boons and banes. So you could have even higher tiers of donations that are actively fucking with the players, whereas the lower tiers only help them. Like, that shit could just work. And then the plot, maybe you have like a plot. You can have like a small plot in there, maybe hidden. Or you can just not. It can just be, hey, survive the arena. Win. That's the plot. And maybe you could even have, like, instead of boons being, like, directly harmful to the party, you could allow it to be just like the Hunger Games, where there are other teams in this arena of NPCs, and the chatters can donate to those teams. Fuck it. Let's take it one step further. Get 8 players. Split them into 4-person squads. We're playing PvP, baby. Get a bunch of people in here. Have all of these different squads, and the chatters get to donate to them. I don't know. That's going a bit too far, because that now is making it actively harder to DM. You need like 3 or 4 DMs now, and that'd be like hard to like control with like time control. But I still think that everything else that I mentioned could totally work.
You're the green guy right there.
And fuck it, maybe you guys will see it on the channel at some point, because that actually sounds kind of fun.
Wonderful. Hey, look at what's going on and go, oh, I can barely stand this, and turn into a giant
Knight Companion lost wealth and -2 to con.
great big bear.
We should have said he could do that back when we first met him. That was the most exciting action.
Yeah, wake up, get in the lead.
Into a giant bear.
Yes, and it's a brown bear. And which one? I go. Oh, wow. And then,
It looks like he's on some serious hallucinogens.
Oh my god, you got a goblin here, and you got 2 goblins here. Immediately in your
okay, where's the Vox Machina peeps?
No, this is you. This is Edna, and this is Court. And over here you have Salty Pete, who's the pirate dwarf. You have Snuggle Lord, and you have Ulfgar.
And I'm crying because I'm proud of my son right now.
I'm gonna bounce over to the.
You still get an OAC for that, Orion. Pay attention. Know where people are. Don't make Matt re-explain all of it.
The goblin to my right.
You get a small.
Yeah, and just go right for.
Claw attack, or claw and bite.
Claw and bite.
Go for it.
Yep. That's what I'll do. Do I have
Things. Jesus Christ, guys.
Seriously, holy shit.
The deep cuts.
the bite?
That was a trophy.
fuck you on the pillows.
Another one as well?
The bite misses. Well, I mean, right? What is it?
Would you roll to hit?
Do I need to tell
4.
someone?
4 misses, yeah.
Yeah, and the other one is an 18. The claw.
18 does take. Roll damage for the claw attack. As you run up, the bite, you try and snatch out the goblin, manages to move out of the side, but you swing your claw wide and manage to catch it in the face.
7 damage.
7 damage. As you do the claw, whack hits the side of the goblin's face, you hear it scream, ah! As the claws spear through the side of its jaw and neck, leaving open its jugular. It bleeds out and goes gurgling to the surface of the muddy waters of the swamp.
So it was more
I'll
blood.
turn to the other goblin and go, and then that's my turn.
Okay, well done.
You multiple his arms.
By the way, you have enough movement to go up to him if you want to.
Oh yeah, if I can.
Okay, so you move to there.
Yeah.
All right, so that goblin is like, you're staring it down, it looks very scared, watching you just destroyed its ally.
Cool.
Okay, that ends your turn. It is now their turn. This one turns here. This one rushes into you. This one comes up to Ulfgar. These 2 both rush into Salty Pete. This one runs in against you. Actually, this one's probably going to come over to Victor. All right, so first we're going with against you. That is going to be a 14. What's your AC as the bear?
Hits.
Okay, that hits. You go ahead and take 5 points of slashing damage as the scimitar streaks across the exterior of your bear hide. It's going to be 1 against you. Court, that's not going to hit. That's an 8. So as it comes towards you, you just kind of dodge it to the side and knock it away. It doesn't even get close to the the one that's right behind
Bada
you.
bing, bada boom.
Oh, hello there, little one.
That's going to be an 11 to hit.
Oh, my AC is 11.
11. All right, you take 5 points of slashing damage. The one jumps in the air, arcs down with the blade, hitting your back.
Snuggle Lord, control your son.
The one that's going after Victor, that hits. As you see, one of the goblins rushes out with this the small spear and goes and jams into the side of the of Victor, the back part of him. She goes, my kidneys!
Oh no.
Victor.
All right.
Oh, what a fucking shame.
That's some goblin dialysis.
This goblin here is bow out, so going to make a bow attack against you, Salty Pete. That's going to be a 9 against armor class. It just breaks off the outside of your armor.
My goodness.
There are now 2 of them. Oh no, sorry, there's one swinging after you, Ulfgar. That is a natural 20. You take 8 points of slashing damage as the scimitar manages to hit you extremely hard about the top of your armor. You can feel the blade sink in about 2 inches and hit bone. It's not very nice in this part. And this last goblin's going towards your son, who just bashed the brains into one of its allies. That's going to be a 20. That's going to be an 11, which does hit because he doesn't have the armor on.
Looks like you didn't jump in front of that attack for your son there, dumbass. Ooh!
5 points slashing. You see the other one come out with some hack into the side of your son. He goes, ah! And screams out in pain. You can see now there's like a big streak of blood down his arm, and one of his arms is kind of hanging limply to the side. He looks, tears rolling from his eyes. He looks at you like, Dad.
Don't worry, it's all part of the plan.
It'll grow back. Tick scatters.
And with that, Snuggle Lord, it's your turn.
You know, a bright light appears above. It is Snuggler's lost shield, his pillow. He has to equip it for the remainder of the journey.
Oh, you have a pillow shield.
In this moment, you feel a great boon come down that same star that sparkled in the sky.
Lord, what have you delivered to me?
And out of a sudden poof of dark shadow, this pillow lands into your arms, holding strangely the visage of both you and some other distant hero from a different plane of existence. You clutch it to yourself, knowing that having it will give you a +2 bonus to your armor class.
This is really weird, Lord.
great.
Slightly inappropriate, but I'll take it. Thank you.
Moving in the right direction.
Let's
Don't ever look a gift pillow in the mouth, all right?
So, what are you doing in your
Armor
class?
class.
I would like to hex the enemy closest to me. I can't see.
All right, the enemy closest to you. We're going to decide for you guys. You're right here. There are 2 enemies right here that are pretty close to you.
To my right.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, this guy hear me?
Sure, it doesn't.
Okay. So this one that's currently attacking the Black Powder Merchant and stabbed him with a spear.
Wait, that's the one that's attacking the black powder? I'll attack the other one.
Okay.
Oh, man.
You turned the one that was fired
Nice
at Salty
gold.
Pete.
And I hex them.
You hex him. Okay.
Oh
it's
my
currently hexed.
god.
And then I attack with where's my sheet here? The Eldritch Blast.
All right.
Which
All
I
3 of
have.
them?
Huh?
How many Eldritch Blasts can you throw at this level?
I believe
cantrip.
just one.
Just one at this level, right? Yeah.
And but I have the Agonizing Blast as well, which adds 4.
Right. Okay. So go ahead and roll for an attack against it.
D20.
And add your spell attack. I believe it's +6, right?
Oh, 8 then.
8. Okay. So you as you
help me roll better?
you turn around and you focus and your eyes go dark black and there's a burst of smoke energy up the sides as all of a sudden the shadows from the swamp reach up and cling to the body of this goblin. It looks around freaking out. It is now currently feeling the entwined dark energy of your hex. You put your hand down before it and you release a burst of dark arcane energy that goes far too wide and strikes into nearby trees. The
I
goblin
think the stapler is still having an effect on me. Can you turn it off? I let it go, but I can't stop shaking.
the goblin looks at you and goes,
Oh, fuck you, I'll get you.
the Black Powder Merchant is still holding a spear in his hand and goes, you can move if you want. So your turn. You can move and that'll be the end of your turn.
I can move, but can I do Misty Step or is that another?
You missed. Misty Step's a bonus action.
yeah,
You
so I can only move?
Nothing's currently in melee with you, so you can move however you want right now.
Let's just move away from Salty Pete.
Yeah, it's gonna get real messy in like 1 second.
I'm gonna move away from the Black Powder Merchant.
Okay.
And as I'm running away, I'm like, fend for yourself!
Okay. And with that, Salty Pete, it's your turn.
Oh,
God.
What's this in my pocket? It's some sort of dick. Of many
Wait,
things.
did you say
It's some sort
There's a
of
dick in your
dick.
pocket.
Is
you
that a
say-
dick?
did you say there's a dick in
Or
your
am I just
pocket?
happy to see it? The answer is
You have
both.
the card somewhere, by the way, guys. That's usually how this is played.
Wait, what?
An actual deck. We need an actual deck.
I only have like my
Three
bullshit.
That's fine. We'll use what you have there.
Okay. Oh shit.
They're
Okay.
real cards.
Yeah, the real cards.
Yeah.
So go ahead and hand it to Salty Pete. Salty Pete.
Oh, jeez.
Go ahead and pull 3 of
Jesus,
them.
Mary and Joseph.
Uh-oh, sakes, preserve us.
Let me shuffle. That's fine. I shuffled.
I'm still unclear. You have a dick in your pocket.
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay, before you draw a card, you draw 3 of them.
There are many
I hope-
things
I hope-
to
Draw
look
good
at.
ones.
High cards don't really do things.
Draw good ones.
All right.
Oh,
Shall I
cards.
flip the
For the
cards?
most part. That's how my deck of illusion.
Yeah, go ahead and.
King of diamonds.
No whammies, no
2
whammies, no whammies.
of clubs. And 2 of diamonds.
So King of Diamonds. You said.
King of diamonds, 2 of clubs, and 2 of diamonds. Well, many things. We have many things in store.
Oh, this is not
So,
good.
as you pull out the first card, suddenly within your hands, it bursts into a golden flame, looking into your eyes, spark, and the experience of 1,000 generations of your family past come coursing into your body. You gain 50,000 experience points.
What? Say that one more
You gain
time.
50,000 experience
What
points.
the fucking Christ?
You just went to like level
Real
12.
ultimate power.
Super Saiyan, man.
I'm full on now.
Shadows.
Oh, we didn't hear it. No, we were bitching.
The hero laments the loss of your accent and gives you this blessed banhammer of doom.
There you have it. And Hammer of Doom is yours. You also acquire
I'm
within your
confused
hands.
because she said the loss of my accent, but I didn't lose one.
Salty Pete is now level 9.
So go ahead and roll 5d10 and add your hit points.
That's amazing. Also, you get some fun new abilities real quick.
Well, we'll go with this. Take a while. So let's go with it. All right. So roll that as your hit points.
He's a rogue.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like a
You
pin
can tell me. All right. So and you
I
also
mean-
the crossbow.
Okay, if this happens, I think the only thing I like that Matt's like, that'll take a while. Let's move on. Let's do the hit points. I think the hit points and just make sure, be like, hey, you have a new sneak attack amount. Because up to level 9, I think you get evasion. You get the expertise on stuff. Like, you get a lot of things, but the ones that are really relevant right now are the hit points and the sneak attack. Those are the things I would instantly give him. It's a good thing Liam is there who has played rogue. Yeah, true.
Oh, that's in your hand. All of a sudden, spires aglow with bluish magical energy. It's now considered a +2 magical crossbow. So the second card you pulled is what?
That was one card?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's wait till this is over.
All right, the second card was a 2 of clubs. 2 of clubs. Classic card.
Gloves.
Oh shit.
Oh.
How
All
much
right.
liquor have you?
Your intelligence is now permanently 5 lower.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, that's I'm feeling fucking stupid.
You're just.
That's awful.
You're allowed to draw an additional card if you choose to.
Oh, 100%.
What's the first one you drew?
It's 2 of diamonds.
Definitely don't even.
100%. He said. What's that?
Okay. If you single-handedly defeat the next hostile monster you encounter, you gain experience points enough to gain another level.
I'm doing it.
And your fourth card you
My
want to
fourth card is the Queen of Clubs.
Oh shit. Okay.
This escalated quickly.
Okay. The card disappears in a flicker of fire.
Oh, shit.
And you see in your mind, suddenly, your vision pressed deep into the 9 hells. You see a large pit fiend demon all of a sudden glare back and go,
Salty Pete, you are my quarry.
and then vanish in flame, just as it did. You don't know what happened, but you get the feeling something very dangerous is now hunting you.
Yeah, I got a,
Oh my god.
I got a horrible feeling.
That went so much better than it could have. Oh my god. That was like the most benign shit to happen. His intelligence lowers and he gets the fiend after him. That could have that could have just been a TPK, and they just would have had an hour and a half stream, and that would have been it. Because isn't there like a fucking dragon in there? Am I wrong? That's crazy, dude. Yeah, you did get flames right, Hans.
Did that happen inside the intelligence thing?
No, that happened as well.
Oh, Jesus.
Think of anything, guys.
Your hair just turned blonde.
I'm stupid now.
Didn't know that, but you know.
I've got a glowing blue.
Yo, I just want to know if I really did just see or feel the presence of a demon pointing at you.
100%. He kind of looked like that, but like a little bit meaner and not like a waifu pillow.
And like 4 times the size. Right?
Yeah, like huge.
That is no good.
Going to it,
That is no good at all.
All right, so, okay.
Holy
that
shit.
ends your turn.
Holy shit.
That ends your turn.
Oh,
So add your hit points. Give me sneak attack damage bonus.
With leveling, you can probably add more points to your intelligence.
Did you put the hammer in my hands?
No, all your attacks and skills are also.
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
All of your attacks and skills are also +2.
Oh,
Alright.
shit.
Court,
Help
you're
fight
up.
that
Court
demon
ends
that's
next.
coming
Where's the boy? Where's the boy?
Little boy is right here.
Don't kill the one next to Salty Pete. He has to take that one out.
All right, I want to walk up to the goblin. I know there's one right by me. I'm just gonna keep walking. If he takes a swing, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna walk towards the goblin by the boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
The gods were there.
And now you might not have noticed it before, guys, but I got almost.
Oh, you.
What do I got?
You get
Your
the
accent back.
This is for the loss of your accent.
Does it come back?
No.
No, you just
No,
got
it doesn't.
I get a prop toy.
What kind
Yeah,
of sick
you
game
get
are the
the
gods playing on me? You give me a pillow and a hammer, and then take the hammer away and I'm
You
left
look
with the
down
pillow.
and
You
you
give us
look
the
at the
place,
hammer, all of a
that's
sudden,
good deal.
the edge of it
Good
bursts
deal.
into flames.
Yeah.
From the sheer force of frustration and anger, your accent does not come back, but you feel the vengeance for losing it now is coursing into the actual weapon you hold.
So I walk over to him, and you guys might not have noticed this before, but I got nothing on but leather thongs and a tattoo of a badger on my chest. Half of my chest is a tattoo of a badger, and I'm already in a rage, because right before the fight started, I went into a rage.
Yep.
I take my free hand and I fucking rake it down my chest, and I say, "Let's go, Gary!" And I take my war pick off my back, and I want to recklessly attack the one that struck the boy. I want to split him right down the fucking middle.
All right,
You
go
guys-
ahead.
You want to not use the hammer that just started glowing.
Use the hammer!
I can't believe we didn't.
Am I getting a magic?
My head is just swimming with the fight in the Feywild idea, dude. It's going on the list at the very least, because I'm picturing all of this if we didn't have the overhanging, looming plot bullshit of like, oh, we actually like have a job we're supposed to do. If they were just fucking around in the Feywild in like a tournament and they're just like going for points or to like win the combat or whatever, this is like a lot of fun actually. Like it's so funny. Like I'm normally the big investment guy. I'm the let's get them into the scene, whatever. I actually think in this case, with all of these mechanics and whatever, the plot is actively de-investing the characters. Every time they have to like actually come back in and like think about what they're like doing overall is when they're not having fun anymore. They're having fun with the random wackiness of the chat. So just make it like a wild magic tournament, a Feywild tournament, what the fuck ever. And just kick the plot out the window. The plot is to win. That's it. And oh man. It wouldn't be for a while. Q3 2024. You might be seeing Fight in the Feywild, dude, because it's rolling around in my head now of like, there's almost something here. Because like I think the thing that is so illustrative of like how the players feel in this moment is that he chose to draw again. Obviously, Zach is not having fun because this is not going at all how he expected. But I think the other players are having a goof, having a gaff. Like, I think they're having a good time, and the chat is probably having fun. Like, so if you could, it sounds terrible, but like care less, like try to make it less of like a normal D&D thing, it might just be super fun. Oh man, I don't know. Hashtag animal mascot.
Weapon is out of this. Unclear.
Gary the Badger is this group's trinket. I see.
All right. All right, so I'm going to use this magic weapon. I'm attacking recklessly. I got two 17s. So that's 17. That's a 21.
21 hits.
Whatever this is.
All right, so go ahead and roll the damage for one of your.
Especially if it was more contained. You know, if we're just offering options, there's basically a menu of things that chat can donate so that you have all the stats, you already know everything, you don't have to take the time to look it all up in the moment. Oh, could be fun. Especially, oh my god, I'm thinking even back to like the Emberhold discussion. Like in Hunger Games Catching Fire, there's the clock arena, so it automatically shifts between what stage the arena is in. Just like by the hour. That's part of the intrigue, right? I'm thinking about when we were talking about redesigning the Emberhold, and I was talking about having there be like kind of 4 different like layouts, you know, like maybe on a certain schedule, they have like levers that can like change the flow of the lava, or maybe they have someone that like uses a scrying eye or uses Gaze of Two Minds and will actively change the flow to fuck with the players. That could be another donation tier. So you have the aspect of like even the arena that the players are playing in could be changed by chat, but in a like controlled way. Again, you give them like a menu to pick from of like these things do X, Y, and Z. Man, that could. It's so interesting, but I know I don't have time for it right now. And I also know that like I don't have like the chat or audience size. I love you guys, but I don't think you're dropping 500 which I also wouldn't even like set it at 500. It'd be like $1, $5, $10, $20 tiers, but still. I don't think we're anywhere near that. So yeah, hit me up Q3, Q4. $100 good boon, 500 bad thing, 1,000 clone a player, 5,000 kill a PC. Yeah, dude. And that way, if you put it on the menu and everyone is like aware beforehand, like all of the players know, like, okay, these are the things on the menu. Like these are the things that could be done to you. You know, prepare for that. Then like, I think we're good. I think we're in the green. We're in the money. If they know that there's a chance that, you know, someone drops 5K and just fucking snipes one of them, and they like know that's a possibility, and if that happens, they just fucking bow out and go grab a beer, like that could be interesting. Oh, man, I'm gonna have to think about it.
Regular weapons, add 1d6 flaming damage to it.
Okay, so that is 6.
That's crazy, though.
The rage is 10. 10 plus 1d6 is 12.
12. You walk up and wham, just smash it into the mud. Actual flames.
Like, I can see the attractiveness of this idea if it's not laid on top of Critical Role that's trying to be a serious actual play. I think that's the big problem, is that Critical Role is trying to be an actual play. They're trying to, like, I don't want to say they're trying to, like, make art and this isn't art, but they're trying to make a very different kind of art. So it's like kind of fundamentally uncompatible. If you're not trying to make that type of art, if you're not trying to make a real actual play, and you just lean into this idea even heavier, I think it could be really dope. I'm gonna have to think about it more. Like a donation-based chat plays style of cumulative effect, small choices controlling the environment. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm thinking almost God, not Ender's Game, almost the opposite of Ender's Game. Oh God, there's one that I'm thinking of where like one player is like controlling a dungeon and 3 other players are like running through the dungeon. Sort of like that, where like you set up like this like blank canvas sort of arena. And I'm also thinking that like, yeah, you have donation tiers for people to have like exact effects, but then you also allow like every 5 minutes we're going to like run a poll, right? So every 5 minutes you run a poll. So even if you're not donating, every 5 minutes, maybe you're getting something like whatever is picked out of the poll that's all from like, you know, the 2nd or 3rd tier. So it's like relatively effective, but not like as effective as you can get towards the top, so that it's not just a money thing. Like the money is an option in there, but there's also just like fun chat interaction for people that just like want to participate. I know Zach eventually quits GNS and starts Kiok, which I only barely know a thing. Does anyone know if Kiok is gamified? I think we talked about it really early on in the watch through. I believe it is more gamified. I think someone said, then Critical Role was, but I don't know if it's as gamified as I'm talking about, because the problem with what I'm talking about is that it basically can't be an actual play. Like, I think the gimmick would get old if you were to do it in a way that is satisfying. Like, I think the satisfying way to do it is to fully give over to the gimmick, fully give it to the chat. And I think that works once or twice. Like, I think that's like a biannual thing. You can't make an actual play out of that goes every single week. I don't see solid plot being able to be developed. It's like if you were to have the Hunger Games every week. Like, it has to be a yearly event. Otherwise, it's not entertaining anymore. So, yeah. It would be interesting to look into, though, especially with these like one-shot ideas that I have. Anyways.
The sizzling sound as it hits the marshy ground. What was once a goblin is now a charred and liquefied mess.
I look at blood splashes onto me, and I look down at the kid, and I wipe it off my face, and I wipe it down his head. I say, "Today you're a man."
I look at Steph, I'm like, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Edna, what are you gonna do?
All right,
You're
so
over
I
here.
have one guy on my butt.
Correct.
Okay, so question. Since oh Jesus, that's no. Oh goodness me. As part of being a conjuration wizard,
yes.
I can do a minor conjuration as an action,
yes.
and I can just conjure things that are up to 10 pounds.
Yes.
Can I conjure a 10-pound rock over his head?
You could, yes.
Okay, sure. So I'm gonna turn around and be like, oh, I told you to get your son away from me, Snuggle Lord, and I drop the 10-pound rock on his head.
Okay, so it appears. Just go ahead and roll d20 and add your intelligence modifier to it to see how you're able to conjure it in the right space above it.
What is that?
You rolled a 1. Okay, so here's what happens. Make a dexterity saving throw. As you finish your conjuration, you go this way, and the rock appears right above you. 4. You take
5 total.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as the rock slams down onto your head. You feel your neck jostled and your whole head ringing for a second.
Oh, I'm still new at this. I'm still learning.
Yo, somebody say grandma. Somebody go in there and say grandma.
I mean,
what? What?
You forget
Off you're right.
What?
So now look at this.
There's one goblin.
The goblin in front of me is like, guess what? Today you made a mistake. First mistake, walking up into this swamp.
Yeah, that's fine. I think a part of me feels like I should have a bigger opinion on that, but I think that was a solid way to handle it. I think it's fun. I love allowing players to do fun shit, and I also love punishing them. I've already said I'm not into crit fails. I'm not into crit fails doing things other than missing or just, not working. But if they do have an extra negative effect, I try to keep it solidly within flavor. I thought that was cool. I thought that was fine. That was a natural one, right? I'm not like making that up in my brain. She rolled a nat 1. Yeah. I started saying all that, and then I'm like, whoa, did I just like invent a memory? I think that happened. Anyways. This one shot is a perfect place for these types of critical failures that won't typically make it in a regular VM episode. Yeah, totally. That's especially like if you want to fuck around with mechanics, if you want to try new stuff, like one shots are absolutely the perfect place to try it out. This one shot more than typical. Out of curiosity, how far into this are we? Halfway through, near the end? Halfway. So halfway, part 1 is over at 147, and then we'll have an hour. So we have about hour 10 left. So it's gonna be probably as long as a normal app.
Second mistake, messing with me and my son and my family I have here. I got grandma over there who just got hit by a rock. I got
rock she dropped on her own head, my dude.
Semantics. So I swing with Linda and Regina. Okay. So the first one swings for 23.
That hits.
And
it's also something I was talking about earlier that I think is true. I think I typically go through the back half of the episode much quicker because I've already talked about like a lot of the meta things that the episode has introduced. Like, this donation concept, it falling off the rails, whatever. Like, I kind of get through that in the first half, and then it just keeps happening in the second half, but it doesn't, like, get reintroduced unless something changes.
For the second one.
Go for it, yeah.
And the second one is a 1.
Okay, roll damage in the first one.
All right, so for the first one, let's see where that D8. There it is. So, 9.
9 points of damage. As you bring your first sword down, it embeds itself about 7 inches into the chest of the small goblin. It's actually twitching, its eyes slowly rolling back in its head. With a big ring, you bring your second blade down and swing it outward. It cleaves his torso in two, but the inertia pulls it outward in the direction of your son.
No!
Go ahead. Go ahead and just roll a d20.
18.
18. Okay. You managed to steal your will enough to stop the blade, but an inch from his face. The metal kind of sitting there and shimmering with power. He looks at you with a moment of sudden confusion and fright.
It's all part of the plan.
I think that small boy you took away from wherever he may be from just wet himself. He definitely peed himself.
Quaalude, you're up.
Roar, I mean.
Roar!
And that deals over me?
Yeah. Go for it. Fight claw attack.
What is it?
I also have a feeling we're gonna have another combat.
It's your attack, yes, right. I mean, the attack bonus should be with the bear's snap block.
Oh, you weren't prepared for that, were you?
I got a monster menu right here. If you're a druid, keep your
It's a brown bear, right?
Yeah, brown bear.
Very, very back.
Is multi-attack.
Brown bear, there you go, plus
Plus
5 to hit.
5 and claws plus 5. So plus 5 to both of those. 17 and 12.
Okay.
So total 17 and 12?
Yes, 17 plus 12.
17 hits.
Cool.
So the first attack hits, that would be your bite.
Quick thing, this is one of the reasons I don't recommend Druid for new players, because they are a full caster. They are also a prepared caster, so they can change spells, which is both good and bad. It's good if you're worried that the player might regret their spell choices and you're not willing to let them change it on like a known caster. But it's bad because they have to consider every single spell in the book. They can't just make a choice and stick with it. And they have to keep track of all their stat blocks. So they have all of the hardness of a prepared caster on top of having all of these druid animal stat blocks to keep track of. So, that's a little aside.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Bite and then claw. That's kind of the order there.
I'll do this 1d8.
1d8 plus strength modifier.
Where's Sweet. Let's
5, right? Where's your strength? Plus 2.
Oh, 5.
5 points of damage. You bite out with your bite. You get a big old chunk of its shoulder and tear it off. It screams out in pain, the dark blood of the goblin pouring down, but it's still standing angrily at you. As you swipe your claw at it, it ducks back out of the way and looks at you. This kind of foam at the end of its mouth.
Is it bear strike bonus?
Yes.
Add 2 more points of hit damage.
So it'll be 7 total.
Oh, yeah.
So as it darts back and looks at you, growling, it's lost way too much blood and like tries to make a swipe at you, but falls face first down into the swamp. You feel the gurgling of its final breath, kind of pulling out into the water at the top of the marsh. It is gone.
Oh, sweet.
I will also say, for something like this, this is, clearly an intro fight, where there's going to probably be another fight in the second half that is the more plot relevant fight. I would 1,000% make all of these goblins minions. And what I mean by that is the minionization rule from, I believe, 4th edition, where I believe you cut their CR in 4th. You make it to where they only ever deal average damage, and they have 1 hit point. If they have to make a dex save to avoid taking damage, even if they would take half damage on the save, they take no damage instead. I think minionization is really good for intro fights like this, because number one, you can have more, and you can use more intimidating monsters to set a tone if you want. You just have more flexibility with what type of tone you want to set, if you want to overwhelm them, if you want to use really strong enemies, what have you. But by minionizing them, you make it easier for you to run on the back end, helping with the pacing of the one shot, and you allow them to get this tone set to kind of be introduced to their own abilities that they're going to be using for the rest of this one shot and potentially in the plot relevant fight later. But it can go really, really quickly. It can go a lot faster than a normal fight where, maybe a 5 doesn't kill them, but a 7 does, right? If you minionize them, you guarantee that every single hit kills them. And so they get used to their abilities. You can use it to establish a tone for the fight later, but it doesn't take nearly as long, is really the key. This was Matt's first planned fight. The Giants and the Tiger were sprung upon him. Yeah, totally. 100%. So that's why I think that there's definitely another fight in the second half, is because this does not feel like it's going to be the only fight. Again, I was just referring to the plot relevant fight. Sure, this is plot relevant, but it's not like a resolution to the fight or to the plot. And I'm not saying that in D&D you have to resolve plot by fighting, but in really contained stories like this, it is what most often happens. Just think of the Slayer's Take, with them ending it by the climax is the fight against the dragon or the fight against the Rakshasa, and then you just have falling action after that. That's not necessarily how a normal campaign goes, but it's a really tight and easy way to do one-shot pacing.
There's a big difference.
You still move if you want.
When
Help
who's
me!
that? Where's Edna?
Help me!
Let me go.
I want to wait until after this combat.
Hit your stupid button! I had that chunks in my mouth that I took off, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna spit it in the goblin's face.
Okay, make an intimidation check.
Wow, it rolled up on the dice.
Let's try it.
The goblin catches it in its mouth and starts chewing. Yeah, goblins are a little weird. All right, that brings it to their turn. Strangely, this fight, like most goblins are very cowardly creatures, but you start noticing these goblins as you're fighting them, all of their eyes are kind of clouded over, and they're fighting with a fervor and in perpetual anger. They don't even really notice the danger they're in. This is uncommon to a species that is generally cowardly by nature. The goblin that you
Again, this is great. That's great foreshadowing, great tone setting. A great use of the fight to progress the narrative. I would just try, especially for an intro fight in a one-shot that is meant to progress, not resolve the narrative, I would try to have it be faster. Whether you minionize them like I'm talking about, whether you make some other change to make the fight go faster, just something. You know, you can let them get a little taste of the combat, test out their abilities, figure out the synergies, whatever. But make it go faster. You don't want to bog, because combats can last hours, even relatively simple ones. And you don't want to accidentally, like, just shoot yourself in the ass within the first, like, arc of your of your session.
just finish chewing, looks at you and lashes out at you with its scimitar. That's going to be a 20. Hits, okay. You take 5 points of slashing damage as it arcs its scimitar across your bare form, leaving another big streak of slash damage across the front of your body. All right. You have a goblin that is hexed that is going to be attacking you, Salty Pete. There's going to be a 17 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
All right, so from that, you take 5 points of piercing damage from a short bow arrow that's in your back.
I can afford that.
Yeah.
The anticipation is quite literally killing me.
Whenever an ally is injured, Snugglord has the uncontrollable urge to hug them and they heal.
And they heal. Aw, that's sweet.
So, you see this arrow sticking out of your ally's back, and you suddenly feel like, oh no, I need to go and help my friend. So we'll get to your
When
turn.
the fuck would I ever say or do that?
We'll get to your turn when we get there. All right, so the one is going to be attacking the powder merchant misses. You now have this one is off on the side, is going to rush up towards the Snugglord now. The scimitar in the air, and that's going to be a 14 to hit. What's your AC?
It's more than that. I got my trusty pillow, 15.
15? That'll do. You hold your pillow out in front of you, and the blade shing arcs off, sparks flying, almost like the exterior of the pillow is iron for a split second. Bring it to your turn, Snugglord.
A black unicorn randomly appears and permanently attaches itself to Snugglord's loins.
A unicorn?
As this happens, you feel this urge to heal your friend. You hear this tiny, and this really, really small pitch black unicorn comes up, like, runs up and just latches itself to the outside of your crotch and forms this protective barrier.
Unicorn cod pizza.
I mean, you've got a unicorn.
I mean,
Look, we both leveled up Salty Pete.
So
High
it's your turn.
five. Okay. So now, am I?
You're right here. It's goblins in front of you. You feel the
Me and Liam with almost the exact same expression and physicality.
uncontrollable urge to go and help someone who's been wounded recently, which would be either Edna or Salty Pete.
Work that unicorn. Edna, I feel.
What? I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up.
The shop room is drawing me towards you.
What?
The shop room is commanding me to help you, to heal you. I don't want to do it.
Oh, that's what that is.
It's making me do it. Just let me do it.
So you move to her.
How impressed are you at Matt's improving all this chaos? I mean, it's hard because it is a lot of chaos, but there have only been a few things where I'm like, man, like Matt is really going, Matt has to do some work here. I was impressed by the orphan, by Stefan. I liked the line with him and with the quest giver and the staple giver of connecting them. I thought that was great. But as we get further and further into it, the things are becoming more and more ludicrous to the point where Matt's having to do less to explain them. Like, it did feel like he had to explain the stapler giver. It does not feel like he needs to explain the unicorn. And I don't think he's going to. Like, at this point, he's kind of just starting to give up trying to explain it. Stephanie, yeah. So it's like, I was impressed with him in the beginning, and I agree with him in what he's doing. I don't think he needs to explain it beyond what he's doing, but it is starting to need less. I don't know. I'll wait to ask again until after the one shot is over. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. At the end, I'll have a cohesive vision of how well I think he did and how well he even needed to do, you know?
That's fine. The urge makes you move a little bit faster than you normally would. You get up to her, the goblin does get one swipe at you as you run by. That is a 16. You take 5 points of slashing damage as the blade streaks across the back of your...
I will say something I would have put the kibosh on, that I've already said I would have put the kibosh on, is them controlling the players. Like the chat saying, you know, X does this, X does that. I would have put the kibosh on that real fucking early. Like immediately. Even the changing accent thing, even though it's just funny, I probably wouldn't have allowed it. Because I think it can, it just makes them feel like puppets. It's like Dance Monkey Dance, you know? Like, I think it's fine and fun for them to react to things that are crazy, wacky things that are happening in the world, even the COD piece. But, I don't know, the uncontrollable hugs is not good.
This is stupid!
You rush up and hug Edna from behind. Go ahead and roll a d8.
I missed you too, Snugglelord.
Go ahead and roll a d8, Snugglelord.
From the unicock.
Is it 3?
3. You heal 3 points of damage from the warm embrace of the Snugglelord, and you almost take damage from the piercing of the tiny unicorn horn in the side of your hip.
It's like holding Legos in a pantyhose. This is gross. Oh.
Salty Pete, who's the Conan of this adventure. It's
I'm feeling great. So, is it possible to use my my cunning action to hide, to like go into stealth?
You have to really be in a situation where you can hide.
I just really want to
You can run up to any enemy who's 5 feet away from one of your allies.
By the way, currently the powder merchant is fighting this guy, so this guy you could still do sneak attack damage.
Yeah, I
want
can
to get
see
away from
that,
it because if
Daniel.
you're attacking with a crossbow, you have a disadvantage if it's right up next to you.
Gotcha. All right, and there's a guy who's right next to me as well.
Right there, yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'm going to I'll use my cunning action to disengage.
There you go.
There we go, pretty cunning.
Where do you want to go from there? Do you want to move?
I'd like to get behind him so I can flank him with my sword.
Okay, so you move over there.
Do you need my magical
Pull your
codpiece
sword
for this?
No, you're fine. Just hug the lady on the ground.
You pull your sword out. Go ahead and roll for an attack.
Okay. 20. Not natural though.
It hits. Go ahead and roll damage plus sneak attack.
All right. Well, that's gonna be a lot. I need 566.
Stupid.
I played as a rogue for 3 years before I did that.
Listen, there's many things that are going to happen tonight.
Like annihilation. He's dead. Whatever it is.
How much damage is that?
Let's see.
It's like 40. Some.
He's dead.
Hold on.
Really sad.
Hold on. So.
Okay. All right. 12, 22, 27, 28 points of damage.
Okay, it had
wait, plus 3 more.
31. That's 7 hit points. So as you vanish kind of stealthily into the darkness of the swamp, you can see the goblin is currently harrying the black powder merchant. Victor kind of looks over his shoulder. As suddenly the blade protrudes from its chest with such force that its ribcage tears open, spraying the contents of its torso all over the black powder merchant.
Oh, you're in the splash zone. Surprise!
Damn, Pete, we're all out there.
Here's salty.
Court, you're up.
How do I top that?
Do I level up?
Message level 10.
Guys, I have a message.
Bahamut, impressed with his bravery and views of XIX, the son, guard to Stephen, he is now a monk.
Oh!
Wait, Steven Selma?
Yep. As you look over your child and this beam of like a silver platinum light comes down from some mystical source, you hear the
Suddenly,
flapping
in
wings
the
of a
middle of whatever
dragon.
is happening, a beautiful and dangerous princess appears in battle calling herself Ryko. Snugglelord immediately falls madly in love with her and proclaims to his go.
Ryko, you made that message?
Your name Ryan Koppel?
Ryko is.
Ryko.
Ryko. Okay. Well.
That's hilarious. I'm hoping so.
I'm level 10, you guys.
So, a princess named Ryko. I've not got to do anything. All of my turns are decided for me.
Appears on the battlefield, 3-point landing, Avenger style.
Holy shit.
Looks over, and you can see now this beaming platinum light that's on your son coming down is now coming from her. She holds aloft her holy symbol. She looks down and goes,
Stefan, you shall be the savior of this group.
at which point you see now his muscles pulse into him. Now he looks intensely ripped as the faces now attach themselves. Yeah, still 7 years old, but the scariest looking 7-year-old you've ever seen.
Sweet baby's got a 6-pack on his 6-pack.
He's grilling!
All right.
He's a little girl from Barry, from like Barry season 2 or 3. It's, dude. I mean, okay, he pulled that one together. That was a nice little bit of connection.
All this happens around you. The princess winks at you. Go, fight, once Irishman.
Oh yeah, my legs.
Some of them are getting cut off. I don't have my phone on me. Yeah, I can do that.
What enemies are left? I don't,
There's one there and one here.
All right. I'm running. There's one by Edna and the
Yes.
Snugglelord. All right. I'm running over. And I yell, and it's attacking Edna.
Yes.
And I say, nobody Nobody touches my fucking girlfriend. Come here, you! And I take the hammer.
Okay, good old attack.
Oh God, thank you so much, my sweetie patootie.
That's a 19.
Okay, it's good old damage.
Yeah, it does.
Sure.
7, 9, 11.
When would you
Age is just a number, all right?
Take the hammer and smack it inside the goblin. It goes just scattered into ash and kind of slowly drifts down across the bottom of the swamp floor.
And I take some of the blood off my weapon and I smear it out in his face and say, now you are a man.
Today you are a man.
Okay. And
Well, I've got nice cans. Why, thank you, I know.
Which, and that's
You
your
should
turn.
have seen me when I was 20.
This
That's
battle
your
will
turn.
never end.
What?
It's your turn.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, wait, am I still surrounded by anything?
No, there's just one over here, one goblin that looks hexed and is currently very outmatched. A party that is ever growing.
I can't decide you. Oh, is that your son, Olaf? Or is that a goblin? Is that a magic missile?
All right, go ahead and roll magic missile damage.
2. 5.
Nice.
10.
The goblin, which now like pulls out a second arrow and is like aiming it towards you. As it pulls back, the 3 arrows, as each burst of arc energy slams one into its chest, another into its shoulder, and a final one slams under the chin, causing the front of its head to explode out.
How'd it go 2, 5, 10? They're D4s, no? Whatever.
Into a glimmering spray of crimson into the night.
Christ.
The current threat disengaged. You all look around at the chaos that just ensued and have to take a moment to really kind of digest what has transpired. And with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back to continue what the hell this is.
I have 64,000 experience points.
That's fucking insane. Okay. Yeah, we are going to get back to whatever the hell that was. It starts at 1:59. Let's see.
Thank you.
Lol, trying to use logic in this type of environment. Yeah, this is really the anti-rules lawyer zone. You can't apply any sort of logic to what's going on here. Let's see, 1:59, 21. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take a quick bio break, get more water, use the bathroom, and we will be right back to finish that out. I'll see you guys in a second. What's up, everybody? All right, 1 hour is the length of part 2. Hell yeah! And to keep going with the chaotic nature of this stream, Paige was like, "Hey, will you do the connections before midnight because it resets?" And I'm gonna forget. if I don't do it right now. So, we're going to have a small interlude break to play the New York Times game Connections. And if you haven't played it yet, that's what we're doing. Connections! So, how to play Connections for anyone who doesn't know. Find the group of 4 items that share something in common. Select 4 items and tap submit. Find the groups without making 4 mistakes. My mom made 2 mistakes today. Category examples: fish, bass, flounder, salmon, trout, fire, blank, fire ant, fire drill, fire island, fire opal. So that sort of thing. So let's see. Hell yeah, John, let's go. Okay. Scarf, Pass, Mirror, Clark, Wolf, Cowl, Apple, Ravine, Craven, Canyon, Gorge, Bashful, Gulch, Queen, Chen, Gulp. I mean, these are all kind of in the mountain, as is a gulch. A pass isn't necessarily. Let's try it. Oh, one away. Okay, so it probably is pass, and one of these is in one of the other categories. I'm going too fast. I did not look at the other ones nearly enough. Let's see. Scarf and Cowl could be together. Craven and Bashful. Chen. I don't know what Chen is. Queen. Oh, there's like Apple, Wolf, Mirror, and Queen. Is that the deal? Apple, Mirror, Wolf, Queen? For like not Little Red Riding Hood, but the one where there's a poison apple. Is that one there? I'll hold my tongue as I've already played this one. All right, sick. This is somewhat similar to Sign to Nerdle. Yeah, I do not know what that is. Maybe it's not Queen. Maybe it's Cowl. I feel like this is wrong, but honestly, I'm gonna go for it. Fuck. That one's also one away. Shit. Okay, I'm seeing Big Gulp for some reason. Big Chen, Big Bashful, Big Clark. Man. I am missing something here. I feel like it's not Queen. Maybe it's just Cowl. Maybe it's that. I don't know why Apple is there though. If it's like Mirror, Wolf, Cowl, and Apple. Fuck it. No, not even close. Fuck. Oh no. So Queen definitely was with 2 of these. Oh, I'm doing bad. It's like this, but for movies, TV shows, actors, actresses. God, I would be terrible at that. Man, I am doing bad. I'm normally pretty good at this. Let's see. Bashful, Craven. Oh, man. Canyon, Gorge, Gulch, Queen, Chen. I still don't know Chen. Chen is a singer. A genus of geese. Uh-huh. It's the most common surname. The only Chen I'm aware of is from fucking World of Warcraft, which I don't think is what they're going for. Blood Gulch? Is it Blood Gulch? No. Blood Pass, Blood Mirror. I can give a hint if you give me dollars. It's the opposite of a charity stream. Uh-huh. Yeah. That could work. Okay, let's go back to this one. So I said it's not this one. So it's one of these and it's probably pass. Canyon, Gorge, Gulch. I feel like maybe it is Blood Gulch. You need to play Sin and Nerdle original just one time. How bad can you truly be? I'll play it after this. After I probably fail this one, I can't even. Okay, there's Clark Kent, Gulp Kent, Chen Kent. Dude, I'm just gonna guess. I feel like canyon could be some other things. And so I'm going to go with pass, and we'll just see. Fuck. Wow! I just failed it. That's terrible. Areas between mountains. So it was pass, it wasn't gorge. Oh! I should have had that gorge, man. I should have had the eat voraciously. Featured in Snow White. Mere Queen Apple Bashful. I don't know that I would have gotten that one. C plus bird. Chehen, Chilark. Wow. That's actually a good purple. I feel like a lot of the purples recently have been kind of lame. Man, Sin 2 Nerdle. Let's see. Sin 2 Nerdle. I'm going to play this one and then we're going to go back. Original just one time. Original. Let's do it. Okay. Swipe tiles to find all 5 movies in the grid. Wait, what? Swipe tile? Oh, no, swap tiles. Oh, but I only have 15 swaps. Oh, this is like weird and complicated. Okay. Elizabeth Olsen, Deer, Prisoners of War, Terabithia. It has a bridge, I've heard. Audition, Japan. Okay, probably POWs. Wyoming Reservation. Isn't that a Few Good Men or whatever? Christopher Walken. Wind, Bridge. Aha, Bridge in Terabithia. Fantasy, Russian Roulette. I don't know about that one. Needles, Har, River, Treehouse. River over Bridge, Kauai? What's that one called? River over Bridge, Kauai. The bridge on the river Kauai. Is this one about? Is that one a horror? I don't think that one's a horror. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know who Elizabeth Olsen is, so that's a tough one. Russian roulette and horror seem related. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try Terabithia first. So I'm gonna say that the bridge is up there with Terabithia, and so is fantasy. Wait, what? Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? That these are like the same? Dink dink? What do these yellows mean? Wait, let's see. How to play. Swap them. The tiles turn to 3 when 3 tiles that belong together. I see. Or on the same row or column? Wait, what? How can there be 5 with only 4 rows and 4 columns? Certain tiles will cross over with multiple movies. Oh, I see. Aha. Okay, I kind of fucked up, I think, my organization then, because I think Bridge is probably also River. No, River's not up there. Oh, no. Is there a treehouse in Bridge to Terabithia? Okay, there is a treehouse. Okay. Is there a river? Is it River over Bridge Kauai or whatever? No, but that's right, apparently. Okay. Oh, Bridge to Terabithia. I got it. Wind audition? Maybe Elizabeth Olsen auditioned for something. Is she Japan horror needles? Needles? Wind. No. Christopher Walken. No, but yes. If it's yellow, you're 1 away. Russian roulette is in the Deer Hunter? What is the Deer Hunter? Is it a Christopher Walken? Okay, the Deer Hunter, sure. Now, these are switched. Nice! Okay, now I need to get movie 5. It's Wind River. That would make sense with wind. And audition. Okay. Man, they really just gave it to you there. Okay, now what is movie number 5? It's gonna line up and down, but I only have a few swaps left. So there's a river, there's a bridge, there's Prisoners of War. Is Bridge over Bridge? does this have prisoners of war in it? An epic war film, the Burma Railway. The only reason I know about this movie, by the way, is because Ron Swanson watches it for his birthday in Parks and Rec. This is the only, is regarded as one of the greatest films ever made. Sure. Historical setting. No idea how this last round works. The plot. Oh, POWs! POWs. Is Christopher Walken in it? Starring? No. Okay, but I think that's right. So there's a bridge, there's a river, and there are prisoners of war. Aha! Now, it's not horror. Is it Japan? A Japanese prison camp. Let's go. How did I do better on this than the one I actually play? That's wild. I guess I didn't do very good. I only had 2 swaps left. That's probably not very good. Oh man, my wife would fucking love this. I'm gonna have to show her this part of the stream. Thank you. Claps. Man, yeah, I fucked that connections, though. That sucks. Man, I'm normally sending my mom taunting texts about how much I smashed the connections. For reference, me and Paige started racing on connections because we were both getting it perfect too often. Like, we were both getting it, like, without any mistakes. So we started to say, okay, you have to get it perfect, no mistakes, and whoever does it no mistakes faster wins that day. So, man, fucked it. Anyways, back to the actual point of the show. Anyways.
So Vox Machina and all the...
I would love to do like some variety streams someday, you know, just like fuck around, like play some random games, play some like browser games, flash games. I legitimately just don't have the time, but if I was full-time streamer, I'd do that sort of shit like every other day. That was fun. In all honesty, you did finish the harder connection for you, which is movies. That is true. That is true. I have not seen any of the movies on that list, by the way. Even Bridge to Terabithia, which I know was like a huge movie for my age group, for people that were interested in fantasy. Never saw it. My parents just weren't into like movies. Me and my mom watched a lot of TV, but we only watched like super long TV shows. Like I watched Law and Order Special Victims Unit for a long time when I was probably way too young. I've watched all of House. I watched all of Lost in real time. We watched The Strain. Just like these really super long running procedurals. That's like all that my brain is filled with from my childhood. Scooby-Doo, SpongeBob, that sort of thing. Truth, often connections is too easy, yeah. Mega is an NCIS boy. Oh my god. NCIS, NCIS LA, NCIS, was it Miami? No. That's CIS Miami. No, Crime Scene Investigation Unit. CIU? I don't remember. Anyways, yes, I was an NCIS boy. New Orleans, thank you. I didn't watch that one as much, but I did watch NCIS LA. And when Paige first introduced me to the comedy Fired Up, which is a very 2000s comedy, I was like, oh, it's the guy from NCIS LA. No idea what his name is. Still no idea. I think one of them is Luke Wilson. What's the guy that says wow? It's that guy's brother. The wow guy. I don't We are really digging into my lack of pop culture knowledge. Okay, Scooby is a procedural, but The Strain, we only watched 2 seasons of it because it wasn't procedural enough. You're starting to hit on it. You're digging into it right now, yeah. Owen Wilson, thank you. Yeah, Fired Up has Luke Wilson in it. Who I always just remember as the brother of the wow guy. I always loved Criminal Minds. Criminal Minds was dope. I watched a lot of. I didn't watch Grey's Anatomy, but my mom was starting it like right when I went to college. It doesn't have Luke Wilson in it? Who does it have in it?
Neither.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy that's not on NCISLA in it?
They're not common people. Like, I don't know his name. That's how uncommon he is.
You don't know his name?
Did not do anything.
Are you sure it's not Luke Wilson? Wait. Oh, it's not Luke Wilson. I was picturing Luke Wilson in my head, but it's definitely not him. Stars Eric Christian Olsen.
You're thinking of Legally Blonde, which has.
Oh wait, this is NCISLA guy.
Legally Blonde has Luke Wilson in it.
I don't think I'm thinking of Legally Blonde. Molly Sims. We are getting off on a bad tangent here. It's not going to be fun for just to watch me go through things I don't know. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Supernatural is long enough for him to watch, but I don't know about him watching it with his Catholic background. I did watch Supernatural. Loved Supernatural at the time. It's weird. We'll go into more lore drops at some point, but I was a weird type of Catholic. Yeah, I was not into, like, my parents were not into, like, blocking media. Like, they didn't, like, tell me not to watch The Golden Compass. They weren't like, oh, the media is corrupting the youth. But it was very much like, don't be gay. And like that level of like repression. And like weird shit. No, I watched Supernatural. I watched Supernatural up to the Leviathans, and then I went to college and didn't have a Netflix account anymore. So I couldn't watch Supernatural. What would Christ do? I don't know what WWC do. I don't know WWCD. Supernatural is so great. I do like Supernatural a lot. I like it quite a bit. Supernatural is what gave me my love of time loop episodes. I fucking love time loops. And the Supernatural, I've never seen Groundhog Day. So Supernatural was my introduction to the concept of time loops, and I think that the time loop in that one is so much fun. I think it's in like season like 6 or 7. That's a great episode. I've just started watching it. I just started season 6. It's good. Yeah, it's a solid show.
Chaos.
I have one quick message, guys.
Yes.
Because we hit our goal, we've now raised it to 75,000, and we have to the end of this game to raise it. Now, don't forget, as you've probably witnessed, every $500 donation, we've been reacting and doing the crazy shit that you've been telling us to do.
Man, I'm level 10 now. Everything's on fire. A child has a six-pack. You did this.
And I'm about to.
All right, so here we go. So
What level is Stefan, by the way?
well, Stefan is now currently a level 1 monk.
Level 1 monk. All right.
Which is still pretty good for a 7-year-old. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no shit.
So you guys, as the battle winds down and the initial adrenaline wears off, you can see Reiko, the princess that landed in 3-point turn, stands up and looks over, armor glimmering, beautiful face, long dark hair, glances about and kind of gives everyone a
Huge
look.
knockers.
Huge, like enormous.
Wearing glasses.
And just glances about the rest of the party and goes, "You warriors have proven yourselves to delve into this dangerous night and this swamp. Who do you call leader?"
Me, this one.
She approaches you. "And what purpose do you
Gary
walk
the Badger
into this?"
comes to life as a spirit animal and permanent companion of Liam's character, Gary. Feeling the deep hurt inside Liam, restores his original accent. Liam can change Gary, change between.
So what was the top of that one?
I think the message. I think the computer volume needs to be turned back up there.
Yeah.
And I heard it. I've got it right here. Gary the Badger comes to life as a spirit animal and permanent companion of Liam's character. Gary, feeling the deep hurt inside Liam, restores his original accent. Liam can change Gary, change between the tattoo form and the spirit form at will.
Holy shit! There you go.
The accent is back.
The accent is back. The Badger Gary reaches out to you and
So Kurt drops to his knees and openly starts weeping and hugs the Badger to him and says, "I lost Gary 5 years ago, and there's been a hole inside me ever since. You little man, you and I are going to go places." And he sends my tattoo.
Okay. Which point?
I turned out bear form.
Okay.
Salty Pete suddenly sees his lost fingers magically reappear as he attempts to feel them. The illusion fades, and the fingers disappear. He hears the demons cackling laughter in the darkness.
Why? Why would you take my fingers, then bring them back, and then cockle at me lots? Oh no, me long lost digits. I thought they were a necklace, but no, they're a cruel fallacy.
The illusion of the fingers fade.
That's really funny. Because that's like building on the past one. That was good. I liked that one.
You hear in the distant echoing in the dark forest. You sense some very dark evil is very, very near.
Oh, thank goodness I'm level 10.
At which point, Reiko is now approached the leader, the de facto leader of the group, and says, "Your name?"
I'm
It said that he sees his fingers reappear, but when he tries to feel them, he realizes they're an illusion, and he hears the pit fiend like cackling in the background. Great use of a $500 donation. Hell yeah. I think that's more of what they were expecting in retrospect. It was more of that kind of shit. That was good. I liked that.
I'm Snugglelord.
And your purpose in this swamp?
To take your hand in marriage.
Pardon me?
I get down on one knee, and I look at Raiko right in the eyes. And I say,
Oh my.
You're awesome and amazing at everything. Will you be my big knockered wife?
Roll persuasion with advantage.
That's fucking beautiful.
That's the knock.
As the rays of moonlight come streaking through the tops of the forest, this crystalline, beautiful moment. You roll twice to make it higher.
Yeah, proficient.
Frames the two of them, this male and female form.
Crazy
Masculine.
Merchant Man and Stefan both shout, "Look, the east is burning red." An explosion the size of a nuke goes off in the distance. I give the light force to those who put it. I'll feel a change over why.
I'm gonna load those up. I roll
Load those up. We still have a couple messages to get to, guys.
that was a 17.
Okay. Reiko glanced down at you, and you can see this red flush her cheeks. And she goes, well, you, warrior, you shall be my champion. I accept.
Yeah, she
Go
accepted,
ahead.
but it was.
Oh, that's beautiful. You're getting mad at
Sorry,
it.
it was a 23 or something
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
like
I was underselling it.
Nevertheless, she takes your hand and pulls you up, and while you yourself are caught in her eyes, she, in a very forceful warrior self, reaches out, takes you by the hand, and just Frenches you deeply in the center of the swamp.
Woo! Oh my.
I cover up.
I quickly go. From that?
Is Frenching you in the swamp a euphemism?
It is now.
Don't look it up on Urban Dictionary.
I pull it back. Oh, sorry. That's actually that's a unicorn. It's not what you think. It's literally a unicorn. I'm sorry.
She looks disappointed and smiles and goes, well, I entrust you here for worthy reasons. Now as my future husband, I wish you all health, and I gift you this. And her fingers go out, and with a magical array, this strange leather girdle appears and kind of hovers in the air. This will give magical power to whoever should wear it, and the gift of switching their sex to the other side, to gain a new, beautiful perspective on life. Who would take this boon?
Oh, that looks
Guys, my
that
Raiko's
looks
in
pretty
this.
nice.
Shit.
I feel like we all kind of want it.
He wants to try
I feel like all of us really want it. All of us.
You could give it to your, you
79
could give it
years.
to your husband if you ever wanted per se a wife as well.
I think it should go to me and my buff ass son. I mean, we got a lot of stuff to work out. And you
I would say it'd be quite nice for your son to have a mother as well.
No, you don't know. I
Can you
need
both do it?
This is getting fucking weird. This is the sort of thing that I would pretty heavily criticize in regular Critical Role, but this is already so far gone that I'm like, is it bad? Is it it's weird. It's weird regardless of if it's bad or not. It's strange though. And they're leaning into the strangeness, and I don't know. I feel like I need to be high for this dude, which I don't do. Work. Hey, y'all, just got done DMing my Star Wars game. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I've always wanted to. There's a lot of TTRPGs I really want to try, and the Star Wars one is one of them. I am not into Star Wars, but a lot of my friends are. I'm much more of a Star Trek type of guy. Speaking of long procedurals, if I have to pick one of the fucking science fantasy shows to be into, I chose the one with 1 million episodes of TV rather than the one with 9 movies. That's why I'm a Star Trek guy, let's be real. But I do want to try the Star Wars one at some point. It's so far past the point of absurd that nothing is really bad at this point. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is it's there's a level of when you introduce, if they were saying my big knockered wife in Critical Role, it would be a little odd because we're supposed to take Critical Role characters seriously a lot of the time. And we're supposed to take the NPCs around them seriously a lot of the time. And so, whatever, the big knockered whatever would be kind of weird in Critical Role. But, we're not supposed to take any of this seriously. So it's okay, whatever, I guess. It's kind of, it's past the point of no return. Mr. Dad coming in at a weird point, especially if he's never seen this. Yeah. This is a weird one, Mr. Dad. I was about to say, go back and rewatch it, but, I don't know, maybe do, maybe don't, I don't know. Also, 2015, different time, internet culture was different. Yeah, it for sure was. It was, I would say worse in most ways, but, not explicitly worse in some ways. But, yeah, and I definitely think that it seems like Zach panders and focuses on the chat more, which I wouldn't know anything about. No, I don't pander to y'all, as the whispers argument can prove. But yeah. It's weird.
I need to play two roles. You don't have a mom anymore. I need to be the daddy and the mama.
I'm clearly the strongest one here. I need the strength that comes with being a woman.
Oh, what?
I mean, by all means.
I would like the entire party to roll a persuasion check.
Look,
Whoever was
I think
highest.
seniority should run here, alright?
I definitely agree.
I'm petting Gary under a tree and
Okay.
Wait, was it persuasion?
Persuasion.
That's a boy.
20 total.
20.
2, 17.
6.
5.
Look, you see, I've been around for quite some time, and I have had to live under the patriarchal values of this kingdom, and you know what? It's really tough being a woman, and I had to birth 2 big, strong boys out of me, and
From your vagina.
So she steps forward.
and you know what? My good late Charles' husband, God rest his soul, you know, he was a good husband, buddy.
They always used to say Charles in charge.
What?
Reiko does this with her fingers, and the girl just towards you and goes, "It is your choice then. You decide who takes the girdle." At which point she looks over to Snugglelord, winks, and then vanishes in a puff of smoke.
Oh, bye. Bye, Reiko.
It's all right. Sometimes we gotta be nice to grandma, okay?
Yeah, well, she'll be grandpa.
Are you gonna try it out? Does it
Yeah,
make you
sounds
younger?
She'll be
I
Ed.
don't think so.
So it will just make you a gross old man. With low-hanging balls.
All right.
That's no good.
So you take the girdle. You put it on. All right. As she puts the girdle on, you can see her older elderly woman form shimmers and shifts into instead an elderly hunched over man with a kind of a hook nose and a cleft chin.
What do I look like? Am I handsome?
It looks like your name is Ed now.
You know what?
At which point, Stefan, the monk kid, and the old black powder merchant both together shout, which I can't shout together because I'm one human being. Look, an explosion! Look, an explosion! And you guys look off in the distance and see this, this bright red glow as an almost nuclear-sized red burst comes coasting to the trees.
You're not to chain link fence.
I grab the merchant and I put him in front of me and hold him.
All right.
I grab and protect my buff-ass son.
Okay.
I clench my body.
I grab Ed and say, "It doesn't mean a thing, baby," and I kiss him.
Okay.
I look at playground.
Okay.
It's 2015, we can be progressive, goddammit.
As the blast wave comes coursing through the swamp, expecting to be turned to dust, instead, a wave of warmth drifts over you. You open your eyes, raising attention, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you are all women.
I'm Salty Pietra.
To Edna.
At least you have the girdle.
I didn't even get to see what my member looked like. That was really unfortunate.
I should look
Such
back
a
first.
Now I don't need it again.
That don't mean a thing, baby. That's Ulfga, Fireforge, X-Pit by the X-Men, Sellsword, Bullshit Talks, Moneywall. I got a son now. His name is Steffa.
No, it's not Stephanie.
As you now see, you have a monk daughter who all of a sudden the muscles rip even heavier as she all of a sudden ascends to level 10 to match
Oh,
Salty
finally,
Pete.
someone on my level.
Why?
Because
demands it.
the deity shot room demanded that this blast of energy also instilled the heroic presence within this child, who ages 4 years into the future. At the tender age of 11, this daughter, now strong, chorus style, glances up at her mother and goes, "Now I can protect you, Mom."
That's my baby. Oh.
I don't know about you, but I'm quite happy with the results.
Snugglelord was predicting the future the whole time. And, yeah, Zach isn't funny. It's crazy. I very, yeah, Mr. Dad, you came in at a crazy time. I don't even want to say that, like, the rest of it's better. The rest of it isn't this batshit so far, but, this is why you give the chat a menu, not free reign over what they can submit.
And says, "My tattoo's now 3-dimensional."
Oh. It's like a relief map.
I just want you to know, Colt, that this doesn't change anything. You know, you were open-minded when I was a man.
Everyone roll a perception check.
Feel these, they're fantastic.
Oh, okay, oh.
Roll a what?
What?
What's going on there?
Roll a perception check, for the love of God.
Perception check.
Roll a perception check.
All of us?
All of you.
9. I rolled a 1.
5.
A 1.
15.
All right.
24.
Okay. Both Quaaludia
can call me
and Q and a glance off, and you see in the distance this large mound of swamp earth that seems to be similar to what the alchemist had told you to go ahead and locate, where apparently this doorway had been opened.
I'll go over
You know
to
what?
investigate. You want to come here?
Ah, yes, I think we were standing next to what we were looking for the whole
Is something
time.
wrong with you?
I don't know. I felt I was caught talking to you via comms. I don't know why.
You're so crazy, girl. I love you.
Take the
Okay.
shot.
Let's go investigate. Yes?
Let's
I
go
shall
right
walk
there.
over. Let me walk over. I see what's going on.
I take my war pick off my back and I just start walking towards
All right,
the
making your way deeper into Zola's swamp towards this mound, you begin to recall. You've heard mysteries about this Zola's swamp, and you've heard such things as rampant curses. The magical energies here are so strong and cross over with so many realms that just chaos seems to burst out at periods of time, and you feel like this entire group has fallen into a nexus period in which the magical energies uncontrollably alter the landscape around. Thus, the events that have transpired in the recent time.
Oh, 1,000% SSH. He will be too busy narrating the text-to-speech messages to do any amount of plot. Anything. Like, yeah, fuck it. You're just there. Congrats. I mean, it's like I said at the beginning, but it's just gotten worse and worse and worse of like, fuck, we just need to like strip out all the plot points. You teleported. Congratulations.
It's been a very weird day.
As you make your
rational explanation.
As you make your way towards this earthing mound, you look about the outside and you can see there are a series of animal limbs and strange crudely carved runes and various skulls that are all hanging by pieces of twine all around the outside of this entranceway that seems to delve into a deep, animalistically.
Matt, you can't describe this place seriously after gender bending the entire party. You can't talk about the animal limbs and the bones and the skulls. No one cares. Zach just shouted, "I have boobs" 6 times. I think we've lost the dramatic tension a bit. Oh man, poor Matt. This is, woof. But look at the bones.
Carved natural tunnel into the swamp floor proper.
This is crazy.
Insight check.
On to
To see if I recognize any of the carvings or that stuff.
I'd like to do a perception check.
would be insight per se. Insight's more like a person's motives. You can go and roll a religion check.
Okay, that's 14.
Okay.
Can I roll a perception check?
What are you looking for?
My vagina.
There's. I guess we should explore ourselves.
That is 9.
9. You're gonna be busy for a while.
Take 20.
All right, so glancing about
It's glorious.
the runes, as you look across them, the carvings, they're these strange ancient symbols. You can see what looks almost like a G and an S. These are symbols of the great ancient deity Shatrum.
I recognize these things, they snuggle face. Come over here and look. It seems like there is some kind of G on the face. The thing.
It's the Shathroom.
It's
Oh God! Your God.
Yeah, excuse
There's
me.
only one God.
Excuse me, did you not see
That's
that
a can of
dragon
worms
come out
right
and make my
there.
daughter bluff? Did you not see that dragon come out and make my daughter bluff? Did you not see the dragon?
That was
Here comes
God.
the Shathroom. That was Bahamut.
And
baby.
how do you explain the demon that took away my fingers, that made them come back, and took them away?
The sixth sense of humor of the Shathroom.
Oh,
Can I
Christ.
is it open? Can I see?
Yeah, it is just an open tunnel that leads deeper into the earth itself.
We have to go. We have to.
Let's do
This
it.
is my calling.
Let's do it.
I was expecting the accent,
Yeah.
but you want to. Okay, fine. You have no. I thought you would be against me on
It
this.
was a run by fruiting.
The feminine bravery that seems to have taken root in Salty Pete. You can see the confidence of a modern-day woman taking over what was once a relatively questioning male. Leads the way to charge deeper into the swamp earth before you. The tunnel, dark and moldy from the interior. The cold air hitting you can smell mildew and rot. What sounds like wood that has largely fallen into just like dusty awfulness. Descending further into the cavern, you hear in the distance low muttering. This like small, synchronized, cacophonous chant. It's like echoing. Maybe imagine 20, 30 feet ahead of you around a bend. You can see a little bit of flickering light that's pushing into the hallway from around that turn.
When I hear that, I'm going to use my Mask of the Wild, and I'm going to blend into the side of the rock.
Okay. As you shimmer inside of the rock, go and roll a stealth roll with advantage.
Yeah, that'll work. That's 19.
19? Okay. You kind of crest around the edge. You enter what looks to be where the chamber, an actual chamber at the end of this hallway, closed off, and there's a couple of like small rocks in the center. But in the middle of this, you see what looks to be a large bonfire, like kind of an orangish blue flame is flickering and burning. You can see stones arranged, almost like a haphazard path, fallen doorway. You can see what appears to be 4 goblins around, one which is larger than the others, with all this war paint across its face, and they're all just chanting in unison. Just
I go ahead and cast mage armor on myself.
All right, you major on yourself. You see that the lead goblin is throwing things into the flame, and with each toss, the flames flicker up into vibrant blue flames, then die back down, the color turning more and more from a blue to a bright, vibrant yellow. It's pulsing now. The fire's pulsing.
I'd like to stealth.
Roll stealth.
How close are we?
Salty Petunia.
All right, that is a 30.
Okay.
I'm level 10.
Oh, wait. What is Ify Ben in? I also recognize him. Is he on like Smosh? Or what has he been on? Yeah, I recognized that guy as well, but I like him so far. He's my favorite of the 3 guests. Yeah, I love him when he's been on Dimension 20. Oh, on Dimension 20, interesting. He's cool. I definitely like him the most out of the group.
All right, so as you come around the bend too, you see the druid, which is currently hidden across the rock. You also have the same view, and you can see the kind of rolling danger at this. Suddenly, as you're watching, you see the flames flicker in, and the goblins all stand up, and a tendril spikes out of the flames, like the small purple door seems to open up, and a tentacle reaches out, wraps around a goblin, and pulls it in. It screams. All the goblins just keep chanting. It opens up even further and further. And from what you can see now, this entity starts pulling through. It's this weird fleshy mass, almost like this amorphous giant cluster of flesh that is surrounded with teeth and eyes that glance around in all positions, mouths that open up and screech and squeal and then disappear. It's constantly moving and shifting in its position, and as it comes out, this weird twisting cacophony of voices of all different like shrieking sounds and low guttural murmurs all happening at once. The goblins smile and look more and more feverish as suddenly it reaches out and grabs another one, stuffing it into one of its maw, until eventually only the lead goblin remains. And as he stands there chanting and chanting and chanting, the creature moves forward and slowly envelops and rolls over the goblin. You hear its kind of scream as its body is completely consumed. As it pulls back, you can see almost like the goblin's face appear as part of its fleshy mass for a second and then vanish into it. You also see a partially absorbed human arm and half of a face that matches the description of the assistant Cyril that you were coming to find.
It's Ulfgar's vagina.
We found it. Real funny, guys. You guys are real funny.
This does not look good.
I take my imp off my shoulder and I say, Lucas.
Yeah, there's no way that we even got him on the one shot. Yeah, guys, there's no way that Matt would describe a an abomination, Kavarn type creature. This is a different tone. It's a different vibe. There's no way that that we'll get like an amalgam creature at the end. We're establishing a totally different kind of tone.
Stand 5 feet in front of me, and then I use Crown of Madness, and I attach it to the merchant, my son, and make him also stand 5 feet in front of me, creating a human shield. Well, not human, but a shield, a body shield. What children are for? They're ready to soak up that damage.
How big is this entity again? How gigantic?
There it is.
It's not a literal crowd.
So,
right?
I would ask all of you to roll initiative, please.
Yeah?
As position goes,
Oh my god.
Matthew.
Yes.
Position goes, I'm right there.
You off the side?
I think it's there. And the my Mask of the Wild, I look like the wall.
Yes.
That's what it is. So I'm like.
Yes, I'm aware.
Am I still stealthed for this, or did I? Is this?
We're still stealthed.
Okay, cool.
As far as you know.
As far as I, yeah, I'll find out real quick.
Yes, you will. All right. So, initiative rolls, everyone. You have a.
And we're back into combat. Let's turn it up. Oh, we were already turned up. All right, well, we'll just keep
25 to 20.
20.
20. All right. That was good. All right.
18.
18. Snugs over there. 20 to 15. 15 to 10.
13.
13.
I also have a 13.
Alrighty, salty. 10 to 5. 10 to 5. 5 to 1.
1.
Alright.
Still looking for that vagina.
Alright. So, top. Court, you're actually up first, and you are back here with the rest of the group in this
Go get him,
circumstance.
Tiger.
Right. Well, obviously, I would like to fucking rage, and I push my beautiful mane of hair back and slap my. Oh, fucking hell, that hurts. Let's do this, Gary! And Gary the Badger flies out of my breast and lands in front of me, ready to fight by my side.
You have boobs now!
And I pull up one of my hammers and flip it in my hand, and as soon as I catch it, I throw it at the fucking thing.
Alright, so as you move forward to get within visual range, moving
thing.
past your allies,
Yeah.
Gary appears right in front of you. This dice will be your Gary Badger, and you can go ahead and throw the hammer at the entity. It is with disadvantage because of the distance it is from you right now, so go for it.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh,
Dude, I think that they're just going to start adding abilities to the monster. There's gonna be like, yeah, the monster grows a horde of Orcus. Is this the second horde of Orcus? Have we discovered it? Is the chat gonna be like the abomination reveals the second horn?
terrible, terrible. Flies right by.
It does. It actually lands over here. The hammer ends
That's
up slamming
what
and shooting
we're
across
gonna
hitting this
see.
piece of stone and then arcing off to the side. So
Mark
you're,
my
it's a regular natural
words.
That was a regular one.
one. All right.
I'm just fucking glad I'm Irish again.
All right, that's your turn. Next, this creature comes streaming forward.
Oh no.
Okay. As it moves forward, the ground you can see around it, the actual stone floor begins to almost warp and bend, like it doesn't have in its near vicinity the same hard physicality as it did before. Alrighty. So first, it's gonna go ahead and start. It's gonna go ahead and reach out with one of its tendrils towards you. Has a bunch of these biting mouths on it. Whips out towards you.
It's a deck save.
No, this is 20 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
It's actually just right to there, just that side there. All right, so that hits. You take.
I was being so messy, or I was being so confident. I was like, there's no way I'll drop this shit. No way. I don't need to look at it. I can watch the TV while feeding myself with chopsticks. I forget I still have many moons to go on my chopstick training.
17 points of piercing damage.
Abomination is Kima.
That's rough.
Yes.
We're proper fucked.
And make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Good advantage on that. So that's 15.
15. You make the impact of it pushes you back, and you almost fall over, but you catch yourself and throw the tendril off your body and angrily growl at it. That ends its turn. Snuggle, you're up. At the top of your. Okay, yeah, you're far enough away. Okay.
I'm still Snuggle Lord, mind you.
Sorry, Snuggle Lord. My apologies.
My penis may have left me, but the name sticks.
Drew. Snuggle Lady.
So I take, I control the merchant.
Yes.
And I have him run directly at the creature, yelling like a freaking idiot, saying, "Please kill me! Please kill me! Please kill me! Please kill me!"
Please kill me! Please kill me! Kill me!
Running towards it. Is that all you wanted to do?
Wait, and he has to make a melee attack. Is this Crown of Madness guy?
Yeah, it has to make an attack at the end of
He has
it.
to attack.
Oh, he has to attack.
He gets
If you
to.
do something, you.
Oh, okay.
Let's go ahead and roll the attack for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
A 4.
A 4. This creature should be easy to hit. It is large and it's not moving very fast, but the black powder merchant clutches, has bags of this like dark powder attached to it that it carries with it, and just runs forward and just starts trying to punch at it, and it just like it's like hitting dough. No damage whatsoever. But it seems to have got its attention to some degree.
What a shame.
So that's the end of your turn. You want to move closer?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. That brings us to Quaalude.
Cool.
Quaalude, Q, however you want it to be.
Cute. It's good.
Okay.
I'm going to shimmy a little bit.
This way?
On the wall, right before, and then I'm going to. Wait, no, I don't, because I won't be able to move out. Oh, I can split up movement.
Yeah.
I can break movement, so I'll move. Am I still 10 feet away from it?
You're right here. You are.
Okay, cool. So I want to get a little bit. It doesn't matter. Because I'm going to spring out and turn into a direwolf and bite the shit out of it.
Go for it.
And I'm going to gain advantage
All
because
our animals have rabies.
First things first.
Oh,
roll
right.
wisdom saving throw.
Who's with it?
On him on a piece.
Roll wisdom saving throw.
Crazy.
No. No. 4.
Okay.
Like, very good.
Plus a D8. Okay. You, as you're transforming into the direwolf right there, you snarl, you hear all the voices in your mind, and for a second you feel like you're really confused, you don't know where you are, and you spend the remainder of your turn just trying to shake the voices out of your head. You're unable to do anything this turn.
Son of a bitch.
The chaos of this, the mouths speaking in unison, just drive you temporarily mad.
Don't worry, Salty Petunia's going to save us.
Salty-
Yeah, just hit it.
I mean, Petunia!
Your turn, also make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no, my worst skill.
That's my girl. That's my girl.
Oh, that's a 3. With me modifier.
Okay.
Pretty soon.
As you pull your sword out, you're like, I'm ready for this. You hear the same voices through your mind, and once again you start looking about and rubbing your eyes and trying to figure out where you are, what's happening, and you spend the rest of your turn standing there just listening to the voices.
Well, that was embarrassing.
And now you're up.
Petunia, what the fuck?
You know, and this has probably been one of the most exciting days of my life. Blindness.
Nice. Okay. Alright, what's the same?
Yes, how's my dad? I mean, shit, what? You ask a question, what? 33.
Okay. What's the saving? What's the DC on that spell?
13.
13. As whoosh, a flash of light bursts in the direction of this creature covered with eyes. All the eyes close, and you hear this. The yelling becomes more of a shrieking sound. And you see it starts writhing around.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a stun mechanic. Okay, number one, this is more serious advice. I don't think you generally want a stun mechanic on a big bad. Like, I'll just say it straight up. I think a stun mechanic on a big bad lieutenant, or on big bad's lieutenant. So if you have like the big bad right here, you know, CR10, whatever, and then you have like 2 lieutenants, like a CR5, something like that. If you're, you know, a party of level 20s, maybe the lieutenants are like CR2s if you're, you know, level 14s. One of the lieutenants having a stun ability, I think, like, you know, being like a monk stat, you know, a monk monster, or having an artifact that stuns, I think can work. But I think that having the big bad have a stun ability, while it can be balanced, like, no question can be balanced, it makes the fight feel longer and not like you're making a bunch of progress. Like, giving a monster a bunch of HP is essentially the same thing as, I mean, it's in at least the same vein as giving them a stun ability, right? Like, they are both things that might make the fight last longer. AC is actually deceptively not in that camp, because AC is actually more like a resistance. Like, if we're thinking about this in the way that a monster is designed, right? HP is how many points of damage you have to do to them. It is a, like, kind of an explicit time limiter if we think about, like, averages and statistics. AC, on the other hand, is protective against a certain type of damage. It is protective against damage that requires an attack roll to pull off. So AC is in the same realm as resistances. It's in the same realm as saving throws, right? Those are all things that specifically defend against different types of damage or damaging effects or weapons or what have you. So a stun ability, a stun effect, is more in the realm of HP, of it just elongates the fight. However, with HP, you know that you're getting progress. Like, if you just dump 50 more HP into a monster, you are doing that because you want the fight to last longer. Just straight up. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe you want this guy to be a big fucking punching bag of hit points. And maybe he has, like, one ability that is, like, a slow ability, or he's going to, like, pick up your people and throw it. Like, maybe he's a big bag of hit points that doesn't do much, but is, like, a consistent nuisance. This gets into the tank fallacy, but I'm not going to go there because we have limited time. But anyways, that's the same as a stun effect. A stun effect limits the amount of damage output that the party can do, essentially increasing the monster's effective HP, which, again, you do if you want it to be able to last more rounds. That is, like, the point of giving it more HP. So, I find that, personally, that is not a I find that stunning versus HP is not very satisfying because it hits on like the wrong side of the equation. It like specifically disallows people from using their turn and elongates the fight. So it takes this situation of you're making the fight last longer, but you're not letting your players do more. In fact, they're doing actively less while the combat is taking longer, which I think kind of sucks. So I think a good place to put a stun ability, because a stun ability is not like an inherently bad thing, but I would put it on something that already has super low HP, like maybe like very, very low, to where it's not going to fall over if you blow on it, but it is going to fall over if you focus it somewhat. So that it is this consistent, basically like target priority issue of maybe you're going after the damage dealing monster, maybe you're going after kind of the all-rounder, or maybe you're going after the stunner. And the stunner is this weak little wizard boy, but the longer you leave him there, the longer the combat is going to take. So now it's a target priority puzzle because, like, as I've said before, all combats are puzzles. So that can be interesting. Putting it on your big bad that already has the big pool of hit points, now it's not a stun, it's not a target priority question. You're just elongating the combat in a bad way. So, yeah. I mean, yes, SSH, you're hitting on like, the chat can, introduce more BS. But I think that stun abilities specifically are so detrimental and detrimental to the player's fun that I think they should be easily addressable, but addressing them should open you up to alternate risk. So if you do go and address it, you have to commit significant resources, allowing your enemies to do other stuff. It needs to be like a risk-reward decision. It shouldn't just be part of the kit of the big obstacle.
Angrily, it is currently blinded. So, well done on that. You're way back here. Do you want to stay where you are?
Good job there, handsome.
You wish to stay where you are?
What?
You wish to stay where you are?
I'll back up a bit.
All
if
right.
I can. I don't know where exactly I am, but
You're right here.
You're here, Grandma. You're here.
I need to remain
Grandpa.
safe. Oh, you know what? Let me shift
you're
one
here.
in a bit, kind
All
of so I can
right.
see.
There you go.
I'm Edna.
All right, that's your turn, Edna.
Well, we're all females.
Off guard.
Things change so
Did you
fast
find
here.
Yes. Now I have a present for this thing.
Did you find the present in there?
Now the name Larry and Robert and swing down.
So you move to the side into combat with the creature. Go ahead and roll for each attack.
So the first one is a 23.
That hits.
The second one is a natural 20.
Oh! I will ask you to make a wisdom saving throw real fast.
All right. Wisdom, 16.
16. Yeah, you hear the voices cascading through your ears as you rush forward. However, you just steal your mind, focus on the attack, and push through it unaffected.
That's my secret. I already have voices in my head.
So go ahead and roll.
I hear them too.
Go ahead and roll both attacks. The second one gets double on the dice.
So the first one is a 4.
Plus whatever the damage is. Strength should be on the.
Oh yeah, that's with it.
Oh, with it, it's 4?
And then the second one is 9. So
Awesome. So total of 13 damage. Whack, whack, you're cutting off parts of his body. You can see the slices of flesh that fall off on the ground can quiver and squeal before going motionless. You see the eyes close and kind of slightly leave open as if a person had just passed away. I'm gonna keep this on from blindness just so we have it as a reminder. All right, that ends your turn. Ulfgar, at the top court, you're up.
When does Gary go?
Gary goes on your turn as well.
On my turn. Instead of me or in addition
Where's
to me?
Stephanie?
In addition to you.
In addition to
Yes.
me. All right. Well, first I'm going to attack this fucker with my war pick. No, with this magic fucking hammer I have right here.
Go for it.
And I'm going to recklessly attack while in a rage.
Alrighty.
But I get advantage with reckless attack, right? So that's terrible. Get him, Gary! Going for the eyes.
What'd you roll?
Oh, 3.
With your bonuses?
No,
you have advantage. It's a reckless attack.
5. Yeah, 5 with
the advantage.
No, 7 with advantage.
Okay.
Talking to me making a weird
Well, not enough,
wisdom save.
unfortunately. All right, so
does Stephanie
you go to try and swing. As you go to swing, I forgot to make a wisdom save. I remember to do that. We'll say for the purposes of storyline here, as you go to swing, the voices come into your head for a second. You stop and slow your arc. By the time your hammer actually hits it, it goes.
Okay.
There's no power behind it. Gary also is going to rush forward. You go ahead and make an attack for Gary.
Attack for Gary. All right. Oh, jeez, I don't know what a badger's stats are.
No, I'm making it. Just go ahead and roll.
I rolled a 13.
13, that'll hit.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll 1d4 plus 2 damage. For the badger's claws.
That's 5.
I love it. I'm making it up. Don't worry about it. Stop looking it up. We need to move on. And I love he's like, oh, I didn't have you roll the wisdom save. Whatever. That's why you missed. Move on. Honestly, straight up, I'm proud of Matt here. I kind of wish he would have this attitude more often. Not often. Like, I don't think he should be doing this sort of thing all the time, but I do think that sometimes he should kind of just brush past some shit and just be like, doesn't matter. It's all good. I don't know. I'm making it up, the tagline of the one shot.
Well, angry battery damage because he's a barbarian as well.
So now just reaches out and just grabs the head of it and bites into one of his tendrils. As it does, it rears back and there's a splash of kind of greenish, brackish blood that goes across his face. And
Oh, I've missed you, Gary.
All right, that ends your turn. It's now its turn. It is blinded this turn. First, it's going to go at you. See, one of its mouths kind of resists for a second and then releases this giant globule of dark green goo that slams into the ground and explodes right in the center here.
Oh no.
I need. Okay, I need you two and you two to roll dexterity saving throws. Yes. Edna Court, Salty Pete, and Snuggle Lord.
22.
Nice.
10.
Lady Josephine, leader of the Guild of Moderators, casts a great spell. As long as they sing like they are in a musical, they level up to 10. Oh dear, wise, they lose 5 to all stats.
What was that again?
You all have to sing
I believe I heard that loud and clear, my Lord Shathroom. I believe it's if we. Yes,
I sing a musical.
You sing like you're in a musical.
We all go up to level
Level
10.
up to 10. Otherwise, you lose 5 to all stats.
Question: since I'm already level 10, is there exemption?
No, you'll just lose 5 stats.
Tilde squint until the tilde 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 squint until the tilde 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 squint until the tilde 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 squint until the tilde 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 squint until the tilde 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 tilde
Guys, sing along.
squint until the tilde
Moment's occasion, as the spittle hits the ground, suddenly it does not explode. It's lifted in place and is shattered. You feel all of a sudden the warmth of the Moderator Guildmaster fill all you, and with this divine energy, your bodies are suddenly elevated to the strength, hardness, and experience of a seasoned adventurer.
Oh, I feel the same.
My boobs have gotten bigger. I'm level 10 now.
So go ahead and those of you roll 7 additional of your hit.
Hooray! This is why you need a fucking menu, dude. This is like you level up from 4 to 10. You know, that thing that takes hours. This is a fever dream, dude. This is crazy. They really need to make it to where before the audio comes through, that production could cancel the TTS. I assume that they already do. Like, I assume that they've already been moderating it, because otherwise, like, someone could donate $500 and, like, I'm not going to say it, but they could put out all sorts of hate speech, right? So I'm sure that there is some amount of moderation already. I think they're just letting it through, which is insane. I'm sure that Zach told them, if it's not hate speech, let it through. Then how did the Swinton get through? Well, because I think the Swinton thing was related to the last request. I think they just put in 2 things. I think it was, you have to sing along to the next thing I'm going to send. Otherwise, like, gain 10 levels. I think that was the point. I don't know, brother. This is
Dice to add what you got except for you.
Fucking rep.
My fucking book.
8.
Jesus, Mary, Joseph.
Man, I wonder why it's unlisted. I can't imagine why all of the other Critical Role episodes are public, but this one is unlisted. I just can't put my finger on it. I don't know.
Alrighty.
Shathro preserve us.
You have to keep singing as if you're musical.
Even with disadvantage, that is plus 12 for its bite attack. This is going to be against you. What's your AC?
That's
My
crazy.
AC is
I
16,
don't
I
know.
think.
16. So even though you're kind of hearing the voices, you see one of the tendrils whip out towards you, and you smack it in the side with your hammer, disabling it and not taking any damage from it. It's going to roll to see if it can get rid of the blindness. That is a natural 20, so it is no longer blinded. 20 on the saving throw, then an attack.
Cooper.
That ends the gibbering mouther's turn.
Blind, writhing eyes.
That brings it to Snuggle Lady.
Now, if I heard that donation correctly, we've now all leveled up to 10, or do we have to keep singing?
No. I think you read it wrong.
No.
Perhaps you did.
You have to keep singing in a musical, and then you gain up to level 10 if you stop, or when you stop, you lose that and you go to level 5.
That will destroy the game.
Alrighty.
So we'll say for the next round of combat, you guys have to do anything you do or want to do in this combat, sing it as if it's a musical. When the round's over, then it'll stay permanent and you can continue forward. So, Snuggle Lord, what is your bidding?
That will destroy the game.
I'm being told that I have this urge to run over to Courtney and heal her of damage.
Stop feeling my boob. What are you doing? That's actually quite nice.
And with that, you heal 5 hit points from the hug of the Snuggle Lady.
I feel better. I feel pretty and alive.
Pushing behind. But to that point...
I love that my decisions are made for me. This is bullshit.
Quaalude, I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
This is direwolf form singing.
How do direwolves sing?
What's your answer?
Is it? Wisdom?
Yes, wisdom.
14.
Sing it.
My wisdom is 14, dear DM.
Your brain resists the voices you hear. Your mind is your own. Tell me what you shall do, dear.
I'll tell you right now what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna jump up as the dire wolf and
roll your attacks.
Natural 20!
Double your damage now.
Double the damage. Double the damage. That is 4 plus 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. That means it's 16.
As you tear a piece of the creature astray, your turn ends. Victory is yours, I say. Soon. Next, the turn goes to Salty Pete.
But not before I knock it prone.
The gibbering mouther's immune to prone. What a twist. Its mass has no legs, it cannot fall over. Salty Pete. It's your turn to be, moreover.
First, I must ask, do I need to roll a saving throw?
You're close enough where you must make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck. No.
All right. Salty Pete. You make a attack, randomly determined creature within reach. That would be the Snuggle Lady. Roll an attack against the Snuggle Lady.
And now my fanfiction is complete. You're not going to like this.
Am I still
24!
Surprise attack of a 24 against you counts as a sneak attack.
Holy shit.
Are you... What's your rogue class?
At 1d6.
I mean, are you
At
assassin or you a
5d6, I'm a thief.
You're a thief, okay, good. Good thing you're
I'm John Bell John.
If you were an assassin, that would have been a critical hit as well.
Oh no!
Alright, so roll damage against the Snuggle Lord.
Let's hope they're all ones. Mostly ones.
And a lot of them are ones.
8 plus 3.
It is such a shame that Sam Riegel isn't here. I've never wanted Sam Riegel to be in a video more than right now.
11!
You take 11.
Well for you.
11 damage to the Snuggle Lord. Snuggle Lord, Snuggle Lord.
All
right.
right. Was that from the guy who did Hamilton?
Edna, it's your turn.
Well, you ain't dog now, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
Yeah, it really escalated. This is why I was right when I said that I would have less and less to say as the shit went on. I don't even know what to talk about right now. This is
powerful spells now because you are
lunacy.
Do not forget.
I do have more high-level spells, and to this I say, as Madame, and I cast something from my higher-level spells.
Make it be the lightning bolt, perhaps.
Sure, I'll lightning bolt him.
At the moment that Edna, not being familiar with these high-level spells,
I
has the
feel
instinct
this
to
power.
release this energy she's not used before. The bolt streaks forth from her hands.
Never in my life have I been so powerful.
Striking, Snuggle Lord,
Oh.
Court, the Black Powder Merchant.
Wait, this is unfair. I was being led and baited by the Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
Too late.
Shit.
Yeah. He goes, what about lightning bolt? And then she goes, okay. And he goes, whoops, you hit a bunch of people. Too late. The trill effect, because we are watching at a higher speed, is so weird. It is. Yeah, the vibrato on their voice is very odd.
And the gibbering mouther.
Crime.
Make a reflex saving throw. You, and Black Powder Merchant. Does not make it with a 7. What is your damage? 86.
86, my damage is, there's plus 15, 16, plus another 4, so that makes it 20, that was 6, how many 8s? Another 6, shut up, y'all, what did I say, what was I, 20, so that's 28 damage, 28
Reflex saving throws.
damage.
You take 28 points of lightning damage.
Given that I'm the only one of my friends that sings, never. It would Would not be fun.
You caught multiple lives.
I rolled an 11.
You also take 28 points of lightning damage.
Shocking stings.
Oh no, I just hit my lover with lightning. I just hit my lover with lightning.
It's not over, you see, because the bolt that you released also hit the black powder merchant. He failed his saving throw. He took almost enough life to take him to 0, but it ignited the black powder and boom! The cavernous explosion rocks the cavern. I need another saving throw from all of you, except for Edna and your son.
Me too, right?
It is.
I mean, the same thing.
Just want to point out this was a
That's
suggestion
really
from the Dungeon Master.
What modifier do we add?
It's your dexterity saving throw, so add your dex.
It's so hard. I don't even care what Matt's doing anymore. I just want it to be over. I just want the pain to be gone. I can't even say, like, I think Matt's handling it bad. I think Matt's handling it good. It's too ridiculous. I would have... This is like those online, like, would you love me if I was a worm? And you're supposed to answer, like, yeah, like, I would keep you in a little glass jar, and, like, I would snuggle you every night, even though you're a worm, and I would track down the wizard to get you turned out of a worm, or at least get me turned into a worm as well. Like, that's supposed to be the answer, but my brain can't get there. I mean, apparently it can, but I'm like, I don't even know if he's doing good anymore, because this is a ludicrous situation. Listen, they get trapped in a pocket plane. The pocket plane causes the players to sing the entire time. You can take my idea, Mega. I thank you for the permission. I appreciate that I could take this. Won't, but I like that I could.
21.
All right, what did you roll? Ulfgar, what did you roll? Ulfgar, what did you roll?
I will say, fuck, I might actually take it. Not a pocket plane. But it would be hilarious if there was, like, a small region of town that has a singing curse, and they get to they have to choose whether or not to walk in or out, but anytime they walk in, they gotta sing. It's gotta be like a block. It's gotta be like 4 buildings, like 1 square block that has the fucking singing curse on it. That'd be so stupid. I'm not gonna do that. Nah, I don't think I'm saying thank you. Even if I do it, I will not thank you for that, sir. For the punishment you've inflicted on my players.
What did I roll a saving throw? What?
Yes, roll a dexterity saving throw.
D20 effector.
Alrighty. I rolled a 13.
All right.
And I rolled a 14.
I rolled a 13 and Gary rolled a 12.
I didn't have to roll.
Please remember I have evasion.
Yes, you do.
Oh, thank God.
Anyone who rolled lower than a 10 just took 21 points of fire damage.
So glad we leveled. Oh no, he's unconscious.
Snuggle Lord is unconscious and currently dying. That brings us to Wolfgar.
Oh, I've been brewing up some fun while you guys were playing. I've been brewing up some fun while you guys are playing. You see, now that I'm level 10, I turn into an Eldritch Knight and now I'm lighting shit on fire. Prepare to be blasted away by my chromatic orb, coming at you, you weird thing.
All right, so you're attacking with a chromatic orb attack. Is that what you're doing as an Eldritch Knight?
Yes.
Roll for attack.
Oh my God.
That was good.
It's 11, but I don't know what to add to it.
That's all right, 11 still hits this monstrosity.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. So roll your sword's damage plus an additional 3d8.
Ooh, yeah. Let me get them 3 8s. Ooh, 3 8s. Ooh, yeah. We blown up. We blown stuff up like, ooh, yeah. We blown stuff up. We blown stuff up like, ooh, yeah. We blown stuff up. We blown stuff up like, ooh, yeah. I do 20 damage.
How do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
I'm unconscious, I can't hear you.
I'll do it with some cold damage since you spitting fire at us.
How do you want to deal this final blow? You've slain the creature. Describe your epic blow.
I look at my daughter in her eyes. I said everything came until this time. Cause I told you, it's all a part of the plan. It's all a part of the plan. It's all a part of the plan.
Release your blasted orb of arcane energy, the cold flowing from your fingertips. The mother exalts, it turns and it wails, but the cold energy holds its place, you see. Its flesh begins to freeze, it cracks, it saws. Suddenly it freezes in place, unable to escape. You reach down with your blade and shatter. It scatters across the ground. Victory is yours.
That wasn't even Lucas! I think that means we don't have to sing anymore. That's...
And the musical is...
You guys completed a round of combat successfully in the musical. The battle is won.
Where the fuck are those donations? Like, seriously.
I'd just like to point out that he's at negative 24
You don't have to bring that up.
But go ahead and roll a death saving throw.
Now that you mention it.
Oh my god, mega real question. All right, yeah, let's come down. Let's have a palate cleanser. What's up? As a TM, what do you do when you have prepped your final monster for a group of level 4s, but during the battle they all magically... I thought you said it was a real question. I thought it was. I thought we were being real with each other. I thought we were friends. I didn't think you would trick me like this. I didn't think you would play with my expectations in this manner. What do I do when I turn all of my party into level 10s? Well, now you know the answer as to why I've never killed one of my players. It happened, man, so it's a real question. Yeah, you're right. They just fucking kill it. That's why I'm just always turning them up to level 10, especially for the final battle. So that it's just that easy. It's just that simple. That's how you don't have TPKs, is you just never let them have a balanced fight.
Only 20.
Peace one while doing this.
Okay.
What's that?
It's 17.
Okay, so you're fine. You're not bleeding out yet. So you guys also look about yourselves in your sex change forms, except Brenna. The snuggle lady lies.
You know, I have never seen a party of more strong and powerful women. I just want to say that.
Well, we're like the girls
I'm
in the
dying.
band.
I know, we're like the Golden Girls. Thelma and Louise.
I change out of beast form, and I straighten out my skirt.
Okay.
And I walk over to dead snuggle baby and do a cure wounds.
What's he doing to that baby?
All right.
I make out with my girlfriend. We make out.
As you heal Snuggle Lord up, you look about and you look down, and the gibberling, which is slowly, turn this frozen shattered mass as it begins to thaw over the next few minutes as you take a moment to kind of take care of your wounds and such. You see there is the arm and the part of the face of the assistant you were seeking there on the ground.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh, right, the whole reason we came here.
Wait,
the assistant you came here to seek. There are parts of his body there on the ground.
Oh, we found him.
What about the
Darius and Darius and Darius and Darius?
What about Black Powder Boy? What about Victor?
What are you gonna do when your players accidentally finds a deck of many things? You know what? You're right. I do need to prep for that. What happens when they just find one of those? I mean, if I ever do want to do the gods must be crazy, I might actually have to prep for it a little bit. I'll have to think about that. I'll ponder that. You mentioned it would take an hour to deal with going from level 4 to level 10, assuming dealing with all the leveling up choices. Any chance to quickly summarize why? It would take an hour for me. I don't know that this is general advice, but I take my level ups really serious. I try to really think through my characters' motivations, their experiences. Does it make more sense for them to have gotten more charismatic? Does it make more sense for them to have gotten this observant feat? If I'm choosing a subclass, it's 4 to 10, you're not choosing a subclass, but am I considering multi-classing? Because I've been talking a lot to the fighter recently, and I've been asking him about fighting techniques. I think through my level ups a lot. It would also heavily depend on if you're a spellcaster or not. I think Eldritch Knight might be one of the hardest level ups, straight up, because they have both ASIs and spells. Warlock is similar because of the Eldritch invocations. Yeah, there's just a lot to consider. I think for a normal player, and especially for a one shot where you don't really give a shit about it, I mean, I could clock in a level up in 10 minutes. I could clock a level up a minute if I was just going off the cuff for a one shot that I didn't really give a shit about. But if it's for a campaign where I actually care about the player, I mean, number one, I'm not leveling up 6 levels already, but I would think through it a lot. I would take a lot of time. Most of the time, just a regular level up for me. If there's an ASI, if it's a 4, an 8, a 12 level up, those normally take me an hour. because I just think about it a lot. I also just build characters for fun. I love building characters. I'm finally here. What of this, dude? You could go back and watch this. It's an experience. Welcome to the fallout from it. Thank God this one shot was insanely serious. Yeah. So serious. Yeah.
He's still alive. He's dead. Did he die, right? Victor,
No. There are a couple pieces of the assistant. There are many pieces of Victor.
It's raining men, or was he transformed as well? I never heard him sing.
However, at this moment, you feel a shudder of the room.
For fuck's sake.
You look over your shoulder,
It's a Goliath.
and you see now coming down the hallway these two giant leathery red hands kind of pulling its way through the hallway.
Oh, great.
As a demonic pit fiend pulls its way down the tunnel behind you and goes,
Where is Salty Pete?
He's not here.
I draw a card and play it.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Do I see him doing this? Because I back the fuck away.
It's too fast.
Damn it!
Go ahead and pull a card.
The Queen of Diamonds.
Is that a new one?
Yep.
Oh shit!
It's the fungus queen from down below.
You are granted the ability to catch the wisp spell one time.
Oh my god! You get the wish spell once. You can't fuck it up.
Wait, hold on a second.
So, as you pull the card and look at it, you feel suddenly the grace of the gods enter your mind, and you see the face of that Reika woman who appeared in the forest earlier. And she goes, I grant you the last of my power. One wish to save you in this instant. Choose wisely, and the vision is gone. You look down your hand, and you see a single pearl pulsating with energy. Infinite possibilities there in your hand as you see, and I'm going to pull the picture just so you have an idea of what you're about to face. Standing about 15 or more feet tall, this thing coming down the hall.
It's from Fantasia.
It's from. I could. There's a. Careful what you say.
Would you like any advice? I know you're quite dumb. You're quite dumb. Would you
I
like...
wish that the pit fiend was transformed into an adorable, harmless puppy, that Victor was reassembled, and that the assistant was also reassembled into a living person, and also that would pay 2,600 gold.
That was a very clever thing to say. I'm impressed.
The pearl vanishes from your hand. This cold wind begins to blow throughout the tunnel. The pit fiend goes, I will destroy it, and turns into, what were you asking me?
A harmless puppy dog.
This little puppy dog now comes running up to you and starts gnawing on your
I
ankle.
snap its neck.
And it falls limp in your hands. As you drop the puppy, the pieces of Victor begin to shake and slowly pull together. As it does, the arm and the face of the assistant shake, and all of them swirl together to form one horribly mutated black powder merchant slash Cyril, the assistant, going, help me! It's just quivering in place with 3 arms and an additional face attached to it, covered in sin. It looks at you going, why have you died?
Do you think maybe we could get more money for it now, since it's technically
Perhaps.
This is terrible. That is amazing. That is terrible.
I used the wrong conjunction.
Yes, you did. Oh my god.
As you make your way back to town, carrying this moaning, horribly tortured entity right now that's like
Can we kill him,
making
please?
speech itself is a pain. You make your way back to town, this legion of female heroes, all level 10. You return.
Big knockers.
Yes, big knockers. You return to the alchemist, who turns around and goes, you've returned. Great, I'm glad you could make it. Whoa, what happened to all of you?
Found him.
Hey there.
What?
Don't worry.
Do we look
I
different?
didn't mean to do this, but I look great. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was hoping it'd make me younger again, but I'm still an old woman.
I was wondering, there's nothing wrong with age. Have you brought my assistant back?
You could say that.
As he hobbles in. Oh, 3 arms. That'll be even more useful. Thank you so much. For the extra arm, I'll give you a 100 gold bonus.
Oh my goodness!
Hand you the second
I
gold
quickly
coin.
grab it.
Oh, no,
I quickly grab it, and I
snatch-
misty step out of the apartment and run like hell.
I try and snatch it before I could do that.
Both of you guys make dexterity checks right now. Just contested dexterity checks.
Oh, this is gonna end in tears.
There's.
16.
17.
Oh, shit! As Ulfgar reaches out, no! The snuggle lady vanishes, and you hear laughing in the distance, running into the night.
Okay, I think.
So now, we're gonna go through and have each of you guys give me the epilogue of what your character's doing post the story, just so we can wrap up here. So, Ulfgar.
So, Ulfgar is now wanted after casting a chromatic orb on one said snuggle lady. No one knows what happened. And only a roll can let you know what truly happened.
My daughter.
Snuggle lady.
Oh yeah, what your daughter?
Oh, she protects me for the rest of my life.
I'm sitting on a beach somewhere on a far off island with my little imp Lucas. We're chilling by the water, drinking Coronas. They have Coronas.
Yes, no Corona, it's an elven wine.
My wife left me when I became a woman. Strangely, Raiko was only interested in men, so my wife left me. So it's just me and Lucas now, basking in our riches, enjoying a long life on the beaches together toasting our Coronas.
2600.
Right, Salty Pete.
Well, I floated around for a while from town to town playing the craps tables until I could win enough money to fill a Scrooge McDuckian vault in which I could swim around. But that wasn't enough
Snugglord
for me,
slips,
so
falls, and wakes up and realizes this whole thing was a fever dream brought on by cheap ale that had gone off and poisoned him.
So after this adventure, you imagine yourself on the desert island. However, you suddenly wake up with a headache and realize, shortly after you hit with the chromatic orb, by Ulfgar, you conscious your money's gone and you're left with a heavy bruise and a bit of a sore back end.
Oh, Lord Chatham!
Always
Why?
your flap.
Why, Chatham? Why? Oh, my cold!
2600.
You constructed your.
Am I still married to a woman that doesn't love me because I'm a woman?
Yes, that happened beforehand.
Eventually, I repurchased my ship, the Obsidian Helen, and now I sail the seven seas as the cruelest sea hag that the world has ever seen, with my 7 fingers!
One finger for each sea.
Perfect.
All right, Quaaludia.
I change my. I go to the nearest temple and get a spell of restoration to return me to at least half self.
Unfortunately, it is a permanent incantation.
I don't do that. I go and get. I went to
Pretty silly
sass.
Southern.
I went to sass. I had. You know, I'm
the seas are wearing off.
Fuck this. I'm officious with some sass. I moved to a different area and I just learned how to speak different, like locals do. I got me a nice little dress in a nice little college with my earnings, and I just get one with nature is all.
All right.
That's what I do.
Well,
Courtney?
if she'll
Still
have me...
accent.
no, court works fine, court girl. Yes, if she'll have me, I ask Edna to marry me, and I'd like to raise badgers until she passes and I carry on her memory.
Edna?
I happily accept Court's hand in marriage, but beforehand, I feel like I just need to get some adventuring out of my system first. And, I hear there's this man. They call him, he's like a tiefling, and they call him something like the bounty hunter or the broker or something like that. And I don't know, maybe he's looking for more mercenaries, and I think I'll join up with him.
I'll see when you get home.
And I donate some of the recovered money to
Cunty
Court's Badger Fund and make sure Court is well taken care of so she can...
So they weren't upset when you stole their money?
No.
2,600 gold pieces goes an awfully long way.
And so concludes our adventure for the evening. Thank you all so very much for joining in and helping us guide this to a momentous conclusion.
This was bullshit. Like, mods, you're on my shit list. Because I know most of those $500 donations were from you, because those were in-jokes.
These are in-jokes.
Thanks, everybody.
Seriously, thank you all so much for all your support on this entire Extra Life charity drive. You guys have shown tremendous strength of heart for giving what you have these past couple days. Really, just...
Oh my god. Oh my god, Bug is upset too. I agree. Oh my god. That was insane. I'm also speechless. That it was all a dream is terrible. I'm happy with how Matt twisted it to make it not as terrible. That was insane. I love fucking Marisha. She's insane. She's amazing. Making Edna the person that Tim's killed. Yeah, we can do the outro. Yeah, sorry, I didn't look at the time codes. Brief addendum, Matt's warning for DMs, and stream thoughts. Oh boy.
proud and honored to be part of this community. And from me, thank you for everything you guys have done.
Yeah, let's do it.
Tremendously. We raised what total?
So we're at 68,000. We wanted to hit 75 as the new goal.
Oh, shit. We can still do it.
We can
right
still
now,
do it.
I know one of you is a rebel billionaire, Richard Branson.
Richard Branson.
Guys, so
That's true.
How about if we hit 70 in the next couple minutes, we'll do a
Stephen
big
becomes
giveaway.
possessed by the spirit of the Overlord. She hunts down every member of the former party and claims their power to become some mortal master of the universe, bringing about an age of her.
Which character was that? Stephanie.
She goes on an avatar journey.
Stephanie.
Oh, nice.
Stephanie.
Like the blue one?
Yeah.
So if we get to 70 in the next couple minutes, guys, we'll do a big giveaway. We forgot to give these away earlier, so we'll do a big giveaway with everyone you see here, signature on a poster, and some D&D book, and some dice, and all that stuff, and these wonderful handmade by our wonderful chat room member.
A little interesting fact, by the way, because you only have to 70. Guys, last year, LA, Los Angeles, only raised about $113,000 alone. So us right now tonight are counting.
Man, that is I mean, it's for charity. I totally get and appreciate that. But I don't like Zach's vibe here. I don't know why. It feels too businessy for my personal taste. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched most of the shit with Zach in it, so I don't have like a huge opinion on him, but he didn't give me a great feeling this session, so I don't know.
For a lot of that, and I think we can hit dollars.
Really but yeah, so as everyone goes on their way, Stephanie, the now older, more trained, hardened, and bent on vengeance daughter
I got in her
of
head,
Ulfgar goes around beating the ever-living shit out of all previous members of the party, except for Edna, who for some reason she can't seem to find. Apparently disappeared at some point in the field.
That was for my
cunty.
I thought we were cool. Yes, that's my girl. Stephanie, how long you knew I was pushing you because I wanted you to be something. And this idiot couldn't do it.
Stephanie will
Tough love.
eventually
Tough love.
snuggle. Stephanie, my daughter will eventually finish.
Look, it's still Snuggle Lord. Just because I have breasts and no penis, you can still address me as Snuggle Lord. Okay?
Just Lord with an E.
This is not canon. None of this is canon.
I want to take a moment here and say real fast too. For all of you people who are watching who are dungeon masters, let this evening be a warning to you to never include the deck of many things into your campaign, because all that hard-earned time you spent building your story, your world, your NPCs, an epic arc will go down in flames in a very short period of time.
Guys, round of applause to Matt for dealing with that shit tonight.
The takeaway is not that the deck of many things. I mean, yes, I agree. But also, that was the takeaway from tonight. I don't know that that was the takeaway. I don't know that that was the reason that all this went down in flames.
That was unique.
I'm not gonna lie, when I told Matt about this idea, we thought the idea would be thematic to the past Vox Machina story, where I could hear the chat room and it would help guide us along our way. But that very first $500 donation that came in said, little boy runs, or like little street merchant runs by, steals it and runs away. I was like, oh shit, that's how this is gonna play out.
Yeah.
And Matt ran with it, and kudos, because that was, I thought the cows was nuts, and this was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, you guys are real creative.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna check those donations one more time.
Yeah.
We're 500 away.
Come on, I want to make the party do something else crazy.
Come on.
That's good.
Somebody needs to donate
Someone's
500
gonna
now.
retcon the story point.
Yeah, retcon. Somebody donate
story
500.
point.
Somebody give us a $500 donation right now and set the story straight.
Wait, we're only 200 away now.
But still donate 500.
We need a 500 to tell us, like, somebody fix this story, please, because this is. Whoa.
Yeah, right now we ended on a Scorpius Malfoy. We need better. Harry deserves better.
That's 70K.
There we go.
70K.
All right, guys.
Amazing.
Everybody active in the chat. No spam, please. You only have to be active once, and Lucas is going to draw for our big end of the night winner, and we'll make sure it's an awesome, awesome prize pack. It's going to include a lot of stuff we didn't even bring up. I promise you that. All right, Lucas, should we drum roll it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm aware it takes you a little bit. That's I know. We're just gonna roll it.
Oh my god, that was. I'm tired. My eyes hurt. I was holding. I couldn't blink. I couldn't talk. I couldn't blink. Oh, I can't wait, Daniel. Yeah, I hope. Yeah. CR will never. They would never introduce the deck of many things, right? Never. That would be insane of them to do. Matthew, that would be insane of you. Oh my god, that was wild. I am happy to have watched it. I could say that. I think and this is actually okay. I have an actually like cohesive takeaway that I can tell you guys from this. My actual cohesive takeaway is real. It is a cautionary tale to DMs to be careful about homebrew. It is really common to see something in D&D that you don't think is done right. It's not hard. There's a lot of things in D&D, especially depending on what you're going for, that maybe aren't done right or aren't done the way that would be good for what you want to accomplish. So it can be really, really tempting to homebrew that. And I would be super cautious about any sort of homebrew rules. Like, homebrew items are normally fine. Even homebrew features, feats, abilities, weapons, whatever. Those can be fine, even for new time DMs, but especially until you have a lot of time DMing under your belt. And you test a mechanic repeatedly during one-shots. I wouldn't introduce like a homebrew mechanic into like a campaign game until you are very experienced. Or if it's like a third-party mechanic that's been play tested by other people. Because it is so easy for it to go down the shitter so quick in ways that you don't expect. I've done it. Every other DM I know has done it. Where you see something that you want to improve upon in D&D, and you realize why D&D didn't have it in the first place. Because a lot of times it's a shit ton of work. And yeah, D&D is supposed to be a pretty light, relatively system. So that is my cohesive takeaway is, yeah, if you want to let people, I mean, this was the place to, test it if they were ever even going to remotely consider allowing like donated stuff during a regular CR episode. It's good that they play tested it during this, like during a one shot. Like as lunacy, as much lunacy as that was, it's really good that it was contained to a one shot that could be decanonized, and not impact the rest of the story of Vox Machina. So yeah, this is the only true way to watch this one shot, to shit on it with others in chat with Beck. That is a true experience. Yeah, you'll never be able to have. Yeah, I think watching the VOD, it's just not. You had to either be there live or you have to watch it live with somebody. I think that's fair. That's why I said you needed to react to this. The improving by Matt and players is never seen again. So I knew as a DM you had to see it. You had to see this. Yeah, it's the improving. I like. It's. I think I only have positive interpretations of Matt's DMing there, because it's like the parts that he did manage to connect, I'm like, wow, snaps. The only things I had to criticize were so minor, and he had to deal with so much, and he's fucking live the whole time. And there's like a money aspect, it's charity. Like, there was so much pressure on his back. He did really fucking great. And yeah, that was a crazy situation. No, it's canon. Remember, Edna ties it into VM's canon. Is it actually canon? Because that means that Stephanie's out there, right? Like, Orion was like, no, none of it's canon, which I would understand. That would mean he killed Edna. How dare? I don't know. Either way, man, that was crazy. That was ludicrous. Yeah, that is a cautionary tale. That is a cautionary tale of, obviously none of us are going to be doing crazy actual plays with a bunch of people donating a bunch of money, but it is a cautionary tale about introducing features and mechanics into your game, and how fucking badly it can go, and to do it in a one shot, because then at least it's contained somewhat. Oh, listen, Stephanie's going to come up and beat Scanlan in 45 episodes. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna see. That's the second horn of Orcus bear. It's not Kima. It's not been Kima this whole time. Kima was a plant. She was a distraction for Stephanie. The real villain at the bottom of it all. Stephanie's the big bad, exactly. Oh my goodness. Well, that was ridiculous. Maybe I'll have even more to say at the beginning of next episode. But either way, I'm going to get off. I'm going to get some sleep before Turkey Day. It was great watching it all with all of you. I did have a lot of fun, even though I'm now so tired. But I had a lot of fun, and I am excited to get back to episode 27 on Monday. Have a good Turkey Day, everybody. And I will see you later. Goodbye. Also, thank you to SSH, really quick before everyone leaves, thank you to SSH for the time codes and for suggesting this whole thing. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, SSH. Goodbye!